if you may have, please be specific to the point. No, if it's okay, no long comment, just to the point. The floor is open.
If there are no questions, it means I spoke very good. I spoke very good, or people have not understood.
This is a nice presentation, and it is very much intellectual thing. My question is, you have told the human microcontroller use added glucose, but it needs to introduce glucose into the intestine directly. How it possible, please? How it possible to introduce glucose, bypass glucose into the intestine?
Yeah. You see, we initially we wanted to work with glucose, but the problem is my microencapsulated technology works with substances which are not water soluble. Glucose is water soluble. There is a group from China and I think even USA. They tried rumen bypass glucose, but the technology was very expensive because there you have to first have two phases. You have to first add a lipid phase, and then you have an aqueous phase. You have to partition glucose into the lipid phase from glucose phase. So the machinery required is also very huge, and it did not work, and they had to take it out from the market because of expense. What I'm doing here is I'm not relying on only glucose, because I know that in intestine, if I am able to introduce glycerol or starch, there is amylase which is secreted from pancreas like human, which will convert that starch into glucose. So it becomes very easy for me to microencapsulate, and then starch is a polymer of glucose. So when I give one molecule of starch, I'm giving enough molecules of glucose also. So that way it is advantageous.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't want to interrupt, but maybe I give the floor to that gentleman there, and then this is going to be the last question. Sorry, and then we can have another discussion after.
Good morning, thank you. I am Professor Dr. Rajan from Dairy Science, DAU. So I was really enjoying the very excellent presentation from Dr. Samar, and I really appreciate the three technologies. I have a question regarding the first one. So it is really very interesting that this capsule will remain in the intestine for 4 to 6 weeks, as we have learned from this presentation. But my question is how this capsule will stick in the microvilli of the intestine. What's the mechanism? Please explain. Thank you.
I think you have misunderstood me. I didn't mean the microcapsule will remain in the intestine. What I have said is that once it is converted to glucose, this glucose will go and remain stored in intestine. Glucose will remain stored in the intestinal cells. And the reason is, otherwise, in monogastric animals or human, there are glucose transporters across the intestine. So whenever starch is or glucose is given, this glucose will be transported through a transporter protein across the intestine into the blood. So there is a flip-flop mechanism. So it will catch glucose, throw inside, catch glucose, throw inside. That is not there efficient in the in case of ruminants, because nature has given them rumen for fermentation to volatile fatty acid and not to glucose. So therefore, their capacity of glucose transport is very less. So as a result, this glucose remains stored in the intestine, and then that will spare the 30% glucose which otherwise would have come from central pool. So now central pool feels that there is enough of glucose in the intestine. We don't need to send glucose again because there is a feedback mechanism. So the remaining 30% which is there in the central pool, which otherwise would have gone to intestine, will go to mammary tissue, and that's how it pushes the. That is, yeah, it is there. Yeah, you can't exceed that limit. And that is the reason we give only 4 days, 250 grams. That's it. So for next 55, 45 days, you have enough of glucose available from it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think that further detail is deserve further discussion between you. So please let me give a round of applause to Dr. Abdul Samad for his presentation. So next we have a slightly change in our program. So the next speaker will be Dr. Chowhari. So he'll Sharif Ahmed. So he will be presenting the strategy toward the transition of the buffalo production over cattle production in the specific area in Bangladesh. Dr. Sharif, the floor is yours. And you have 35 minutes, so I will give you a signal when you wish when you have 5 minutes left.
I want to talk from here. Just I need to use it. Exit. Theater. Okay, good morning everyone here. The chairman, I was been invited to talk about about the issue of rearing buffalo across Bangladesh. So in doing that, I think we need to understand that the buffalo production in Bangladesh is already across Bangladesh. I'll show you some of the data, and also in the subcontinent. Just to start with, we know that we have over 207 million heads of buffalo across the globe, but the concentration is mostly in the Indian subcontinent region, also including China to some extent, in Italy, in the European region, and also in South America. But it's a native animal to the subcontinent. But before going to the subcontinent data, these are some of the data which our Department of Livestock Services produces. There are lots of difference between the data in the livestock services and the Bureau of Statistics. But without going there, one thing is even within the data which is given, buffalo is the animal which is the lowest compound growth rate in Bangladesh. This is to be noted. The highest one is with the among the ruminant is with the sheep, followed by goat, then cattle, and the lowest one is the buffalo. So this is true that buffalo is in crisis. This is true. And this that was from the DLS data, and this is from Bureau of Statistics. And here it also shows the very rapid changes in your population. But one thing is that the Bangladesh buffalo production is actually concentrated in some of the area, especially in our coastal region, in our northwestern part, and also in some of the hilly districts. So the So the problem in the coastal area is yesterday it was saying that it has been now the changes in the economic relative economic output from buffalo to other the industrial use. So it's very likely that this the buffalo production in the coastal area in coming days would be less and less and less. And also there has been a changes in the sugarcane production area, which tends to have large number of buffalo in those areas, especially in the Marine area. But obviously, because of the drop in sugarcane production itself, so there is a drop in buffalo production. So that is also it. So, and also more importantly, there is a decreasing trend in the actually breeding buffalo, especially the buffalo cows in the country. This is the data which has been produced by the National Dairy Development Project, which shows the distribution of buffalo. The first left one is on divisional level, the second one is on district level, and third one is on subdivisional level. Upazila level. So you can see the buffalo, except few here and there, the buffalo is there almost everywhere in Bangladesh. So the question is the kind of culture I would suggest. Why I'm saying that? If we look at the Indian subcontinent region, the last one, if I take the Pakistan Punjab part and also the Punjab parts of India, Gujarat, and also the Uttar Pradesh, then Bihar, then West Bengal, then Bangladesh. And the buffalo concentration is gradually coming down. And even in West Bengal, the concentration is higher in that part of the West Bengal compared to the north. And almost the similar trend is also seen in Bangladesh. This northwestern part and the coastal area usually have very high concentration. So if we put those data in terms of the numbers, you can see the highest concentration of buffalo per kilometer is actually per kilometer is actually in the Punjab region. And another issue, the next is in Uttar Pradesh, 128, and it goes on and on. And in West Bengal, if you look at it, it's 14 parts per kilometer, and in Bangladesh, it's around 10 parts per kilometer. So you have a gradual decline in the buffalo concentration up in the lower part of the Himalayas from the Punjab region up until Bangladesh. So there is a gradual trend in lowering the number of buffalo in it. And another important issue is, and it is negatively correlated with the concentration of the cattle. So that the higher number of cattle you have, you tend to have lower number of buffalo. So since Bangladesh and also West Bengal has a higher concentration of cattle, naturally, because of the resources available, it has to be lower. So the concentration I am not interested in. I think how productive are we in terms of it. And another issue is that we thought that in the back of our mind, we have a tendency of thinking that the buffalo has to be linked to the hydrology of the area, how much water is available. If you look at the highest concentration area of buffalo in Uttar Pradesh, their average rainfall is 740. Temperature is 29.43 degrees. There are ranges. But our average rainfall is 2200, almost four times high. temperature is also 16. So in many ways, we are more suitable than Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh to be a buffalo house. But we are not, because we have a higher concentration of cattle. So what do we conclude from some of these few slides is that the buffalo concentration is higher along the upper part of the Indian subcontinent, and it is the highest in Punjab region, medium concentration in Uttar Pradesh, up to the Bihar, and gradually diminishes eastern part of Bangladesh up to the eastern part of Bangladesh around 10 per square kilometer. And another issue is buffalo concentration for this range of temperature is less affected by the temperature and humidity for the Indian subcontinent range and have more a cultural dominance. And culturally, we are more pro cattle than pro buffalo. This is true. I mean, in our situation, especially Bangladesh and West Bengal region, we prefer cattle than the buffalo. And and if you look at the concentration of cattle, very high in Bihar, West Bengal, and in Bangladesh. So indicating a cultural dominance, if you like. And buffalo can be grown across. So my A is buffalo can be grown across Bangladesh, but buffalo concentration is unlikely to be increased that much. We might increase up to 10 or 15 or up to 20, but we do not expect it to be that much higher. But so in terms of the productivity, how do we are doing? If we do, I put some, give some of the data from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from Nepal, and from India. If you look at those data, I don't have to spell it out. You can see in all terms, especially in agricultural production, lactation period, coming interval terms, postpartum heat period, all these, covering all those, it shows that we are one of the worst performers in this region. So that means that either we are not having the right type of animal, maybe, or the way we are rearing our animal is not right. That has to be the case. So, but if I also dug out some of the data which has been carried out especially in the sugarcane grown area in the Badil area, where actually the researcher has studied different types of breeds, local one, crossbred one, pure Nilirabi, pure Murra. It shows that if you given the good environmental situation, it is almost similar to those which you find in Indian or Pakistani region, especially in terms of the productivity. If you look at the local milk production of the local animal is 1.5, and it can be for Murra, it can be as high as 4 liters per day on an average. So lactation length is also increasing up until 300 a day. So I mean, if we have a good management practice and good type of animal, obviously we will have almost similar performance to that of India or in Pakistan. Pakistan animals are relatively better even than India. So what do we conclude from some of these few slides? That the performance of buffalo in Bangladesh is one of the lowest among the buffalo producing countries in this region. And without altering the actual buffalo concentration, considerable increase of buffalo output in Bangladesh is possible, which we showed earlier. The best strategy to increase the buffalo productivity is probably through improved genotype as well as management practice, especially the nutrition, animal comfort, health, and better market. Why? Because end of the day is the economic efficiency which defines whether a farmer will actually grow for buffalo production or something else. So in terms of the economic efficiency, some of the factors that are positively correlated with the buffalo production is the number of lactating buffalo or total number of female buffalo in the herd. Unfortunately, yesterday, Professor Samad was showing that 46 to 50% of your herd are lactating cows, but in Bangladesh it is less than 20%. So we are almost half. So this is one. Gross profit per female buffalo is very low because of the output in terms of the milk production, in terms of the calf produce, in terms of their growth rate, all of low. So you have it tends to have a lower efficiency. And gross profit per liter of milk production is also relatively low because of the higher price of the feed and other inputs. So those factors which are positively correlated with the economic efficiency is not in favor of our buffalo production here. And those factors which are negatively influences, like concentration of concentrate offered per day, there is a tendency that we tend to ruminant production, especially large ruminant production, tends to be mostly moving towards a concentrate feed, and nowadays is commercial concentrate. So the cost of meat production is increasing. And the variable other cost, the cost of the labor is too high now compared to as it used to be. So, and also the dual purpose farming positively is also positive, meaning that we do not produce our buffalo only for the milk. The cow, milk cow, we do use it for meat production. So if the number of cow is low, per cow, per buffalo cow, then obviously that the purpose of the dual purpose of that buffalo is also lost. So these factors have to be. If we consider, I don't know whether I will be able to explain all these details here. If you look at the yellow one, and especially this spider diagram, if you have a feeding schedule, or before that, let me say this is the factors which determine the economic efficiency is the milk productivity, the amount of fodder you produce, the amount of concentrate you get, and the dual purpose of the production and roughage management. When I say roughage management, is how do you feed your roughages? Like whether you eat straw, you feed it as a straw, or you treat it. Or in case of green grass, do you actually balance it with leguminous fodder or not? And all those issues, and also silencing. So if you have a better fodder product based diet and you have a better fodder management, you tend to relatively have better economic efficiency. And it's other way around. So using these considerations, I mean, we have a number of conclusions we can make that our efficiency, the number, we do not have to increase that number because ruminant production, number of ruminant animals in Bangladesh is already too high. There is a suggestion we should now reduce the number now, increase their productivity so that their total output is actually more. So I am not in favor of increasing the numbers, but increasing the productivity. And in Bangladesh, we have different systems, spatially extensive system, semi-intensive or intensive system. If we look at the intensive system like which we have in the coastal region, what are the constraints do we actually see there? Is, you know, that in dry, during this dry period, it tends to have a grazing land which is almost have very little to graze on. So the condition of the animal seriously depleted. But from the onset of monsoon, they transport and you have a huge output of the fodder and the animal may eat up. But because of this fluctuating supply of foods and fodder, the proper cycling production, as Professor Tamad was showing, that the proper biological cycle of the reproduction and production is not actually matched with the type of feed availability there. So you tend to have a very low level of production. Extreme scarcity of drinking water. As the study was talked about, like you have a very high concentration of, nowadays you have higher level of salinity. So these animals get sick with higher, especially during the dry period because of the water unavailability, drinkable water unavailability. Overcrowded. Some of the land, it has been squeezed so much that the block is now overcrowded in most of the areas, and with limited breeding pools and AI facilities there and limited preventive healthcare and extremely vulnerable to nutrition. So if we need to take these things into account, especially in the extensive system, we need to first fix the fish and feeding. We need to have actually stage silage with naturally grown grasses. We can make it during the at the beginning of the wet month. There are technology. Even if you can actually now make silage and keep it in the under the underground, this silage won't spoil even there are water on the top for 2 to 3 months. So there are technology. We can use that. So put the and also rotational grazing if possible. Silage with cultivated fodder, right? And in those chore areas, if we can introduce some high-yielding grafting, especially Napier in designated area, then we can actually harvest more products. So that can be done. So this is as far as the full feed part is concerned. But for overall herd management, I would be suggesting that the main caps which comes up from the flock should be removed from there, and also the female caps, and it should be there in the homestead area. But the buffalo cows and bulls should be allowed to graze in the field. So that will actually reduce the number of animals grazing there, so that reduces the overcrowding. So this could be one of the solutions in addition to some of the facilities you needed for actually holding during the wet season and also during the inclemencies of weather. Some other intensive management, one of our colleague is here with us, that when we have some of these management done, you can see that some of the very significant increases in the productivity of animals before and after. In terms of the calf mortality, adult mortality, the amount of actually calving intervals, and the fattening weight of the calves, all those have better results if you have actually introduced AFs. Another part of you see the in chore areas, which is especially in the Jamuna and Brahmaputra chore areas, we tend to have large chore where animals used to actually graze there for 3 to 4 months at least during the dry period. But nowadays, this chore land is no longer there. It's not available for the population. It's more productive in terms of the producing many high-value vegetables. You can see here cabbage, tomatoes, pumpkins, all those vegetables are grown there. So these are actually you won't see in near future. It will disappear from the traditional buffalo production thing. Now we have an intensive or semi-intensive kind of rearing um, in the household level across the sugar control area and many other parts of the area. If we can bring those cattle from the extensive grazing to the intensive care, we can improve their milk production and manage properly. We can improve the milk production, lactation length, calving surface, and calf mortality can be reduced, and these are very proven. Some of our results, like with the in the polar region, in peak acid where we were asking that along with the PLRI, that we get a great naturally extensive button feeding condition. We have a calf growing at the rate of approximately 300 grams per day. But if you bring it down to the farmer's level and feed it properly, you can gain up to 1 kg, 1.5 kg growth rate is not possible. That's what we got. So there is a possibility you can, but these urea molasses based feeding system would allow a very large compensatory regression at least in the beginning, and then it will gradually, and you can have a testing rate of around 60%. I think I cannot believe it myself because I've been doing it for the cattle for so long, and I never got up to 60% dressing rate in cattle, but in buffalo it is available there. And low quality extensive buffalo is not suitable for intensive or semi-intensive because most of the native buffalo which we have has a relatively lower lactation age and the number of amount of milk they produce is relatively low, which is not actually cost effective in terms of the feeding cost and the amount of milk they produce. Changes we need to challenges for intensive, semi-intensive. We need no planned feeding or fodder production and preservation by the farmer. Yes, the study was mentioning this, that the fodder is the number one issue which need to be considered when we actually intensively rear our animal. So this is the first thing I think we need to consider when we bring intensive farming into focus. And some of the, let me show you some of the results of intensive farming, even at the farmer's level. So this was done in Lalmonirhat, and this you can see that the number of ingredients they have been using, the amount of feed they fed is quite sufficient to actually have a substantial amount of production. And this, they are feeding up to 10 kgs of straw, including green gas and some of the other feed ingredients like commonly used food ingredients. And then I just estimated from those days, they were yielding approximately 72, 73 megajoules of metabolizable energy and some 100, around 100 grams of metabolizable nitrogen per day. So this is very, I mean, if we calculate the energy and protein requirement of the buffalo, let's say about 350 grams, this is quite sufficient, and we will have a substantial, you should have a substantial level of production. And that's what we actually got. And because of that, even with the farmers, very little knowledge, whatever they are doing, when the feeding was proper, you can see the production in terms of the reproductive performance and also the production performance of the animal has increased. Like lactation, average daily milk yield was up to 9 kg in case of properly managed intensive feeding system. At farmers use intensive system, it was 5.5 kg milk production per day, and also the lactation length increases. Gestation, postpartum heat also reduced. So I think there are systems which we can be followed across our Bangladesh. And as far as breeding actually inbreeding is a problem. Summer stress, which summer and stress, which is very common in egg. So this is a problem which I think not need to be solved. Silent heat, that was talked yesterday, and I think that also need to be. But the depleted breeding buffalo is a big challenge for us, which we need to be addressed. And yeah, okay, I'm just yeah. So obviously, as far as the health part is concerned, helminthiasis, cough, pneumonia, enteritis, and hemorrhagic septicemia mastitis. These are the five common diseases which we can see in buffalo, but the helminthiasis is one of the biggest problems that what it was reported. So what do we conclude? We need to ensure the good husbandry practices, especially for improving the, in addition to improving the genotype, quality fodder-based feeding with improved stock quality has to be in place, addressing the silent heat in presence of the bull. I mean, in many cases, it was suggested that the presence of bull will solve the silent heat problem, but for smallholder, they do not have food. So this is a difficult one. And animal comfort has to be there. And I think we have some niche products of the buffalo which we should explore, especially yogurt and many other buffalo products, and also the buffalo meat. So we, as it was a study told that we should be actually have most of the cases we mixed buffalo milk with the cacao milk and make it a better a mixed milk. And similarly, milk, I think branding of buffalo milk and milk is very essential to have a market opportunity for that. So I think in terms of production system, service system, and regulatory system, we need to have concentration on technology and scaling for the production, inclusive market and inclusive finance. We need has also be clear in the production domain, and in the management domain, we have to have producer group, government, and the private sector. We need to come together to have services available for our farmers, and also in the systemic domain, regulatory system, we need to have proper education in our universities. And I think I need to explain it. Unfortunately, some of the universities have been designed in such a way the feeding nutrition part has been seriously been undermined. I think lots of problems coming up because I am in the end user of those graduates, and I can see many of these graduates are not well acquainted with the modern actually feeds and feeding nutrition part of the. So I think that need to be emphasized. And obviously, extension structure of our Department of Livestock Services is not conducive for services, especially the management services of the farmer. So this need to be also taken care of, and also policy environment, especially for the buffalo, has to be revised. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. We might be a little bit run out of time, but I just want to perhaps give the opportunity for the participant to ask. I mean, one of the few questions in 1 or 2 minutes. If you have any questions. Okay, please. You have a microphone.
It's just an addition of the analytical work I had done. How the distribution of cow versus buffalo in state. What I had done from 1972 census up to 2019, that was the last census. I have analyzed the data, understand what are the fluctuations in the population. And one thing comes out very clearly is that all those states in India known as cow belt are having more buffaloes. And all those states where there is no cow protection act are having more cows. So the reason West Bengal is having more cows is because there is no cow protection law. Gujarat, which is very vehemently implementing cow protection law, has got 3 times more buffaloes than cows. Uttar Pradesh has got 3 times more buffaloes than cows. Whereas the situation in 1972 was reversed. I think it is economics, also plays an important role. People are ready to adjust culturally, but compromising with economics becomes very difficult. So I think that was the addition.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Saman, comments. So I just perhaps if it's okay with you, I just want to wrap it up. Let's give around. Okay, just one maybe 30 seconds quickly. Just the question, no comment, please.
Dr. Sohn saw the concentration of cattle is more in the eastern part of India, in the subcontinent, and concentration of buffalo is more in the western part. One thing you see, most of the breed, recognized breed, is available in the western part of India. For example, Gujarati, Mura, Ruti, that has been developed in the western part. In the eastern part, we have no breed, not buffalo, not cattle, except cattle. We have a civilization of India. It occurred in the western part of India. And the people get more privilege there. So they improve their caste. In the eastern part, we don't have this facility. So this did not develop here. This one reason why buffalo is more concentration in the western part. Because the established buffalo breed has been developed there. And this productivity of buffalo is more than the cattle there. This is the reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I take it as no question, just a comment. So please let's join me to give a round of applause to Dr. Sharif for his very comprehensive presentation. So next presentation will be presented by Dr. Gautam Kumar. I mean, he will be presenting his on the strategy towards the household buffalo farming in Bangladesh. Dr. Kumar, the floor is yours, and then you have 30 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair and the distinguished participant in front of me. I welcome you all toward strategies toward household buffalo farming in Bangladesh. I am Dr. Gautam Kumar from this Livestock Research Institute. So, in our previous presentation, I get a glimpse of scenario of Bangladesh buffalo production, and therefore I no need to go in this areas for further discussions. I thank Dr. Sharif Ahmed sir for detailing about Bangladesh buffalo production. So, this is we are thinking that buffalo is a species. It's getting priority right now in our country, and most of the buffaloes was rearing in the coastal and shore areas of the countries in feed system, what we call extensive system. But now it's being changing towards some semi-intensive situation and to some extent in commercial farming. So this is the systems we have to approach addressing in. And the purpose of buffalo was, in this country was mainly for drought power in different uses. But now it changes because our agriculture is now mechanized in most of the cases. and therefore utility of buffalo has been changing towards dairy purpose, and in secondary the meat is the second option for the purpose. At the end of the life, we use the buffalo for meat purpose. So this is the scenario that we are shifting from purposive buffalo farming in our country. And you already get ideas about buffalo populations. I am not interested on at all. So we already also, our previous presenter already described the production systems, and most of the buffalo are in coastal areas and some of our plain land, but this population is still under decreasing because drug power is not available right now. And you will see that there is variations in herd size in plain land. There are few numbers of animal keeping, and most of the buffalo in large herd size found in the shore areas. And about 59% buffalo are in extensive management system from our survey data from 12 districts from Bangladesh. And so this is very important that how we can address this extensive buffalo rearing in the extensive farming systems in our country. And there are some challenges previously mentioned that most of the buffalo in extensive system was raised in fallow land from the shore areas, but there was no limitations to use the land. But right now, the land, there is a competition in use of land from the different interministerial purpose and or economic. In most of the shore land and free land are under crop productions or some other purposes. Their use is limited there, and reducing coastal areas because the land is using for other purposes, and shore land undergoes going to be agricultural high value product contribution, and plain land mechanization in agriculture and transition. So there are a number of challenges that facing the extensive buffalo systems in our country right now. And so what we will do is we need buffalo because from our last days we get some presentation and we find that the buffalo milk and meat is a nutritious component in our daily life, and some of the peoples in the shorelands and in the coastal areas, they are rearing buffalo as of their cultural heritage from long times, and there is a limited scope for other livestock in that region. So we have to maintain buffalo to some way. And there is some scopes that if we bring the animals to some household system, their productivity will increase, their efficiency of production also increase, and sources of income diversification is there, and the market access we can make the market access of if we bring them in the intensive farming system, and then we make one of the major reasons for low production of absence of technology in the climate vulnerability sometimes hamper the expensive system. So there are some scope, so we can easily cast this to improve the household buffalo farming in our. But we have some challenges because our farmers are traditionally they are equipped with the extensive farming system without investing any inputs. So there are some challenges. We need some infrastructural facilities. But another important issue is that we have to address some high-yielding dairy buffalo because as we have known that the performance of our indigenous buffalo is very low, and there are some feed scarcity in different time frames of the country in the different seasons. There have some severe feed scarcity and limited use of technology. We are not used to, we are not experienced with technology for increasing buffalo production, and some salinity is also in the major part in the coastal areas. There is some problem of saline water. So And another is the market access and valuations and veterinary services, because most of the buffalo are in very remote areas in the coastal jobs. So there are some experiences of household buffalo farming in the Dinajpur district. So we already Dr. Sharif sir mentioned this result. So we get interesting that all of the performance improved in household farming system, and we also shown that there will be some economically beneficial if we manage this buffalo in the household system in some part of our countries. So we can get this experience to address the current situation of extensive buffalo farming. We can easily transfer them into the semi-intensive or intensive or whatever we call household buffalo farming systems. And what are the ways we can introduce? Can we change the farmer in overnight to come from extensive to semi-intensive or household farming? But it's not possible. So we have to adopt some strategy, or we have to take some approaches to convince our farmers towards our household farming. And one might be the introduction of buffalo in our dairy farming. So if we can address some buffaloes, hiring buffaloes towards our dairy system, then it will improve the milk quality, because the milk is stored in response to their nutrient compositions, and we can this buffalo. And another thing is very important in this, it will be that the residual feed from cattle might be used by the buffalo, and buffalo is more efficient utilizer of low quality roughage. So, and we can maximize our profit. And yesterday we discussed some of our farmers, those who have both cattle and buffalo in their farm. They say that they are getting some benefit because from rearing both the species in their farm. So this might be an option. I think our Indian people, so they have already practicing like these issues, and but there are some issues we have to address to satisfy farmers for household farming. This is one of important issues, is to improve uh, animals with high yielding animals. So we can improve our indigenous animals, because these are our cultural. We are adapted with this, their management and all other issues. And moreover, from last couple of years, we are fostering more of in our farming systems, and we also emphasizing our cross-breeding system so that we can improve the high-yielding buffalo at the national levels and our farmer levels. And so we need to adopt selective breeding technology for improving our indigenous buffaloes, as well as we are spreading artificial insemination, insemination technology throughout the country for improving this indigenous performance of our high-yielding buffalo. And another areas we have to address, that is the fodder-based feeding system, because concentrate based buffalo farming might not be the economic one. So we have to take strategies to how we can improve fodder systems in our country so that farmers can raise their buffalo. So already our previous presenters told that we can add high-yielding fodder production systems in the shore areas, and our experience, so the napier and some other variety grown well in the shorelands, as our experience from last couple of years. And we need some stress tolerance, in particularly in drought and saline areas. So if we can develop some varieties, so we can easily extend them at the farmers level, so that they can use their feeding crisis system, and we can apply the rotational grazing system. So BLRI is, and some silage technology already our say that and TMR based, we can shift to a feeding system toward forest based TMR feeding system. And this is the system. Right now we find in some of the cases the buffaloes are grazing in like this way, and but if we still if we can in some times of the year, and but if we can introduce the high yielding fodder system, that might be a good option for the farmers. And we are working on this for high yielding fodder based grazing practices. So we say that for our result, we find that if we use 25 days person for additional grazing, then we need about 180 decimal land for 5 lactating cows to manage them without supplementation of concentrate feed throughout the years. So, this could be an option. And we are also seeing that if we apply some agronomical practices in the existing soil, so there the growth rate of the local grass is also increased. That might be another option to increase the fodder availability at the soil areas. And we saw that if we supplement some minor amount of concentrate, it will economically improve the dairy performance and some other reproductive efficiency of the dairy animal in the store areas. And some other areas we need to address, because if we bring the buffaloes in the farm, then we have to concern about reducing their production costs. So in that cases, we can use the waste management issues. We have to concern about deworming, vaccination, particularly this we found in our earlier presentation that if we use deworming and vaccination, then in a regular interval, then the production of about 30% milk production increase in animals. So this is very important issues to be addressed, and another one is waste management. So that nowadays in Bangladesh, number of technology being used in the farmer for managing their waste. So if we summarize all of these issues, that horizontal buffalo farming is to some extent profitable, we can say, and it is time to start shifting from extensive to horizontal farming. We have to start from right now, and we need some support from the government and other sectors so that our farmers can easily shift towards the horizontal farming. Otherwise, and I should thank all of you for question hearing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Kumar, for the very comprehensive presentation and being on time within the time limit. So I think we have 5 minutes for the question. If you have any question to ask Dr. Kumar, the floor is open. But may I ask, I mean, if you want to give a comment, please be very brief and then direct to the question. Anyone?
I have an observation on artificial insemination in buffaloes. And that is what, I follow at the personal level. See, artificial, the major aim of artificial insemination is to spread good. Right? And that is only possible if you are having fertility. If your full value is not known, it is not known. So then in that case, you don't know whether you are really, spreading the good news. But then with AI, what you do is you compromise fertility. Your fertility, goes down to, let's say, 30%. So to many farmers, who are not interested in genetics because they know that the quality food is not available. I tell them, because they want milk, they want calf every 14 months. So I tell them go for it. But then the fertility is high, conception rate is high, as high as the. So if you are doing AI with not known science, which is protein not protein tested as genomic tested, then you're not spreading utility, but heavily compromising fertility and the profitability. So this is something I think from practical point of view we should take into. And of course, AI is much better. I'm not against AI, but AI should be done only if bull is known to be superior, and bull doesn't give milk. So the only way to know whether this is also wrong conception that a bull selected from a mother which has given good milk is going to give good milk. No, it has to be tested because it can go the other way around. Like Bernard and Griffith. That instead of 50 coming from the female side, it may be 50 coming from the male side. It could go reverse. So that is the reason there is an elaborate system of testing the bull. Unless the bull is testing, don't be like that it is okay. Then you just compromise on the bull. Thank you.
Thank Dr. Sharma. Anyone want to ask? Please.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Gautam. It's nice to meet you. But I have must to conclude that the household practice is more efficient than the traditional. I have to go in how many households can observe in that area. Because in our previous presentation we found that most of the buffalo are present in the coastal area.
Yes.
How many households you can visit or how many households is included in your research? That to conclude that the household system is more profitable than the traditional.
So I address this message from our research publications from another group of people of Bangladesh. So it's our observation also like this that the when we rearing buffaloes in our semi-intensive or intensive system, milk productions increase and the others biological the parameters also improve. So I think Dr. Raju Rahman can address because I cited from his publication how many family he observed.
Would like to comment on that?
Thank you. Actually, this was my PhD work. So I observed that to 300 households in the three regions. One is from the coastal area, another is from the drought area, and another is from the river basin area. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's what we got time for. Let's join me to give round and applause to Dr. Gautam Kumar.
Thank you.
And we come nearly to an end of this session, but before that, I would ask our reporter to give the summary of this session. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum. This is Dr. Mumin again. Hope everyone is well and slept well, ignoring the mosquito swarm. Dear participants, you got some home messages from today's three important lectures from our home and abroad presenters. The first message comes from Professor Abdul Samad. The messages are use of microencapsulation technology for better management of ketosis, where you can utilize 100% of glucose. And another technology could be the use of barrier film or sphincter sealant for better mastitis management. He clearly mentioned what is the best times to use those things and better management of the mastitis, and how you can better manage the wound using the chemi-owned bandage. So please talk with Professor Samad during coffee break if you are interested using those technologies in your farm. Then we have another important presentation from Sharif Ahmed Khan. Dr. Khan clearly mentioned that how cultural dominance influenced the buffalo population, not only in Bangladesh, also in India and Pakistan. The performance of our buffalo would be as good as India and Pakistan, other Asian countries, if they are managed properly. For better management, Dr. Chaudhuri suggested few things like our farming system should be better feeding system in our extensive farming system. The silage should be made with natural grass grown in the chore. Or sometimes we can grow high yielding grass in the chore and can make the silage. And we can also use the UMB or fattening purposes for our farming system, and male and female should be raised separately. Professor Chaudhary also mentioned some breeding challenges like inbreeding, summer stress, silage heat, depleted buffalo meat, which need to be addressed. And it suggested that the production system, service system, and regulatory system should work together. All these things are emphasized by Dr. Gautam Kumar Dev, and he concluded that our farming system should be it's time to convert our extensive farming system to intensive system to make it profitable, and we need government support for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Amina. So next, I will ask my co-chair, Professor Imran, to give his conclusion remark and then his reflection.
So thank you so much. We have presentations in this session, and very much interesting in the context of our country. Professor Samad sir mentioned rightly our problems. We are facing also this type of problems in our country, and this could be a way for solving this problem. In future, we can share the knowledge in our context. And Dr. Sharif Ahmed Chaudhary, he rightly mentioned that transformation of farming system in our country and increasing the number of population, like buffalo, decreasing the cattle population, and one point is mentioned that the cow egg in India, that's why the number of population of new population is higher in the western part and lower in the eastern part and southern part. In our country as well. So, and the third presentation, and he mentioned the farming system, household farming system in our country, and he rightly pointed out that the farming system is higher in our country right now. And from this information, we can simulate all types of information for using in our country as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's what we got time for this session. I think after this, the Monty is ready. I'm not quite sure if our organizer have any announcement. Please, the floor is yours. So, by the way, thanks a lot for your kind participation for this session.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, and thank you participants for your participation. So we'll go for tea break, 15 minutes break. And after that, we'll have group discussion on different topics and listed in the schedule. We'll maintain the same groups what we did yesterday. So you know where you are. I mean, we'll have the four the things two at the front and two at the English. So come forward and take your seat after the session, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
স্যার না উনি আজকে যাবে
হ্যাঁ
প্রেজেন্টেশন
এই
ওই যে রিপোর্টটা তো বলছিল স্যার আমাদের যেগুলো আছে সেগুলো চলতে বলছিল এখন এটা কিউজিএর সময় আমরা ওই যে কি চলবে সময় না আমরা এটা করে না আমি করবো কিনা তাহলে আমার তো
টপিকটা এখানে আছে না, টপিকটা কোথায় পাবো? টপিক
Case scenario. Template.
নাম করে দেখি Day-3
হ্যাঁ বুঝতেছে কোনটা
ওকে
আমাদের
ওই যে এটার জন্য বুঝতেছ আর কি রোসার জন্য বাস দিছে আর কি Day-3 আরে দেখতাম না বসবেন আপনি এটা আর কালকে এটা শেয়ার করছেন সমস্যা নেই আরে না এটা কই একবারে এই যে এগুলা ঢুকাইতে হবে লেখাটা কোথায় আছে তাহলে লেখাটা কোথায় আছে ডিসকাশন তারপর কাগজটা এটা একটা আমি ডকুমেন্ট পাঠিয়ে দিব না বলবো
তুমি বলো এই অনু আমার তুমি লিখো, তুমি করো করো তো, অভিরূপকে একটু হেল্প করো, তুমি এখানে এসে বসো। বলো, আমি তো দুটো লিখতেছি, বলো। কেস ওয়ান বলো। কেস ওয়ান হচ্ছে স্ট্র্যাটেজিস টু এনহ্যান্স। কেন ছবিগুলো চেঞ্জ হবে না তো? আপনাকে এটা পাঠাই দিই। হ্যাঁ পাঠাই দাও, ওটা ওটা হ্যাঁ পাঠাই দাও। তুমি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ দিয়ে মেলে দিবা। এখানে 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 দেখাতে সুবিধা কথা, সুবিধার ল্যাপটপ। তোমরা এটা কালকে তৈরি করো না কেন? তোমরা একজন আরেকজনকে বলতে থাকো। আমার প্রেজেন্টেশন নিয়ে স্যারের সাথে বসছি না, আমি আমাদের সাথে একজন আরেকজনকে বলতে থাকো, সারা জীবন ইয়ে করতে হবে। এনা করে এডিটিং করতে হবে। ইনডেক্স ইয়াটা দিবেন না? ওখানে সব আছে না, টাইটেল দিব তো সব আছে না এটাতে? হ্যাঁ আছে, চারটাই আছে। এটাতে নাকি এটাতে? শেয়ারিং বন্ধ করে তো যায় না শেয়ারিং গুলা। বলো লেখা কি? এটা নিচে রাখ, এটা একটু নিচে নামাই, এটা একটু লম্বা করে। দিচ্ছি মাউস নাই না তোমাদের? আচ্ছা আমি করি, মাউসটা আমি দ্রুত করো তাহলে। জাস্ট একটা স্লাইড বানাও, বুঝছো? ওইটাতে কপি পেস্ট করে সব বহাই দিবা। একটা ফর্ম বানাও, একটা কেস সিনারির জন্য বানাও, বাকিটা কোনো ফর্ম করে বহাই দিবা। কপি পেস্ট করে এখানে যে লিখতে হবে, আমি কপি পেস্ট করে নিয়ে আসো। জি তার ওপেন করেছি কেস সিনারিওটা নাও। হ্যাঁ বুলেট পয়েন্ট। বাবা রে, ঠিক আছে রাখো। তুমি গেছো? আমি খাইছি। এই মেয়েটা খাইছে? কয়টা বুলেট পয়েন্ট করে দাও। প্ল্যান রেখে বাকিগুলো কেটে দিও আর কি। স্যার চলে আসছে অলরেডি। তুমি এত কিছু দেখতে পারো, পড়ার সময় নাই। তুমি জাস্ট কয়েকটা দিয়ে দিই না? হ্যাঁ আন্দাজে করে দাও, আন্দাজে করে দিয়ে দাও। শেষ। সিনারিও কোশ্চেনটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট, ওগুলো দেওয়ার দরকার না তোমার। ডিসকাশন এখানে আছে। এত ফালতু এবার একটা Or soft or top level. আমার তো ওরা ডিস্টার্ব করছে উপর
সবগুলো আছে নিয়ে আসছি না বসলে যে কোনো কিছু বুঝতে পারবে আছে তো এখানে সুবিধা হবে ওইখানে তো তোমার ইয়ে হবে না এটা তো এখানে মাল্টিপ্লাই কি এক্সটেনশন আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে ইয়ে 5:30 5:30 থেকে 10 মিনিট সেশনের মধ্যে আমাকে 10 মিনিটের কথা বলবো আপনি ওয়ান হেলথের ভালো লাগবে দিতে তো সারাদিনই দিচ্ছে
হয়ে গেছে দেখে আসো দেখে আসো একবার জাস্ট একবার কোয়েশ্চেনগুলো ভিন্ন ভিন্ন কিনা
Welcome all after the tea break. Now you are heading to the group discussion session on sustaining buffalo production in Bangladesh. Here, the facilitators will be Professor Dr. Raihan Habib, Department of Dairy Science, Bangladesh Agricultural University, and Dr. Shamaranjan Burwa from DLS, Department of Livestock Service. There will be 4 groups in this group discussion as yesterday. Group A, Murad, will be placed in front to my left. Group B will be in front to my right. Group C will be in back to my left. And Group D will be in back to my right. For Group A, note taker will be Dr. Sanjeev Chandranath and Dr. Meher Janan Shaki. Group leader will be Professor Abdul Samad and Dr. Gautam Kumar Dey. For Group B, the note taker will be Dr. Shubhajit Ho and Dr. Obhiru Bhushan Pal. Group leader will be Professor Dr. Mohammad Mizanur Rahman and Professor Dr. Digant Bisha. For Group C, note taker will be Dr. Sabrina Pedro and Dr. Unusling Marma. And group leader will be Professor Dr. Nasim Ahmed and Associate Professor Dr. Momina Khatu. For Group D, note taker will be Dr. Tanvir Ahmed Nizami and Dr. Shirazul Islam Tagore. Group leader will be Associate Professor Dr. Shubi Singh and Professor Dr. Raihan Habib.
টেমপ্লেট আছে ইসের ওই কি বলে পার্বল প্রেজেন্টেশন সেটা
নাই মনে হচ্ছে কাউকে রাখে দিছিল সাগর ছিল সবজি সাগরের যাবে না আচ্ছা ওপিকে দিয়ে রাখো ওপিকে দিয়ে রাখো তারপর একটা কোথায় একটা সুগতা আছে হ্যাঁ সেগুলোকে দিয়ে রাখো
যারা খামারি ছিলেন তাদের জন্য বলছি যে আগামী গতকালকে হচ্ছে আপনারা যে গ্রুপে ছিলেন আজকে সেই গ্রুপে হচ্ছে আপনারা অবস্থান করবেন। গতকালকে আপনারা যে গ্রুপে ছিলেন আজকে সেই গ্রুপে হচ্ছে আপনারা অবস্থান করবেন।
ক্যান্সার একটাতে আছে না
আচ্ছা ওদের আন্ডার হেলথের টেমপ্লেট এর উপরে আমাদের ইয়ে করলে প্রেজেন্টেশনটা করলে ওদের ভালো হবে
আমি আমাকে রাউন্ড গেলে কাজ করতে হবে নাই তোমার একটা এক্সট্রা পাওয়া যাবে তার থেকে নেবো বলেন আচ্ছা সাগরের ল্যাপটপটা সাগর কই সে বাইরে ব্যাংকে এটা কে টেমপ্লেটটা কোথায় বানাইছে SI GH ABU না এটা abu.edu.nb is seen @abu.edu.nb পাঠাইছি দেখো পাইছে কিনা আচ্ছা দাঁড়া তোমাকেও তো পাঠাইছে না ওখানে তাকে ফরওয়ার্ড করতে পারো
বর্তমানে তার খাবারের দৈনিক উৎপাদন হলো 80 লিটার। এছাড়াও আমাদের ডিস্ট্রিক্ট কার্বয়েড রয়েছে, যা তিনি বিক্রি করবেন। তবে কিছুটা ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে বয়সে দুধ এবং মাংস এখনো ভোক্তাদের কাছে কতটা জনপ্রিয় খাবারের কথা। অনেকে বিশ্বাস করেন যে বয়সে দুধ খেলে স্বাস্থ্যের থেকে চিনির সমস্যা বেশি হয়। আবার অনেকে বিশ্বাস করেন যে বয়সের মাংস মানুষের ত্বকের সমস্যা। তবে আমরা জানি যে বয়সের দুধ এবং মাংস উভয় স্বাস্থ্যকর এবং পুষ্টিগত মানের সমৃদ্ধ খাবার। তাই উন্নয়নশীল দেশের পরিপ্রেক্ষিতে এটি খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ খাদ্য উৎস হিসেবে বিবেচিত হতে পারে। বাংলাদেশের বাজারে মহিষের মাংস মূলত গরুর মাংস হিসেবে বিক্রি হয়। তাই জনসাধারণের মধ্যে মহিষের পণ্যের গ্রহণযোগ্যতা বৃদ্ধির জন্য এই পণ্যগুলোর সম্পর্কে মানুষকে সচেতন করার মাধ্যমে এর জনপ্রিয়তা বৃদ্ধি করা প্রয়োজন। মানে এখন খাবারের সাথে ইন্টারভিউ করে তাহলে আশঙ্কা বা তাহলে মানুষ অনেকে আবার বিকল্প পথ বাংলাদেশের বিভিন্ন জায়গায়
এটা দিয়ে শুরু করেছি।
আপনাদের আগে আপনাদের একটু আপনারা খাবেন আপনার খাবারের তো আপনারা লাগছে মানুষেরও বিভিন্ন তাহলে আপনাদের এই যে বিষয়টা কত পুষ্টিকর যে আমাদের আপনাদের
সাবজেক্টটা বলছে যে ওখানে সবগুলো ফ্রেন্ডস লিস্ট করা হলো সেগুলো আচ্ছা করো বলে কিন্তু বলে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এটা নিতে ভুলে আমার ইয়েটা না না মানে বলে আজকে তো এই যে রিডাকশন হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এটা আমি যা পছন্দ তারপরে চ্যালেঞ্জ আর কি চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে এখানে অন্যরা বায়োডাইভার্সিটি মানে এটা ডিসপ্লে করেছে না এখানে আমাদের মধ্যে পরে আরো করে যদি ইয়ে করো আরেকটা চ্যালেঞ্জ আমি পেয়েছি এটা তো বলছি
হ্যাঁ এখানে করতেছে, ওটা বন্ধ করে রাখছি। হ্যাঁ ওটা চলতেছে, এই চলতেছে ওটা।
প্রতি গ্রুপকে জুম করে
করো, আমার কাজ আছে।
কোনো কারণে
Sure, on my push. ফাইলটা ফরওয়ার্ড করেন না তো আপনি আমাকে ভাই, মিলে আসছে না, একবার রুমকে ফোন করেন, না না ফরওয়ার্ড করে দেন। আমার এখান থেকে সেন্ড করছো না? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, তো বসিং হয় আপনার ল্যাপটপ থেকে। হ্যাঁ এইটা, হ্যাঁ কোনটা ওপিকে পাঠানো হয়েছে? হ্যাঁ ওপি 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 শো আছে, কি আছে, সন্দীপ আছে 11টা 13। হ্যাঁ রুমি রুমকে দিয়ে দেন, রুমিকে দিয়ে আর রুমি করে আচ্ছা
মনে করো আমার প্রোডাকশন
আসছে
সে তুমি বলছিল ফুলের কোনটা আমাদের কাছে বেশ কয়েকবার
না তুমি নাও, এটা নিয়ে কি কথা করো। ঘুরাও
Respected Chairman and dear colleagues of this session, very welcome. It is a very mid time of today's good day. Dear colleagues, obviously all the four groups provided their valuable knowledge, and I request first parallel group 1 to present their valuable suggestions, strategies to enhance acceptance of buffalo milk and beef. I request the reporters of this group to present their knowledge.
Thank you very much, sir. So it's case scenario 1, and case scenario is strategies to enhance acceptance of buffalo milk and meat. And our story was the Aisha Begum, a farmer from Godagari. She has 80 buffaloes with 21 lactating buffaloes, and she has also 20 bulls, buffalo bulls, and she wished to sell these bulls in the coming Eid al-Adha. But she's worried about some reports about buffalo milk and meat. Like some people think that buffalo milk is cause indigestion or like some skin problems. Though she knows about the beneficial effects of buffalo milk and meat. So we discussed about the needs of buffalo milk and meat with our farmers, and now I'll present the results. Our first point was discuss why there are some negative myths around buffalo meat and milk in Bangladesh. And from the farmer's point of view, they don't take buffalo meat as a parental habit. Like their parents don't eat buffalo meat, so they don't like to eat it. And some also said that the buffalo meat is not tasty and not available in all areas. And also some people sell buffalo meat as beef in the market, so they don't like it. And that's all from these farmers. And from the other's point of view, buffalo milk fiber is thicker than the beef, because they are slaughtered in aged, when they are aged or ill buffalo. And in case of buffalo milk products like curd, they said that buffalo curd is prepared from unboiled milk, so there is some undesirable bacteria or high microbial load, so they don't like it. And there's also some bad smell from the unboiled buffalo curd, so they don't take it due to public health hazard. And moreover, some farmers said that sometimes there's found high parasitic load when buffaloes are slaughtered. This may be due to the not practicing deworming in buffalo farms. Our next point was, how can we enhance acceptance of buffalo milk and meat in Bangladesh? And there's some points about this, like first of all, we need more publication or raising awareness among public general people about the beneficial facts of buffalo milk and meat. And also we need to work together with the government and farmers to increase the availability or meat production of buffalo, so that we can make it available in all the areas of Bangladesh. And also, we have to ensure the hygiene of buffalo milk and meat production, and also need branding of buffalo milk products like cheese and curds or sweet curd.
and also need a discussion with different stakeholders about the beneficial effects of buffalo milk and meat. And moreover, we need to focus on the marketing of buffalo milk and meat separately. Like we need to create a buffalo milk value chain for buffalo milk products and meat. And moreover, farmers should ensure their publication because government alone cannot do it. So farmers should come forward to publish for the publication or make people aware about their products like buffalo milk and meat and what they're producing from their farms. So in this way, we can increase the acceptance of buffalo milk and meat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Chandana. Now I request to present deputies from Dr. Sinha. Who will present title on studies in buffalo case scenario. Sorry. Now, go from to discuss our respected sir, Dr. Diven Vishas.
আচ্ছা ঠিক বাকিগুলো তো আমার কাছে দেয় নাই কি এটা করে এটা না না এটা তো নেওয়া হয় নাই এইভাবে হয় অন্য গ্রুপকে ডাকি অন্য গ্রুপেরটাও তো দেয় না গ্রুপ ডি কে ডাকো গ্রুপ ডি স্যার উনি এটা দিয়েছেন কিন্তু ওনারটা এইচডিএমআই নাই দিব্যেন্দু স্যারের ঘুরে যাচ্ছে আমরা গ্রুপ কোর্স কন্টিনিউ করি স্যার মাল চলে আসছে ঠিক আছে
Okay, the audience and participants, we have got some technical difficulties. So I would like to open the floor for discussion on this first presentation of Group 1. Strategies to enhance acceptance of milk and meat in our country especially. So the floor is now open for discussion, please. Any question on this issue from our respected participants?
On purpose.
I'm Dr. Khoirur Rahman from Smola. My first question, if we established a buffalo meat in Bangladesh as a buffalo meat, firstly, some businessmen or traders appointed buffalo meat from India or other country, imported. If we ban it, then buffalo meat will be, then farmer get the actual money from buffalo meat. If not, we ban it, then the buffalo, the farmer do not sell buffalo meat as a buffalo meat. So firstly, we banned the import of buffalo meat. And secondly, we also arranged the awareness program about the quality of buffalo meat rather than cow meat. Then we established buffalo meat as a buffalo.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. So it is a very scientific suggestion. We sometimes import buffalo meat, but we know that it is sold as beef. So the proposition is to ban this type of practice, and we should sell buffalo meat as okay, as buffalo meat. We have to brand this as buffalo meat. That's the proposition, I think, from the broccoli. That one. And what about buffalo milk at the same practice? Okay, thank you. And now I would invite Dr. Raju to give his comments or questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, আমি আমার comments for observation. Could you please two phenomena in the buffalo meat? আমি যদি বলি যে buffalo meat, আমরা now we are thinking about the branding for buffalo meat. But while we at this moment or at this situation, while we go to the market for purchasing buffalo meat, we don't get buffalo meat because they slaughter this animal in a week or 1 month. We have no so much population of buffalo. So one thing is there is demand for the buffalo meat. আমি যখন buffalo meat কিনতে যাই তখন আমি এক সপ্তাহ আগে কোষের দোকানে গিয়ে বুকিং দিয়ে রাখি যে অমুকদিন শুক্রবার সকালে buffalo স্লটার হবে, তো আমার জন্য 1 কেজি বা 2 কেজি যতটুকু দরকার হয় রাখবে। তো তখন আমি তো ব্র্যান্ডিং এর প্রশ্নটা একদিকে যেমন আসতেছে, আরেকদিকে আবার গ্রাজুয়ালি কিন্তু আমার buffalo মিটের ডিমান্ড কিন্তু তো সাইমultaneously আমরা যদি ভ্যালু চেইনকে অ্যাড্রেস করি তাহলে আমাদের buffalo মিট হিসাবে যেন বাজারে বিক্রি হয় সেই বিষয়টা আমরা যেমন আমাদের বুচারি বা বুচার সব যারা আছে, যারা বুচার আছে, কসাই যারা আছে তাদেরকে অ্যাওয়ারনেস করতে হবে। পাশাপাশি আমাদের কনজিউমার যারা তাদেরকেও বুঝতে হবে ইয়েস buffalo মিট ইজ গুড ফর হেলথ। এই জিনিসটা আমাদের বুঝতে হবে। ইভেন যারা খামারি তারা যেন তাদের কম দামে পোশাক কাছে বিক্রি না করে গরুর মাংস হিসাবে কাছ থেকে যেটা চালাতে সেটা যেন না হয় সেটাও দেখতে হবে। যদিও এই প্রবণতাটা এই ট্রেন্ডটা এখন আমার মনে হয় জিরো লেভেলে চলে এসেছে। মেবি আপনারা আমার সঙ্গে মত হবেন বেশিরভাগ। এটা একটা আরেকটা আমি বলি যে মিটের ক্ষেত্রে হলো আরেকটা আমি বলি buffalo milk ভ্যালু চেইনে আমরা যদি দেখি এখন ভ্যালু চেইন এর বিষয়টা প্রত্যেকটা সেগমেন্টে যদি দেখি আপনার এই মিল্কের 98% বা 99% ইনফর্মাল মার্কেটে এটা কখনো তো প্রসেসিং চ্যানেলে বা প্রসেসিং মার্কেট ফর্মাল মার্কেটে এই মিল্কটা আসে না, এটা সম্পূর্ণ আমাদের ওই সুইট মিট শপে চলে। তো শুধুমাত্র বাফেলো মিল্ক দিয়ে যে মিল্ক প্রোডাক্ট গুলো তৈরি করতে হবে সেই জিনিসটা কিন্তু আমরা ওই প্রবণতাটা দেখতেছিলাম। করে আমাদের যে মিল্ক যারা তৈরি করে তাদের বাফেলো মিল্কটা সেখানে ডিমান্ড, তো সেখানেও আমাদের একটা কাজের জায়গা আছে। গতকালকে আমাদের প্রফেসর দেখিয়েছিলেন যে বিভিন্ন প্রোডাক্ট তৈরি হতে শুরু করছে। তো আমাদের অ্যাওয়ারনেস ক্যাম্পেইনটা বেশি করতে হবে।
We have some constraint of time, so I will take only 2 questions after Dr. Samar. Then I will give you the floor. Okay, please.
Just like to see, if you want to regulate this labeling or trade, you need to actually we have those kind of facilities to use. And there is the policy lack of policy lack they will do only corporation, but it is for general public. They need
That's an excellent proposition. Yes, thank you. So we should think about the differentiation between buffalo milk and beef sold in the market by purchasing. Thank you very much. And now the last question from, could you please introduce yourself and yes. In short, please.
I have 300 buffalo, and this side is 30 and 2 years already we are my income is short because I already come here. I saw the buffalo work and because I have big market here. Buffalo always big prices buffalo up. And this week also, almost 150, 140 million buffalo. Because I need from all marketing, government is possible. Even is no very buffalo meat. I think the government marketing policy doctor. I saw many doctors give the attention. Don't eat because we have the heart problem. Eat bottles because it is bad. It is very bad. I already have outside. I already better outside. Which the why you can eat buffalo meat? Because it's good. I'm already better here. I need government for marketing this buffalo. Because this for food already yes, and another is benefit for here because they grow up other than this have to grow up in summer.
I have one question. It's not clear to me. Yes, I know the milk price is higher, buffalo milk price is higher. You say that the 50 taka higher is the cost of beef, or the buffalo.
Buffalo is selling price is higher.
Buffalo meat is higher.
And milk also.
And my question is, so if buffalo milk is more price value, so why consumers don't like to buy buffalo meat? Why?
Because they don't understand they don't understand it inside. Buffalo meat is good and bad for why.
So we need consumer education.
Yes.
And the
advertisement. So many other things.
Okay, thank you very much. We got the message. So here, please note it down. Okay, thank you very much. So now we will move to the next presentation. I would request my co-chair, Dr. Soranjan Burwa, please.
Thank you. You can come back again. Now, I request presenter from Group 2 who will present on mastitis in buffalo, mastitis in buffalo case scenario.
Okay, thank you. Actually, the mastitis buffalo is very complex. According to the farmers, that
we updated the
cow. So there are some story about the buffalo mastitis, as you know, is identified. So according to this scenario, thus we concluded that we will find out some point from the farmer's view as well as from the scientist's view. So our first question was discuss what would be the best evidence-based treatment strategy for this case. That's the first question was like that. If the mastitis is present into the buffalo farms, and in diagnostic test, it would be the Day-3 coli. So what is the farmer say or farmers can do at that case? So in case of farmers, actually they use so many meat or so many their own practices. Like sometimes they use the any egg mash, that means either poultry or into the dark egg. The mix and they can apply to the whole udder, and ultimately it will be cured. Sometimes they use only wool. Maybe you know the wool. They use the paste and use the whole udder. Sometimes well. Sometimes they use the wool with oil and it spreads to the udder. It's okay. Sometimes they use only with the soapy water. And just wash the udder and the soap water will be applied to the udder and ultimately 2 or 3 days it will be it's cured. Sometimes in the road coma turmeric, that means they use the udder 2 or 3 days ultimately it will be very good. But one of the farmers in our group, in the Iqbal hotels from the Chittagong, actually they use he has some dairy farm mainly. Actually, they regularly check the supplemental mastitis with some kit. So if they found the animal is suffering from the supplemental mastitis, at that time we use only masticated powder. Ultimately, their mastitis or supplemental mastitis will be cured from this farmer's group. But in others' view, the scientists view that if the E. coli is infected at that time, the milk color is only watery. Actually, it is the most cardinal sign for the E. coli infection in the dairy farm. At that time, the milking is every hour. It is very possible to recover from this E. coli infection. At the same time, sometimes use the raw turmeric, raw turmeric with the lime and also the aloe vera gel, and we will make some watery mix and apply to the udder 2 or 3 times in a day. Ultimately, it will be cured. But in case of Staphylococcus or Staphylococcus aureus, at that time the milk color is fixed in nature. So at that time, sometimes somebody called the দুধ ছানা ছানা হয়ে যাচ্ছে বেরোচ্ছে এই লাইক যখন like that, at that time we can use some natural hot fermentation, or sometimes Dr. Sivaram said that if we use the phytolactate that is the homeopathic medicine, ultimately it will be administered orally, it will be cured. But if the animal is suffering from the gangrenous mastitis, that means the reddish color will come out from the udder, or sometimes the pasty color will come out from the udder. At that time, it is very dangerous. So it has no possible to cure it in this condition. The number questions 2 was that the discuss about the best evidence-based treatment strategy for this case and the art, that is suffering from the severe mastitis. That is 2 types of organisms here is found, that is non-aureus Staphylococcus and aureus Staphylococcus. So it is a gangrenous type of mastitis which is no treatment is evidence or no treatment is applied at that case. So sometimes the farmers in the buffalo farmers have to be in the area, because in short area or into the other area, because আঞ্চলিক, যেটাকে আমরা বাংলায় বলি আঞ্চলিক রোগ অনুসন্ধান কেন্দ্র, সেটা অনেক বিভাগীয় শহরে আছে, বাট দেয়ার ইজ নো লোকাল ডায়াগনোসিস ডায়াগনস্টিক সেন্টার। তো অনেক 4 থেকে 5টা টোটাল বাংলাদেশের বিভিন্ন সেন্টারে এই সেন্টারগুলো আছে। এই জন্য খামারিরা হয়তো তারা এই ফ্যাসিলিটিটা অ্যাভেল করতে পারে না। So they have the possibility to test the milk color or milk, either it is affected by the organisms or either it is affected by the other things, or either which antibiotic sensitivity is possible to diagnose with this. So that's why the farmers have no able to earn this test. But in case of Dr. Iqbal from the Secretary, he said that he will sign the jail formation after supplemental test, the test 3. At that time, he will consider powder, some boric acid, the other. Ultimately, he said that it is very effective treatment for that case. Not initially, but in case of later stage, it is not possible to do that. But when the score is more than 3, at that time it is antibiotic should be used at that time, or otherwise the animal is discarded, because this relation to the production. If the production is 7 liter per day, or there is maybe he said that it is considered from this one, because the production cost as well as the milk cost, it is not equal. So at that time it is best way to discard from this one with a healthy condition. Sometimes Dr. Shivaram said that if the udder is swelling or some complex compositions into the milk, at that time endoprostosis or gentamicin can be used, but it is not ensured that it will be cured. But then the endoprostosis should be used in intramuscular, and the gentamicin should be used in intravenous or other transferal route. But no intramammary infusions should be used in that case, because it sometimes can cause the other organisms can be introduced to the other and ultimately can cause the inflammation. So at that time, if we use any anti-inflammatory drug, it is better to use only 2 or 3 days, not more than 5 days. That's why on 5 days and ultimately the message is not clear. So this is all about our
presentation. ইয়ে করা যায় না এরকম ফুল স্ক্রিন।
Thank you, Dr. Vishwas, to represent their knowledgeable finding out. Could I give a big hand for group 2? Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions, because it is a very crucial and interesting issue. Please. Yes, please.
আমি কথা বলছি এখানে আমার একটা ওই জীবাণুটা কি আপনার ওলান থেকে পরিলক্ষণ অংশ আমাদের
আমি দুইটাই নিতে পারছি।
কিন্তু আমরা দেখা যায় যে বিভিন্ন ভাবে ইয়ে করার পরেও দেখা যায় বরফ দেওয়া হয়, কোনো কোনো চুকানো হয়, তারপর দেখা যায় চাকটা ভাঙে যায়, অনেক সময় দেখা যায় চাকটা পারফেক্ট হয়ে যায়। এটার জন্য কি করা?
Actually, আজকে সকালে প্রফেসর আমার সাথে একটা প্রেজেন্টেশন দিয়েছেন, সেখানে অনেক কিছু ডিসকাস করেছেন। তারপর আমি বলি, আপনার ফার্স্ট কোশ্চেন ছিল হলো যে ম্যাস্টাইটিস অর্গানিজমটা কোথা থেকে আসলো, এই তো প্রশ্ন ছিল, অন্য জায়গা ছড়ায় কিনা। একটা জিনিস খেয়াল, বাংলায় বলছি, একটা জিনিস খেয়াল রাখেন যে এই এনিমেলটা কিন্তু হয়তো কোনো এক সময় ম্যাস্টাইটিস ছিল, জরায় এসে প্রদাহ ছিল। আমার স্যার আগে ক্লিয়ারলি বলেছেন, ধর কোনো এনিমেলের যদি জ্বরে প্রদাহ থাকে, ম্যাস্টাইটিস থাকে, পুরো অর্গানিজম কিন্তু আলটিমেটলি আগারে যাবে, or sometimes it is some invading, ফ্লোর থেকে কিন্তু অর্গানিজম আগার দিয়ে হয়ে ওঠে। এজন্য স্যার বারে বারে বলছেন ফ্লোর ক্লিয়ার রাখতে হবে, ড্রাই রাখতে হবে, ফ্লোর ভিজা রাখা চলবে না। আমাদের যেটা খুব ব্যাড প্র্যাকটিস, যে কোনো খামারে দেখবেন পুরোর ভিজা থাকে, এটা একটা কারণ হতে পারে। তবে অন্য কোনো ভাইটাল অর্গানে যাওয়ার আর সুযোগ থাকে না, অনলি ইন্টারেস্ট অর ইনটু দা আদার, এখানে মোটামুটি সুযোগ থাকে যদি এটা পুনরায় যদি তাহলে সমাধান না হয়ে থাকে। দ্বিতীয় প্রশ্ন ছিল কি এটা আমরা কিন্তু এখানে কিছুটা আলাপ করেছি, আমরা দেখেছি sometimes the other is hard. Actually, at that time, maybe the mastitis face, maybe this report maybe the hard layer, that is hard layer. At that time, the other is almost hard. So at that time, Dr. Sivaram or Dr. Evaluation says that you can do some fermentation, like the folic acid, or sometimes the aloe vera, aloe leaves without turmeric or the চুল, এটা থেকে মোটামুটি কিছুটা হলো হয়। এখন সবগুলোই যে হবে 100% we have to study like that. Thank you.
Okay, there are two questions raised by a farmer. So for the second issue, if lump prevails in the udder, is there any suggestion from the floor? I think there could be many experts on mastitis treatment and post-mastitis care. Can you please add some more suggestions? আচ্ছা, আমি বলবো যে রোডে আমার মনে হয় অনেক এক্সপার্ট ভেটেরিনারিয়ান আছেন, তারা কি আমাদের খামারিদের উদ্দেশ্যে আরো দু একটা সাজেশন দিতে পারেন, যেমন পোলানে যদি চাকা থেকে যায় ম্যাস্টাইটিস ট্রিটমেন্টের পরেও, তাহলে এটাকে কিভাবে দূর করা যায়, এ বিষয়ে কি আপনাদের কোনো মতামত বা সাজেশন আছে কিনা আমাদের খামারিদের উদ্দেশ্যে?
যেটা বলতে পারি,
হ্যাঁ, এটা আমি ফ্লোর ওপেন করে দিয়েছি আপনাদের জন্য, আমরা সুন্দর সাজেশন পেয়েছি, আপনি কিছু বলবেন?
I request Dr. Shivaral, can you just provide some sort of knowledge about mastitis, please? Based on the farmer and related to mastitis.
He said that the farmer faces a problem, there remains a lump in the udder. Small lump. Small lump. That could be felt. So how to cure, or what about the এই দুধটা কি তখন সাধারণ থাকে নাকি ছাঁকা ছাঁকা থাকে? The milk appears normal, but there is a lump inside udder. So how to get rid of this?
Just you have to aspirate with the needle, and you have to see whether it is udder cyst or udder hematoma or udder abscess. If it is, you have to take it apart. So it is not a case related to mastitis. The milk is normal. There is a lump or a swelling in the udder milk. You have to get udder cyst, udder hematoma or udder abscess. Only by aspiration we can reach it.
What sorts of treatment can you provide this type of symptoms?
According to these three things, we have to, if it is udder abscess, we have to drain it out. If it is udder cyst, you have to drain it out. You can use coronary and all. You can go for a course of the penicillin and all. The external application with the magnesium sulfate with the glycerin, also you can apply. That so it depends upon the three theories. Okay.
So there are some good suggestions. Thank you very much.
What Professor Sivaram, actually, maybe I can understand another thing, because sometimes the udder is hard. Total about four quarters, 1 quarter is hard, but milk color is normal. But milk production also is reduced. Another 3 quarter is normal. 1 quarter is hard, milk color is normal, but hard. It is not like the other 3 quarters. But milk color is milk production is very less. And another 3 quarters, about 40 liters, is milk, and the affected quarter is only 2 liters. How can the solution?
Because we have to.
But there is no any cyst, there is no any hematoma, there is.
Yeah. All 3 quarters is normal. The product is normal. Only 1 quarter under this slightly swollen.
Not swollen, hard.
but is reduced. So only 2 chances are there. It could be a case of old case of matrix, right? Old case. So we can very easily identify by using ultrasound whether the functional ladder is there or not. Very easy, very easy.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more suggestions from the floor? Okay, I have some experience that I can share with our farmers as well. At first, let me explain it in our native language, Bangla. I learned this technique from our late Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman from our Department of Medicine. So you know everyone who Professor Rahman was. So he gave me some suggestions to deal with the typical problem our farmer has raised. আমি খামারিদের উদ্দেশ্যে বলি, in case of mastitis, I mean ওলান প্রদাহ যদি হয়, you at first decide whether you should treat by a registered veterinarian, not by a quack. Okay, that's number 1 case. So if you at first find the symptoms of mastitis, শুরুতে যদি দেখেন যে ওলান ফুলে গেছে বাচ্চা হওয়ার পরে, চাকা ধরে গেছে, লাল হয়ে গেছে, just wash the udder 6 times a day, 5 minutes each time with cold running water for at least 2 days, but not more than 2 days. If you find improvement, then you can continue. It is not my suggestion. I have practiced and I have got the benefit. আমি এটা উপকৃত হয়েছি. I was once the manager of a large dairy farm anyway. যেই জিনিসটা জরুরি হলো যদি 2 দিনের মধ্যে if you do not find any improvement, then you have to seek the care of a veterinarian, a registered veterinarian. The registered veterinarian will decide and treat the disease accordingly. একজন পাশ করা ডাক্তার এটাকে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক হোক যে কোনো ট্রিটমেন্ট করে সারিয়ে তুলবেন। The mastitis is over. ওলান প্রদাহ চলে গেছে, দুটো সমস্যা থেকে যাবে। Number 1 problem is that quarter will not produce sufficient milk. এখান থেকে যে পরিমাণ দুধ আসার কথা সে পরিমাণ দুধ বের হচ্ছে না। Number 2, that you will feel a lump during milking inside the udder, that quarter. তাহলে এই দুটো সমস্যার সমাধানের রাস্তাটা কি? কোয়ার্টারে যদি দুধ কমে যায় বুঝতে হবে যে তার মধ্যে যেই নালী দিয়ে দুধগুলো বের হতো কোনোভাবে ব্লক হয়ে গেছে। I mean there is a blockage, or mastitis is a devastating disease of udder. So there is a powder called Masticare Plus. I'm not trying to advertise for this powder because I don't know any other suitable powder supplement available in the market. Masticare Plus powder 2 কৌটা পর 5 দিন খাওয়াতে হবে। I have observed personally that it regenerates the milk ducts and the quarter restores its milk production capacity. আবার দুধ বের হওয়া শুরু করবে, আপনারা চেষ্টা করবেন দেখবেন, কিন্তু চাকা থেকে যাবে লাম্প। Then another solution is that tincture of camphor. নারকেল তেলে 100 মিলি নারকেল তেলে 2-4 চামচ কর্পূর দিয়ে ভালো মতো ঝাঁকায় হাতের তালুতে নিয়ে দিনে 3 বার করে খুব জেন্টলি মালিশ দিতে হবে for at least 3 weeks, even 6 weeks, 1 থেকে 1.5 মাস। হালকা করে চাকা ভাঙতে ভাঙতে দেখবেন এক সময় চাকাটা নাই হয়ে গেছে। I did it personally myself. I used to milk a cow in my dairy farm, and I found these 2 post-Masticare treatment very effective. Masticare Plus, treating of Masticare Plus for 5 days, just after antibiotic treatment finishes. And, the next one is the use of tincture of camphor. If you do not get Masticare Plus, if this is marked out, sometimes it happens. What to do? I asked Professor Rahman. He advised me that then feed that cow with at least half kilo of yogurt or doi. The lactobacilli will do its work. And that's the suggestion from our late Professor Rahman. May our Almighty bless him with the best. Thank you very much. So I would close this second part. Now it would be the third presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request a presenter from Group 3 who will present their very brilliant finding out to us, and who will discuss or present on stabilizing a buffalo milk or meat product and or product chain. Welcome to discuss on this group.
So before going to the main discussion, I have a question. Can we use buffalo yogurt in case of treating mastitis? Or it should be only the cow yogurt? It is just a question about it.
Well, personally, I am a dairy technologist anyway. So we design this dairy product for feeding human beings. It is very unorthodox practice to feed the cow or buffalo with yogurt. But in case of extreme emergency, we know that the lactobacilli, the spores of lactobacilli has got some positive beneficial effect, not only for human beings, but also animals. So this is a matter of good research from the side of our experienced veterinarians. You may try. This is a research question that has been found, whether yogurt can be used to treat mastitis or prevent mastitis. So I know that there are many experienced veterinarians, researchers on human veterinary health. So you can do some research on these topics, because the answer is not known to me. It should be a research finding. Thank you very much. Number one. And number two, by the by, animals don't need to take the fermented food. I mean, the polygastric one, especially the ruminant, because their system is based on microbes. But for human beings, if we consume yogurt daily, then it will increase our longevity. Okay. So now we have half an hour to finish this session. We have 2 more presentations remaining. Better we focus on our presentation first and question answer. If we have some residual time, we can go for these types of varied issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have 2 questions, and it's cut topic for us. So the first question was discussed: which buffalo milk product could be potential for further market demands in Bangladesh? So what we have done, that we have found out the available products in our market from our farmers who is in Lakshmipur. He said that yogurt, ghee, cheese, butter, local sweets, mawa, shondes, these are the common products from buffalo milk. And also in Jamalpur, they say the same, that yogurt is in shop. And in Anwara, they don't they produce that much buffalo milk product, but they do consume the raw milk mostly. And our total group, we suggested that the second potential buffalo milk after yogurt, as yogurt is the most commonly available almost in every district. So the second potential product could be ghee, and the third one can be the local sweets. And from others, it's the same. In Chandip, it's all the milk products are available, like yogurt, cheese, butter, local sweets. And in Chakoria, they also do have the raw milk and yogurt. From our Nasim sir, he suggested some improved or modified buffalo milk product, like full cream milk in a packet, and pasteurized milk, then ice cream, salted butter, labang, flavored milk like chocolate, strawberry, and from banana flavor, and also the lassi that could be sweet and salted. So these products could be promoted in universities and some programs that are conducted regularly to promote these products. And before going mass production, our experts suggested that we should do the survey, survey from the farmers, survey from the consumers who will consume those products, and from the middlemen who will pick the proper price for the buffalo milk products. And other than this, we have to ensure the quality and the premium price for this product. Going next to the second question. What are the key obstacles to establish a successful buffalo milk and meat chain in Bangladesh? In that case, we do have the common obstacles that are lack of machinery from the farmers, lack of machinery. They do have less training on milk processing and maintaining the food chain. They do have lack of financial support and low marketing or reduced marketing on the product, and inadequate food chain management. So these are the common obstacles, and we have come up with the solution that we should provide the daily equipment or machinery to them in low cost, and from government they should get the incentive or what we say that zero interest loan, and there should be digital marketing for all of the products or buffalo milk products, and the last one is maintaining the food chain properly. And in case of meat, as group 1 already discussed, is very huge, so we are just reducing that part. And it is said that buffalo meat is less popular, and it's broadly selling as the cow meat or beef. And for that, we should increase awareness among the consumers and the middlemen. Also, there should be the buffalo-related workshop where it's going on, and in the national programs, we should promote this meat and meat products, and it should be controlled by the government, or in law enforcement should be very better, and we should increase the availability of these products through proper channeling or proper communication build-up. Also, there a suggestion to sell this buffalo meat in a spicing or in a separate packaging for at the organic meat. So these are all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for informative presentation.
Okay, I open the floor for your questions and comments, please. Thank you.
আমার নাম মোহাম্মদুল্লাহ মাতাব্বর, ভোলা জেলা, ভোলা সদর উপজেলা আমার বাসা। আমার এই যে মহিষের দুধের ব্যাপারে একটু আলোচনা, যে আমি অনেক খামারির সাথে ব্যবসা করি, আমি দুধের ব্যবসা করি। আমি নিজে একজন খামারি এবং দুধের ব্যবসা আইনা গ্রাম থেকে ভোলা সাপ্লাই দিই দুধের জন্য। এবং দুধ আমরা বেচার এই যে একটা সমস্যা, আমরা বর্তমান বাজার মূল্য 80 টাকা দুধটা কিনি, এই দুধটা কিনতে যায় 90-93 টাকা পড়ে যায় হাতে, আরো 12 টাকা খরচ হয় কেজি প্রতি। আমরা এই সামনে এখন দুধের একটা সিজন, গরম আসলে তখন এখন আমার দুধ গ্রাম থেকে ওঠে 200 লিটার। কিছুদিন পর যখন মনে করেন ঘাসের চাহিদাটা বাড়বে, তখন হয়ে যায় মনে করেন 400 লিটার। তখন আমার এই দুধটা বিক্রি করতে আমার অনেক সমস্যা হয়। তখন আমি একটা প্রতিটা বছরে আমি লসের উপরে থাকি। আমি গত 21 23 সাল গেছে, এই বছর আমি পুরো বাৎসরিক একটা হিসাব হয়, আমার হিসাবে জানুয়ারিতে আমার 6,32,000 টাকা লস হয়েছে। এবং করোনা হইতো আমি 35 লক্ষ টাকা এই ব্যবসায় আমি লোকসান দিচ্ছি। মনে করেন আবার ব্যবসা করে আমি কিন্তু আগে অনেক লাভবান হয়েছি, তারপর এই জন্য ব্যবসা ফেলতে দিতেছি না, এখন ব্যবসা চালাই দেখতেছি। গ্রামে আমাদের আমি কিন্তু মহিষের ঘি সবচেয়ে, গরুর থেকে ওই ঘিটা আমরা অনেকে কি জানেন কি জানি না, যদি মহিষের ঘি হয়, মহিষের ঘিটা যখন আপনার জ্বালানোর পর যদি রাখে, যে কোনো একটা মানুষ একটা অনুষ্ঠানে ব্যবহার করে, যদি মহিষের ঘি বিরিয়ানি কেউ খেয়ে থাকে, তাহলে বুঝবেন যে মহিষের ঘিতে কত বিরিয়ানিটা সেন্ট আসে, গরুর থেকে ডাবল। কিন্তু এটা অনেকে জানে না। আমি এই যে ঘি তৈরি করি, আমার ঘি ব্যস্ত এখন সমস্যা হয়। আমি ওই যে ডাক্তার খুলির অবস্থা আছে, আমার গ্রামীণ জনের মাধ্যমে পিকেসের মাধ্যমে আমার সহায়তা করছে অনেক। করতে যে আমি এখন এটা আমার প্রোগ্রাম নাম্বার মনে নাই আমার, আমি এটা বেচার জন্য অনুমোদন পাইছি, আমার এটা স্বাস্থ্য অধিদপ্তর পাঠাইছি, দধি ঘি, হ্যাঁ টেস্ট করার জন্য টেস্ট করে আমার একটা সার্টিফিকেট দেওয়া হয়েছে, আমি এর উপরে লাইসেন্স হয়েছে আমার। আমি এখন বিক্রি করতে আমার সমস্যা, আমার অনেক লস হইতেছে। আমি যে ঘি তৈরি করে বেচবো, ঘিটা আমার বেচতে গেলে 2000 টাকা 1 কেজি ঘি বেচা লাগে, কিন্তু বেচছি মনে করেন 1600, গ্রামের মানুষ তো বোঝে না, দেয় 1600 কেউ 1700 টাকা দিয়ে চলে যায়, কিন্তু আমার 1800 টাকা কি হাতে পড়ে যায় 1 কেজি ঘি। জি না, আমার লাইফে আমি এটা আমি জানি না, এটা একমাত্র সৃষ্টিকর্তা জানে। আমি ব্যবসা করি পর্যন্ত, আমি ব্যবসা কিভাবে করি আমার একমাত্র সৃষ্টিকর্তা আমার সবকিছু জানে। আমি কিন্তু যেটা যদি আমার নিজের পিছনে একটা গল্প বলি তখন কিন্তু আমরা হাসবো। আমি 135 টাকা নিয়ে আমি সংসার থেকে আলাদা ব্যবসায় নামছি, সেখান থেকে আজকে মনে করেন আমি এই অত কোটি কোটি টাকা চালান আল্লাহ দিচ্ছে, এটা বলা ঠিক হবে না, ব্যবসার মাধ্যমে করছি, কিন্তু নীতি ঠিক রাখছি। এটা আমার বাবার আদর্শ বলছে যে নীতি ঠিক, পৃথিবীর সব ঠিক।
একটা আমার প্রশ্ন, I have one question. What do you feel that will solve your problem? আপনার এই সমস্যার জন্য আপনার কি সাপোর্ট বা সহযোগিতা দরকার, এটা একটু বলুন।
আমরা একটু সহযোগিতা চাইতেছি যদি আপনাদের সরকারের মাধ্যমে আমাদের দুধটা যদি সাপ্লাই দিতে, আমরা এই যখন সামনে গরম আসছে, আমার মিল মিটার দিচ্ছে আমার ভেলুমের থেকে, যেখান থেকে আমার দুধটা ওঠে মিল মিটারটা হলো অন্তত 50 কিলোমিটার দূরে, ওখানে যাইতে যেতে দুধটা টেস্টে দিলে তখন দুধটা টেম্পারেচার থাকে না। আমরা বহু চেষ্টা করছি, মনে করেন আজকে নিচি 10 দুধ লয়ে গেছে, কেন 8 মন টেকছে 2 মন টেকে না, এটা আমার হালাই দিল, এখানে আমার লসে পড়ে যায়। এইভাবে মিল মিটার চেষ্টা করি, যদি আমার ভ্যালুতে মিল মিটার থাকতে তাহলে মনে করেন আমরা সাপ্লাইটা দিতে আমার সমস্যা হইতো না। আমরা এইভাবে একটু সংকট আছে।
You tell that you do not have milk chilling center nearby, মানে দুধ কালেকশন পয়েন্ট যদি মিল ভিটার বা সরকার মানে মিল ভিটার 78% এর মালিক কিন্তু সরকার।
জি,
তো মিল ভিটার চিলিং সেন্টার গুলো আপনাদের কাছে আসুন।
জি, আমাদের যদি কাছে হস্তে আমার ভ্যালুমের কাছে থাকলে তখন আমরা মনে করেন মালটা টাইম মতো পৌঁছানোর সহযোগিতা পাইলে আমরা মালটারে ছাপড়া আর লসটা দিতে আমরা করি না।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, তার মানে হচ্ছে যে ইউ নিড প্রপার কোল্ড চেইন নিয়ার বাই, মানে দুধ ঠান্ডা করে যারা কালেকশন করে এরকম আপনাদের কাছে স্থাপন করলে আপনার এই সমস্যাটার সমাধান হবে। কিন্তু আমার প্রশ্ন হলো আপনার বাংলাদেশের কাস্টমাররা কেন মহিষের ঘি বা দুধ পছন্দ করছে না? What do you feel as a businessman that
আমাদের ভোলাতে মহিষের দুধের প্রচন্ড চাহিদা, এটার জন্য সবাইকে আমাদের ভোলাতে যদি একটা অনুষ্ঠান হয়, যদি সমাজে না খাওয়া তারা বলে যে এদের অনুষ্ঠান হয় না,
তাহলে তো আপনার বিক্রিতে সমস্যা থাকার কথা না।
তো এত জোরে আমাদের আমার ভোলা সদরে প্রতিদিন যদি মহিষের দুধ এখনো উঠে বাজারে তাহলে 50 টন, কিন্তু এখানে যদি আমার ঢাকাতে যদি বরিশাল ঢাকা বিভিন্ন জেলায় যে দুধ যদি সাপ্লাই হইতে তাহলে 50 টাকা দুধ কেজি আমরা পাইতে তাহলে হতাম।
You don't have that large market in Bhola. জি, that is the problem. You want to supply in other districts.
হ্যাঁ, ভোলাতে ওই দধি বসে অনেকে যারা ওই যে ভোলার যত লোক বিভিন্ন জায়গায় আছে দধি যারা এই মহিষের দধি চিনে তারা বলে আসলে বন্ধু বান্ধব আমার ভোলার থেকে কিন্তু দধি নিয়ে আসিস, এইভাবে কিছু দধি সাপ্লাই আমরা একটু ঠিক আছে, তাহলে আরো বাজার খারাপ থাকবে।
So you need a market linkage with different other districts. Okay, that we get the point. Thank you very much. Okay, any other suggestions or questions from the audience? Okay, so there is another question, whether the buffalo milk could be labeled as an organic milk. So anyone can comment on this issue. Can the buffalo milk, I mean the grass-fed buffalo milk, we know that in most of the cases the buffaloes are not treated antibiotic or vaccinated or any other antibiotic, so they are raised entirely on naturally grown grass. So can we label our buffalo meat and milk from the remote coast as organic? Any question or suggestion, please? Dr. Khalil, please.
যেটা ব্যবহার করে এটা তো নাই টোটালি, এটা একটা জিনিস। 2 নম্বর অ্যান্টিবায়োটিকের যে রাফ ইউজ, মানে একদম সর্বোচ্চ লেভেল পর্যন্ত তারা করে, নরমাল কোনো জ্বর হলে প্রায় তো
মানে ইভেন বস্তা বস্তা পাওয়া যাবে। যদি আপনি চরে ঘুরেন দেখবেন যে মোটামুটি বস্তা ভরে প্রাইজ ব্যবহার করে। তো এটা আমরা অর্গানিক গুলো মাছ। আর আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে কালকে থেকে যতগুলো আলোচনা হয়েছে এই জিনিসটা আসে নাই বেসিক্যালি এখানে ফার্মাররাও কিন্তু কোনো লাভবান হচ্ছে না, একটা মিডিল ম্যান যারা দাদন দিয়ে রাখে এই বিষয়টা আসে না এখানে। বাংলাদেশে বাফেলো সেক্টরটা টোটালি হচ্ছে যে যারা দাদন ব্যবসায়ী টাকা দিয়ে রাখে তারা বেসিক্যালি এটাতে লাভবান হচ্ছে, বাট ফার্মার এখানে কোনো লাভবান হচ্ছে না। ফার্মারদের বলতে গেলে ফার্মারদের এক ধরনের লসই বলতে পারে। আর এখানে সব ধরনের ফার্মারই বলবে যে আমরা লসে আছি, কেউ লাভে বলবে না, মিডিল ম্যানরা লাভ করতেছে। সেক্ষেত্রে হচ্ছে যে সরকার প্লাস হচ্ছে যে এনজিও যে উদ্যোগগুলো নিচ্ছে আমার মনে হয় আমাদের একটা সাজেশনে আসা উচিত। ওভারঅল যদি আমরা বাংলাদেশে ধরি যে বাফেলো সেক্টরটা সর্বোচ্চ হয়তো বা 500 খামারি হবে, এর বেশি হবে। যদি আমরা অনেক ভাবে ভাগ করছি যে বংশানুক্রমে ডিভাইডেশন হয়ে অনেক খামারি দেখাচ্ছে, বাট সর্বোচ্চ 500 খামারি হবে। তাদের একটা সোসাইটি করা হচ্ছে এবং ওইখান থেকে কারা মিডিল ম্যান হবে কারা থাকবে। আমি রিসেন্টলি ইন্ডিয়াতে যেটা ভিজিট করে আসছি তাদের যে ফার্মারদের যে সোসাইটিটা সেটা খুবই স্ট্রং এবং তারা মিল ভিটার যে চেয়ারম্যান সিলেকশন করে সেটাও ফার্মারদের ভোটে হয়। সুতরাং আমাদের এই জায়গাতে আমাদেরকে আসা উচিত, তাইলে আমরা বাফেলো সেক্টরটা ডেভেলপ করতে পারবো। আদারওয়াইজ আমরা পারবো না। আমরা যতই এখানে ওয়ার্কশপ করি আর বিভিন্ন জায়গায় বলি কিন্তু ফার্মার কখনো লাভবান হবে। 2 নম্বর স্যার বিএলআর একটা ওয়ার্কশপে বেশ কিছু খামারি, এখানে অনেক খামারি আছে 400-500 খামারি, তারা কিন্তু যখনই কোনো প্রবলেম হয় তখন মনে করে যে কিছু পাওয়া যাবে গিয়ে তারা কৃমির ওষুধ একটা উপজেলা জিএসের কাছে বলবে। কৃমির ওষুধ যদি একটা ফার্মারে 400 মহিষ আছে, যে পরিমাণ কৃমির ওষুধ লাগবে সরকার কখনো একটা উপজেলা এই বরাদ্দ দেয়। সুতরাং ওই টাকাটাও তারা ইনভেস্ট করতে রাজি না। আমি স্যার প্রায় 10 বছর যাবত কাজ করতেছি। সুতরাং আমাদেরকে ওই জায়গাতে আসতে হবে যে আমরা কিভাবে ফার্মারদের ডেভেলপ করতে পারি। এখানে যারা আসছে সবাই যতগুলো ফার্মার আছে স্যার সবাই বলবে যে তারা লস। আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে ডাইভার্সিফাই প্রোডাক্ট বা হচ্ছে যে মাংসের বিষয়ে যদি বলি স্যার, মাংসটা এই কারণে মানুষের অপছন্দ যে তারা যে মহিষটা মারা যাচ্ছে যেটা টোটালি প্রোডাকশনে আসে না, অর্থাৎ ওই মাংসটা কেউ দাঁত দিয়ে ছিঁড়তে পারবে না, ওইটা তখন গিয়ে বিক্রি করে। কাজেই কষাই ওইটা গরুর মাংস হিসেবে বিক্রি করে এবং হোটেলে তারা গরুর মাংস হিসেবে। আর কেউ যদি হচ্ছে যে ইয়ং এজের মাংস বিক্রি করে যে আমি এটা বাফেলোর মিট, এটা আপনি 1000 টাকা দিলেও কাস্টমার আছে। সুতরাং ওই জিনিসটা ফার্মারদের মধ্যে বুঝাইতে হবে, যারা মিডিলম্যান ব্যবসায়ী করে তাদেরকে বুঝাইতে হবে। এটা যদি না বুঝাইতে পারি তাহলে আমরা বাফেলো মিটটাকে মিট হিসেবে আমরা এস্টাবলিশ করতে পারবো। সুতরাং যারা মিট বিজনেস করে তাদেরকেও বলতে হবে যে একটা ইয়ং এজের মহিষ আপনি জবাই করে খেয়ে দেখেন, আর যারা বয়স্ক যে মহিষগুলো এটা মাংস যারা খাইছে তারা আর কোনোদিন মহিষের মাংস খাবে না। সুতরাং সেই সচেতনতাও আমাদেরকে নিয়ে আসতে হবে। ধন্যবাদ স্যার। আমি হাল এই কিছুদিন স্পষ্ট করব।
Thank you, Dr. Khalil. We have got most of the answers from his deliberation. The last question, please, because we have to finish by 1:30. Thank you very much.
আমি কোশ্চেন না, আমি একটু খামারি ভাইদের সাজেশন দিতে চাই, মানে ধারণা দিতে সাজেশন যে আমাদের একটা খামারি দেব ডেরি এবং বাফেলো মনে করে যে প্রচুর মিল্ক প্রোডাকশন হয়েছে, এখানে যদি গভর্নমেন্ট সিলিং পয়েন্ট করে লাইক মিল্কটা আর আদার প্রাইভেট কোম্পানি তাহলে বোধহয় আমরা খুব লাভবান হব। ওনার বক্তব্য অনুযায়ী উনি 80 টাকা লিটার যদি দুধ কিনে থাকে, উনি যে কাজটা করছে ওইটাই সুন্দরভাবে করে। কারণ 80 টাকা লিটার দুধ কিনে আপনি বলছেন যে ভোলার লোক ভোলার ইয়োগার্ট খাওয়ার জন্য সেটাকে মানে কাঙ্ক্ষিত থাকে এবং সেটা যদি করে সেটাই। আর বাংলাদেশে মিল্ক মিটার মানে পার লিটার মিল্কের দাম কত এটা আপনাদের ধারণা আছে? এটা সবাই খালি গণ বলে। আমি অনেক জায়গায় আমি ডিভিশন ডাইরেক্টর, আমার ওখানে ওই খামারিরা বলছে আমরা দুধের দাম পাই না, বিক্রি করেন কত করে? 70 টাকা 60 টাকা, নিচে 60 উপরে 70। মিল্ক মিটার হচ্ছে নিচে 42 উপরে 52। তাহলে মিল্ক মিটার কিংবা চিনি পয়েন্ট করলে হবে না, বরঞ্চ আপনি ভ্যালু অ্যাড করলে যে আপনি ঘি করছেন যেটা দই করছেন সেইটাকে আরো কিভাবে প্রমোট করা যায়। আপনি সুন্দর কথা ভালো লাগলো, আমি কিনতে ইচ্ছা হচ্ছে যে 2 কেজি ঘি কিনে নিয়ে যদি ওই ঘি খাওয়ার অভ্যাস আমাদের তৈরি করে, আমার মনে হয় যে খামারিরা, আমি ডক্টর খলিলের সাথে একমত যে মানুষকে যদি প্রোডাক্ট সম্পর্কে ধারণা করে যায় তাহলে হবে। আমি কিছুক্ষণ আগে একজন খামারি আমাকে বলেছি, আপনারা বলছেন যে বুফের এটা মিটকে ব্র্যান্ডিং করতে হবে, আমি রংপুরে দেখলাম মাইকিং করছে আগামীকাল 18 মানে 18 মণ ওজনের মহিষ বিক্রি করা হবে, যোগাযোগ করুন। উনি বললেন 1000 টাকা কেজি। আপনার 800 টাকা কেজি যখন গরু মাংস বিক্রি হচ্ছে, সারা দেশে হইচই করছে সাংবাদিকরা, এত দাম দিয়ে গরু মাংস কেনা যাবে না, এটা বন্ধ করা, ইম্পোর্ট করা। তাহলে 1000 টাকা কেজি মহিষের মাংস বিক্রি হচ্ছে। একজন খামারি বলেছে কিন্তু এখানে দ্যাট মিনস ডক্টর কলিন যেটা বললো, কোয়ালিটি মিটের জন্য মানুষ সবসময় আছে, সেইটাকে আমরা যদি প্রমোট করি তাহলে আমার মনে হয় যে খামারি ভাইরা আপনারা সবচেয়ে লাভবান হবে। 3 পয়েন্ট বর্ষায় কাজ হবে, গভর্নমেন্টের উপর ডিপেন্ড করলে আপনার লস হবে। ধন্যবাদ সবাই।
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can give a big hand for Group B. Thank you. This is time for final group. Of,
Yes, please.
okay.
Okay, just 1 minute, please, because we have another presentation remaining. Yes.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি জেলা প্রাণী সম্পদ কর্মকর্তা ভোলা বলছি। আমার অবজারভেশনে বোঝা গেছে যে আমরা যদি অর্গানিক মিট অথবা অর্গানিক মিট মহিষের পেতে চাই, তাহলে আমাদের একটা ছোট একটা পাইলটিং প্রজেক্ট নেওয়া হবে। সেই জায়গাটা হলো ভোলার মনপুরা উপজেলা। যদি আমরা পাইলটিং প্রজেক্ট নিই তাহলে আমরা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক থেকে মুক্তি পেতে পারবো এবং অর্গানিক বীজ এবং অর্গানিক বীজ আমরা পেতে পাইলটিং প্রজেক্ট ছাড়া ওয়ার্ক ডাক্তাররা যেভাবে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ব্যবহার করতেছে তার সাথে সম্ভব নয়। আমার সমুদ্রতে
Okay, thank you very much. We will get the message. Our rapporteur will record. Okay. Now
thank you. Please listen. I will have someone like behind, so we have to hurry up to finish the session on time. Now I call for open from board, who will present on finding solutions to protect and expand buffalo grazing and rearing zones.
Thank you very much. Myself, Shirajul Islam Shagul from Group 4. So our case scenario was finding solutions to protect and extend buffalo grazing on rearing zones. So I will summarize the situation in 4 points. So we have seen in a buffalo farming system, the lack of space, lack of knowledge of feeding or ration formulation, and grazing land occupied by mostly forestry department and army, and they are suffering from reproductive efficiency. So I move to my first question. So the first question was discuss what are the other most important problems for expanding buffalo production in Bangladesh. Can you please? Okay, thank you. So we have got so many responses from our farmers and experts. So farmers says that due to agricultural mechanization, there is a huge scarcity of grazing land for buffalo, and they also added a high cost of animal feed, because if we want to rear buffalo in intensive or semi-intensive condition, we have to provide them feed. So this is a problem. And salinity of soil is increasing, and due to use of herbicide, which affects the fodder ecosystem, that may be destroying the climate-friendly native grass. And our expert says there is a human resources problem, housing problem for buffalo in remote areas, insufficient veterinary care, lack of training of farmers on herd management systems, and value chain issues of buffalo products like milk and meat, and lack of consumer for buffalo products. Okay, move to the next question. Okay, our second question was to discuss about the possible solutions to mitigate or find out other alternatives to address these problems. And here, farmers give some solutions, like need to get the sufficient supply of the required vaccine from the government offices, and they claim that the vaccine or the amount of vaccine provided by the government is not sufficient. The second one is provide government veterinary service. need to arrange proper farmers training for deal the misconception or myth about buffalo and buffalo products. The government land could be allocated as grazing land for buffalo, mainly in the Batham areas. So from government, they claim to give proper product supply. And our experts suggested need to develop proper genetic breeding policy, consumer plan, like we can branding the products of buffalo products and buffalo business plan. And we need to do selective breeding from the native breeds and need to select suitable fodder on the basis of climate conditions of farming area. Need to aware consumer about the nutritional values of the buffalo products. Cost of farming is less in buffalo and these masses need to convert to the product. Some products like cheese that can be specially marketed from buffalo meat and need proper sensors for the buffalo population. And interministerial coordination is needed, like the Department of Forestry and the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock and Ministry of Land, and promote household farming with the further cultivation. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this, we have gone through the last presentation of this brainstorming session. So I would invite questions or comments from the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague. Nice presentation. Actually, sir, Bangladesh share kori.
Could you please give your name and designation?
Yes, sir. আমি ডাক্তার মোহাম্মদ ফখরুল ইসলাম, প্রাণী সম্পদ অফিসার, সুবর্ণচন্দ্র নগরীতে আছি। আমি এর পূর্বে হাতিয়াতে কাজ করেছি। তো হাতিয়া নোয়াখালী আবার সুবর্ণচন্দ্র কোম্পানি মন্ত্রীরা জানাশোনা আছে। এই দুইটাই কিন্তু দক্ষিণ অঞ্চলের বাস্তব জিএসটি। তো ব্লক করছে না। এই প্রেজেন্টেশনটা মূলত আমি মনে করি খামারিদের এক্সপেকটেশনটা যায়। এখানে যদি আমরা কাজ করতে পারি তাহলে আমরা বাস্তব রাখতে পারি এবং আমরা যেমন প্রথমে চলে এসেছে কিভাবে আমরা গ্রাজিং ল্যান্ডকে প্রোটেক্ট আমরা এক্সটেন্ড করতে পারি। এটা কিন্তু খুবই ইম্পর্টেন্ট যে আমাদের গ্রাজিং ল্যান্ড ডিভাইডে কমে যাচ্ছে ডিউ টু এগ্রিকালচার, ডিউ টু আরবানাইজেশন আর ডিউ টু মানুষের বাসস্থানের কারণে দখলের একটা বিষয় আছে, এখানে নদী ভাঙ্গনও আছে স্যার। তো এখানে স্যার আমাদের এখন ন্যাশনাল লেভেল থেকে যেমন আমাদের ডিএলএস, আমাদের ডিএলআরআই, আমাদের বাফেলো নিয়ে যারা এক্সপার্ট কাজ করে এবং বাফেলো রিসার্চ সেন্টার আছে, এগুলোর উপরে যারা এক্সপার্ট আছে এবং নীতি নির্ধারণী যারা আছে, এই জায়গায় যদি স্যার ফোকাস করা না যায় তাহলে আমাদের বাফেলোকে আসলে রক্ষা করা খুবই কঠিন হবে। আমরা এই ভবিষ্যতের জন্য ধীরে ধীরে আগাচ্ছি, কিন্তু শত শত বছরের যে ট্রেন্ড সেটা আমরা কিন্তু ধীরে ধীরে চেঞ্জ করে ফেলতে পারবো না। আমরা বাফেলোকে দ্রুত ঘরে ঢুকিয়ে ফেলতে পারবো না, কারণ বাফেলোর নিজস্ব একটা আবার ওর ইয়ে আছে, স্পেসিফিকেশন আছে, তারা ন্যাশনাল এনভায়রনমেন্ট থাকতে পছন্দ করে, সেখান থেকে ধীরে ধীরে আনতে হবে। তো সেটা করতে গেলে আমাদের স্যার গ্রেজিং ল্যান্ডকে স্পেসিফিক করা বা ফোকাস করার খারাপ বিকল্প খুব কমই আছে। এছাড়া এখানে বলা হয়েছিল যে কিভাবে আমরা বাফেলো ডেভেলপ করতে পারি, সেটা আমরা যদি গভর্নমেন্ট বা আমাদের সংশ্লিষ্ট দপ্তর থেকে খামারিদেরকে প্রথমত যদি সচেতনতামূলক প্রোগ্রাম রাখতে হবে, কারণ এখানে যারা এসেছে অনেক সচেতন হয়েছে, এইভাবে উপজেলা লেভেলে বা অন্য কোনো স্থানে থেকে সেমিনার সভা কিংবা ট্রেনিং এর আওতা নিয়ে আসতে হবে এবং সব খামারিদেরকে। যা আমাদের খলিল ভাই বললো যে সর্বোচ্চ 500 হবে, বাংলাদেশে 1000ই হবে। এটা আসলে আমার মনে হয় যে পসিবল সামথিং টু ডু, যে আমরা যদি এরকম দাঁড় করিয়ে সবাইকে ট্রেনিং এর আওতায় বা সচেতন কোনো প্রোগ্রাম আওতায়, এছাড়া যদি স্যার আমরা অ্যাটলিস্ট বছরে দুবার যদি তাদেরকে কৃমিনাশক আমরা সাপ্লাই দিয়ে সচেতন করে অ্যাটলিস্ট 2-3 বছর যদি করে তাদেরকে এডুকেট করতে পারি, তারপর তারা আবার বাড়তে কন্টিনিউ করবে। এবং ভ্যাকসিনেশন যে ইম্পর্টেন্ট ভ্যাকসিনেশন, আমরা যদি এটা আমাদের প্রথম প্রোগ্রামের মাধ্যমে সরাসরি তাদেরকে সাপ্লাই দিয়ে তাদেরকে এখানে ইনক্লুড করে দিতে পারি, কিছুটা তাদেরকে আমরা প্রশিক্ষণ আওতা নিয়ে আসতে পারি, তাহলে কিন্তু তারা এটা কন্টিনিউ করবে। আমরা কিন্তু একটা মাস কোনো কাজ করতে পারি না। আমাদের বাফেলো উন্নয়ন প্রকল্প আছে, লেস সেকশন আমরা সামান্য 25 জন খামারিকে উপজেলা প্রশিক্ষণ দিয়েছি। আসলে এটা খুবই শর্ট লিমিটেড। এছাড়া স্যার আরো কিছু বিষয় আছে, যেমন আমরা যদি মাঝে মাঝে খামারিদেরকে কোনো প্রকল্প, আমাদের গ্রাস উন্নয়ন একটা প্রকল্প আছে।
I should request you to concise your suggestion.
যেমন বললাম যে গ্রেজিং ল্যান্ডকে রক্ষা করার জন্য আমাদের ন্যাশনাল লেভেলে কাজ করতে হবে, সঠিক পর্যায়ে নিশ্চিত করতে। এছাড়া স্যার আমরা খামারিদেরকে প্রশিক্ষণ আওতায় নিয়ে আসা অথবা কোনোভাবে তাদেরকে একত্রিত করে যেমন সোসাইটি কোথাও উঠে আসছে এরকম অবস্থা নিয়ে আসা, এবং স্যার তাদেরকে যে কৃমিনাশক এবং ভ্যাকসিনেশন এই দুইটা আমরা একটা নির্দিষ্ট সময়, যেমন 2 থেকে 3 বছর 5 বছর একটানা উপজেলা ওয়াইজ এখানে বেসড, সেখানে আমরা সরাসরি তাদেরকে এনহ্যান্স করতে পারি, তাহলে আমার মনে হয় যে স্যার এই বাফেলো রেয়ারিংটা যেমন টিকে থাকবে এবং আমাদের লাভ হবে এবং নতুন নতুন খামার এখানে ইনভলভ হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
Thank you very much for your very constructive suggestions. We have 5 minutes remaining, so I would like to hear more from our delegates. Any questions or suggestions, please? Okay, Dr. Khalil again. Yes, please.
ধন্যবাদ প্রেজেন্টারকে। এখানে মোটামুটি সবগুলো সাজেশন আসছে, কিন্তু সব থেকে যেটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট জিনিস ছিল আমাদের যে বাফেলো ফার্মারদের আইডেন্টিফাই করা, এটা আলটিমেটলি হচ্ছে যে এখানে লেখা হয় নাই। কারণটা হচ্ছে বাফেলো যে ফার্মার সে কখনো ওই বাফেলোর কাছে যায় না। সুতরাং বাফেলো যে রেয়ারিং করে সেখানে কিন্তু রাখাল টাইপের কিছু লোকজন থাকে। সুতরাং আমরা খালি ট্রেনিং ওই ফার্মারদেরই দিই উপরে, বাট ওইখানে কিন্তু কোনো চেঞ্জ আমাদের হয় না। সুতরাং এটা আমাদেরকে একটা এখানে একটা আনার জরুরি দরকার ছিল যে আমরা কিভাবে এই ফার্মারদেরকে এই এটার সাথে ইনক্লুড করা যায়। 2 নম্বর ওয়ে হচ্ছে যে আমরা বাফেলো যে একটা বিজনেস, কোনো ফার্মার এটাকে ফার্স্ট বিজনেস হিসেবে নেয় না, কারণ তাদের এটা এক্সট্রা ইনকাম। এখানে যতগুলো খামারি আছে এখানে জিজ্ঞেস করতে পারেন, কেউ বলতে পারবে না যে এটা আমার মেইন সোর্স, তারা এরা সেকেন্ড ইনকাম হিসেবে ধরে নেয়। সুতরাং এদেরকে দিয়ে ডেভেলপ করার চিন্তা ভাবনা করা আমাদের জন্য খুবই কঠিন হবে। কারণটা হচ্ছে যে তারা এটা রাখছে সেকেন্ড ইনকাম, এটা থেকে তার লাভ না আসলো কোনো সমস্যা নেই। এখানে যতগুলো ফার্মার আছে আপনারা জিজ্ঞাসা করতে পারেন, আমার কাছে যেটা মনে হয়েছে এতদিন ধরে কাজ করে। সুতরাং এই দুইটা জিনিস যদি আমরা চেঞ্জ করতে পারি, যে তারা যদি এটাকে বিজনেস হিসেবে নেয় এবং দেশের একটা ইনকামের একটা ভালো সোর্স হিসেবে নিতে চায়, তাহলে আমাদেরকে বাফেলো খামারিকে আইডেন্টিফাই করতে হবে এবং তাদের সাথে যে বাফেলো রেয়ারিংটা ইনক্লুড, এটা আমাদেরকে সমন্বয় করতে হবে। আদারওয়াইজ আমরা পারবো না। যখনই আমরা একটা লিস্ট করি যে আমরা বাফেলো খামারিকে ট্রেনিং করাবো, তখন উপরে যারা মালিক আছে তারাই শুধুমাত্র ট্রেনিং আসে, বাট রেয়ারিং করে একটা আলাদা শ্রেণী। তারা 6 মাস পর পর চেঞ্জ হয়, 1 বছর পর পর চেঞ্জ হয়, বা তারা হচ্ছে যে, এবং খামারিরা টোটালি ডিপেন্ডেন্ট ওই রাখালের উপর। রাখাল যেটা বলে, আমরা এরকমও দেখছি যে একজন মহিষের রাখাল, সে 200 মহিষের মালিক হয়ে গেছে রাখাল থেকে, সে শুধু মহিষ চুরি করে। যে আমার এই কোনো মালিকের 4-5 জন মালিকের সে মহিষ পালে, দেখা গেছে মারা গেছে 2টা, সে 4 জনকে বলছে যে আপনার 2টা মারা গেছে, সে ওই 6টা মহিষের মালিক সে হয়ে গেছে। আলটিমেটলি আমি এরকমও দেখছি যে একজন রাখাল 6টা মহিষ থেকে সে এখন প্রায় 300 মহিষের মালিক হয়েছে। তো এই জিনিস এটা আমাদেরকে চেঞ্জ নিয়ে আসতে হবে, তাই আমরা ডেভেলপ করতে হবে। ধন্যবাদ স্যার।
ধন্যবাদ। আচ্ছা, আসলে আমাদের আমি 1 মিনিট করে দেবো আপনাদেরকে, প্লিজ।
ভেরি ট্রু, সে আসলে এখানে বলেছে যে প্রথমত আমরা খামারি সিলেকশন করি। আমিও তো 2019 সালে প্রশিক্ষণে ট্রেনিং দিয়েছিলাম, তাই এই দিকটা এবং আমরা সঙ্গে সিলেক্টেড মেম্বার সমাজের প্রতি ইত্যাদি তার মহিলাগুলো পাওয়াতে একদম বাধা। তো স্যার, আমরা যদি কোনো কম্বাইন প্রোগ্রাম করি, তাহলে এখানে সরাসরি যে একদম স্তরে থেকে পালন করে তাকে ইনক্লুড করে নিয়ে আসে এবং তার মালিককে ইনক্লুড করে নিয়ে আসে, দুইজনকে যদি আলোচনা করতে তাহলে ভেরি ইফেক্টিভ হয়। এবং স্যার যেটা বলবো যে আরেকটা বিষয় স্যার, ব্যবসায়িক পরিকল্পনা যেটা বলেছে সোসাইটি করে, মিডলম্যানকে প্রতিহত না ইয়ে করে খামারের হিসাব তারাই যদি উঠে আসে তাদের প্রোডাক্ট নিয়ে মার্কেটে, তাদের মধ্য থেকে কেউ যদি উদ্যোক্তা হয়ে উঠে আসে, তাহলে কিন্তু তারা স্যার মার্কেট প্রাইসটা পাবে, মার্কেট ড্রপটা তাদের হবে। এই দুইটা কাজ করতে পারলে আশা করি
গুড সাজেশন। তবে আপনাদের সাজেশন হলো আসলে Mr. Khalil is right from the field, so he makes some very constructive suggestions, because I have also visited his place several times. So please ask the question, then I
তরমুজ উঠে যাওয়ার পরে অনেক মহিষ একসাথে সময় পাওয়া যায় যাওয়ার ফলে, এবং এইখান থেকে কিন্তু নাইট্রেট পয়জনিং এর সমস্যাগুলো হয়। তখন তারা আমাদের পেট খুলে হঠাৎ করে নাইট্রেট পয়জনিং সমস্যাগুলো দেখা দেয়।
What's the solution of this problem?
Solution হলো স্যার, স্যার কিন্তু উৎপাদনের একটা বলে গেছিলেন যে আমাদের স্তরগুলো যদি সংরক্ষণ করা যায়, এবং তার সবচেয়ে বড় কথা এখানে যারা আছে ওই যে স্তরগুলো, এগুলো পুরোপুরি লোকের দখলে থাকে। এই স্তরগুলো যদি আপনার মহিষ লালন পালন করতে হয় তাহলে কিন্তু বাৎসরিক তাদের মহিষ জোড়া প্রতি একটা টাকা দিতে হয় ফিক্সড অ্যামাউন্ট, যেটা স্যার ঈদের একটা জিনিস থাকে যে আপনার 500 মহিষ আছে, এটা আমার ইউনিয়নে আমাদের দখলেই সব, আপনি যদি ঘাস খাওয়ান তাহলে আপনার বাৎসরিক 2 লক্ষ টাকা দেওয়া লাগবে, 5 লক্ষ টাকা দেওয়া লাগবে, সরে না আপনি মহিষ আনতে পারবেন না। এটা কিন্তু খুবই একটা প্যাথেটিক, তার উৎপাদন কষ্টে কোথায় দিবে। এবং আরেকটা কথা যেটা বললো যে আমার ডক্টর খলিল, সে বললো যে আমি একদিন মহিষ দেখা হয়েছে, তার বয়স আনুমানিক 55 বছর, সে তার লাইফে কোনোদিন মহিষের চয় দেয়, সে সবসময় অফিসে আসে, আসার পরে বললো যে স্যার এই রাখালের সাথে কথা বলো, এই রাখাল বললো যে স্যার এই সমস্যা, ঠিক আমরা অলরেডি ট্রাইজন দিয়ে দিচ্ছি, ওষুধ দিয়ে দিচ্ছি, আর কি দেবো, তা আমি একটা প্রেসক্রিপশন করে দিই, সে আবার এই চয় পাঠিয়ে দেয়। তারা কিন্তু খুব প্রভাবশালী, এই তথ্য থেকে যদি স্যার যেভাবে না আসা যায় তাহলে কিন্তু স্যার আসলে আমাদের বাস্তব যে আসলে আরেকটা বিষয় স্যার একটা সংখ্যা নিরূপণ করা, আমাদের কাছে যে ডাটা আছে আসলে ডাটার অনেক গরমিল আছে, অথেন্টিক ডাটা দরকার স্যার এরপরে স্পেসিফিক পাইলট প্রোগ্রামের জন্য। আর আমাদের ডিও স্যার বলছিলেন আমাদের সচিব স্যার বর্তমান যে আছেন তিনি কিন্তু আপনি ভোলার জেলা প্রশাসক সচিব ছিলেন এক সময়, আমাদের প্রথম সে ভিজিটটা আমাদের ঘরে করেছেন এবং সে বলেছিলেন যে এটা যদি আমরা আইসোলেট করতে পারি স্যার, আইসোলেট জোন করতে পারি, এখানে মাংস আমরা পাইলট প্রোগ্রামের মাধ্যমে এক্সপোর্ট করতে পারি, আলাদা একটা জোন করা যায়, সে বিষয়ে এখন ভাবা যায় এবং সে কিন্তু বিশেষ করে মহিষ ব্যাপার নিয়ে আমাদের সাথে আলাদা করে মিটিং করেছে।
Okay, thank you very much. Very constructive questions. And in very short, please. We have just only 1 minute remaining.
আমি ডক্টর রিসার্চ আমার পদার্থ বিক্রিয়া বলে ফ্লেক্স সম্পন্ন যেটা লাইন মন্ত্রণালয়ের অধীন মন্ত্রণালয় যদি পয়সাটাকে না নিয়ে ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত কিন্তু উদ্যোগী তারা আছে, তারা ওই বছরের 2 লাখ কিংবা 3 লাখ টাকা দেবে, তার মাধ্যমে জমিতে আসবে, তার মধ্যে কাজ করবে। সেইটাই 2 মন্ত্রণালয়ের মাধ্যমে নিষ্পত্তি ছাড়া মধ্যস্থতাকারী নিষ্পত্তি ছাড়া একটা বিষয় আরেকটা বিষয় হলো অলরেডি বলে ফেলেছি আমি প্রথমে বলি এটা হলো তার মহিষ ডাক্তার, সে কিন্তু মহিষের কাছেও যায় না, সে বলে যে আমার বছরে 200 বাচ্চা দেবা, বছরে 400 বাচ্চা হলে 200 বাচ্চা কিন্তু রাখার থেকে চলে ঠিক আছে, সে সঠিক রিপোর্টটা এই রিপোর্টটা করতে হলে হয়তো আমাদের বইয়ের হিসাবে রাখতে হবে, আদারওয়াইজ পুলিশ মরবে কিন্তু মরবে।
Just no problem.
সাবরিনা
ফার্ম রেজিস্ট্রেশন এই দুটো ইস্যুকে গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে কিন্তু আমার এটা থাকে।
Thank you very much.
হচ্ছে যে এখানে যারা আছে অলরেডি বাফেলোর সাথে সবাই রিলেটেড, বাফেলো সাইন্টিস্ট, বাফেলো ডেভেলপমেন্ট যারা চিন্তা করে তারাই যেহেতু এই সেমিনারে আসছে, আমার কাছে একটা রিকোয়েস্ট, যারা প্রজেক্ট ডিজাইন করবেন কাইন্ডলি এই রিলেটেড কাজের সাথে যারা জড়িত তাদের নিয়ে বসে, আপনার আদারওয়াইজ যে প্রজেক্ট ডিজাইন অফিসে বসে যে প্রজেক্ট ডিজাইন হয় আলটিমেটলি ফলাফল জীবন, আদারওয়াইজ আরো কোনো ডেভেলপমেন্ট হয়। এটা হচ্ছে প্রথম। 2 নম্বর, যেমন আমি কিছু উদাহরণ বলতে পারি, কিছু প্রজেক্টে আমাদের টিউবওয়েল দিছে, টিউবওয়েল ওই ঘরের মধ্যে রেখে দিচ্ছে, এটা চাপবে কে আর কে পানি খাবে এটা কোনো হদিশ নাই। আদারওয়াইজ হচ্ছে যে যদি ওই জায়গাগুলো থেকে আমরা ডিজাইন না করি, আমার এখানে যেহেতু আমরা ডেভেলপমেন্ট নিয়ে সবাই চিন্তা করতেছি বাফেলোকে, আমরা এরপর থেকে কোনো প্রজেক্ট ডিজাইন করলে আমরা টাইমলি ফিল্ড ভিজিট করব। কিছু এআই কর্মী ডেভেলপমেন্টের জন্য করা হয়েছে, বাট একটা চরে যাইতে তার 3 ঘন্টা সময় লাগবে, ট্রলারে বা স্টি পড়ে গেছে, সে ওই জায়গায় যে এআই করে যে আসবে এই পরিমাণ টাকা বাফেলো ফার্মারও দিবে না, সরকারও ভর্তুকি দিয়ে না দেয় না। কিন্তু দেখা যাচ্ছে যে এআই কর্মী মোটামুটি অনেক এআই কর্মী তৈরি করা হচ্ছে, সুতরাং আমি একটু এই জিনিসগুলা
Thank you very much. With this last comments and suggestions, we close this plenary session. So we are almost end of this session. With very few comments, I would like to end. So we have learned from 4 different issues that are devastating our buffalo. Many suggestions have emerged. I hope that our experts have successfully noted down the
please participate at the ease of this plenary session. My beloved dignitaries, for your contribution, patience, and your kind presence. So with these few words, I would like to end up this session, and I would invite you for lunch and those who wish to prayer. So with our next session would start from 2:30 p.m. So thank you very much.
নামাজ পড়বো
নামাজ খাওয়া দাওয়া আছে রুমে যাবো কিন্তু রুমে যাওয়া হবে না বুঝতে পারলেন
হ্যাঁ আমরা করছি হ্যাঁ করছি এগুলো যে ইয়ে আমরা পরে আমরা শুনতে পারি না তৈরি করতে এটা একটা গুড একটা ইয়ে দাও বাফলো হ্যাঁ
এইটা ল্যাপটপ
না না না
এটা হলো ইয়ে স্যারের ওই নাসিম স্যার এটা সিপেল স্যারের এটা নাসিম স্যারের এটা নাসিম স্যারের এটা সিপেল দিয়ে দাও আচ্ছা এখানে কে থাকবে সেশন 5 এ সাউন্ড শোনা যাচ্ছে না তো
সাউন্ড নাই তো
ওখানে ওখানে
এই যেটা
করতেছে কিন্তু অডিও কিও থেকে জানে আচ্ছা এখানে কে থাকবে তাকে দেখাই দিন নাহলে সব এলোমেলো হয়ে যাবে আমি তো থাকবো না থাকবে না আমি রাউন্ড টেবিলের ওইদিকে যাব
ব্যাগের মধ্যে ঢোকা আছে
এইটা প্যারালাইজ সেটা মানে যে বিকালে সাবজেক্ট একটু বাইরে যাওয়া গাড়িতে ঠিক আছে না আর ক্যামেরা তাহলে ওই যে সিরাজকে সাগর বুঝাই দিয়ে দাও ঠিক আছে
হ্যাঁ
শিখিয়ে এখানে আমাকে একটা গিফট দিও আমার একটা গিফট দিও
স্যার আপনার তালিয়াতে পাঠিয়ে দিলাম নাকি
পাঠাই দাও তাহলে
ও দাওয়াত দিবে পাশা কি বলেন তো
পাশা
পাশা
দিদার পাশা
দেখছেন না না ইয়ে সাবরিনা
ও সাবরিনা কই যাস
বাসায় দাওয়াত দিয়ে গেল আপনার
আমার দেশি তো
এই জন্য তো দাওয়াত দিচ্ছে আপনাকে
আমাকে শুধু নিয়ে যাবে শুনি নাই পাঠাও তাহলে
পাঠাই দিই হ্যাঁ আপনি একটু এখানে আজকে শুনেন স্যার
School later gained the status of a college in 1991. The recent history of this institution represents the varied
কিন্তু আমার এখন অ্যাড করে দিতে হবে না
and this philosophy of has for the institution's march forward over the past 14 decades. It was in 2002 that the College of Veterinary and Animal Sciences was formally given the university status, giving birth to UBACs as we know it today. UAS offers a number of specializations and degrees. The university comprises of 23 departments, 4 institutes, and 2 constituent colleges, along with 7 affiliated institutes. The varsity has its main campus in Lahore. Ranked as the best university of Pakistan in agriculture and veterinary category, UVAS also stands amongst the country's top 10 universities by the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. It is rated as World University ranking, and its both at
ওই এখানে থাকুক এরকম ছোট পাঠায় দাও না
number of students, but also expanded its reach and scope. The University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences believes in grooming and overall intellectual and physical them to express themselves in literature, arts, sports, and culture. Being a pioneer in livestock research and innovation, through UVAS 24/7 extension services, UVAS provides technical assistance in animal health, farm management, and reproductive management for improving life.
এটা ওটা তো অন আছে সাউন্ড গেট সাউন্ড আউটপুট দিচ্ছে
একটুখানি আসছিল আবার কই চলে গেছে।
এই রিয়েল থেকে এটা সমস্যা হচ্ছে এটা এইটাই তো হবে এটা এই হেডফোন ঠিক আছে যদি ইকুয়েশন জানেন তো করে পর্যন্ত
দিছিলাম
না না আচ্ছা কিন্তু এটা ইকো ক্যান্সেলিং তো এটা সাউন্ড পাওয়া নিচ্ছে না বুঝছেন এর চেয়ে বেশি বড় না
সামান না আমার তো অন্যদিক যাইতে হবে মারাত্মক কাজ আছে ওদিকে
হয়ে যাবে
আচ্ছা ভাই এইটার অডিওটা কিভাবে পাবে এখানে?
অডিওটা দেয়া আছে এখন তো অফ করা আছে তাই বলতেছে
ওখানে ও এরপরে বিকালের সেশনে
অডিও এটা লাগানো লাগবে না এটা যদি প্রেজেন্টেশন হয়
অটোমেটিক পাবে
হ্যালো দেয়া আছে
প্রেজেন্ট আচ্ছা অটোমেটিক পাবে
প্রেজেন্টেশনে গেলে ওটা অটোমেটিক ওখানে পাবে ওটা লাগাতে হবে এটা আমি এক্সট্রা রাখছি যদি কোনো কারণে ডিস্টার্ব করে
প্রেজেন্টেশন পাচ্ছে না কেন?
প্রেজেন্টেশন
ও প্রেজেন্টেশন আবার সেই ইয়ে অফ হয়ে গেছে নাকি? আসে না তো এটা তো আসে না এটা তো লাগানো হয়েছে আচ্ছা আমি চলে যাই
professional service production food packet overnight
Dr. Mona, what is Siraj's full name?
Siraj.
Last name is?
It's what I need to say. You have to see.
Siraj.
The farmer.
I have saved it on my
Sirajul Islam Sagar.
Sagar, S.H.
S-A-G-Y. Sir, I'm calling to go. He can send the number.
Yeah.
Are you looking for the number for Sagar?
Because we took a picture of students and
So you need the picture, right?
yeah,
I'll
I
send
sent
the
to
message.
Professor Mizan, so he can also maybe forward.
Okay, I'll also. So that's the solution. You have a better solution because it is from এটা কিন্তু তোমার সলিউশনে জেনেটিক ট্রিটমেন্ট এপ্লাই করে তো জেনেটিক ট্রিটমেন্ট
So the moment can you look at me and have a big smile? I can try to that. So I think light is not good because too much light coming. So let me see.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, not too bad. You can crop and edit it.
Yes.
And should get sending it to your husband.
So monitor the specification for the difference. So white the actually level trade data is taken and the data is a buffer census. Sorry, it's already associated. Again, data is not put together. Technology. Data is a molecular data. We are taking and database. Software assisted we are taking. QR code resisted. So I think that you really expect read করে aggressive memory experience restriction it's lower enforcement. Shifting learning system from extensive to intensive electricity, comfort and freedom, comfort environment. Two doctors, sounds of housing management is better how public development business management, because education business management, it is for the business management, it's a future system. It is a topic about system. The negative energy, it's ঠিক ছিল right to money for private power farmers solution solution প্রত্যেকটা মাইক্রোবায়োমে একটা বডির ফিজিওলজি তারা সেকেন্ড বেড যেটা বলা হয় সেই হিসেবে আমরা যদি রাখতে পারি তাহলে আমাদের এই যে ডিজিজ ম্যানেজমেন্ট আমাদের জন্য সহজ হবে আমরা যেটা জানি না বাকি মাত্র একটা স্টাডি করেছি আচ্ছা তাহলে এখানে ছিল এখানে কি করছে ডিজিজ ম্যানেজমেন্ট সাবক্যাটেগরি আসছে কি ডিজিজ সলিউশনে এখানে কি ডিজিজ ম্যানেজমেন্ট কি বলেন producing computer database facilities for thousands পকেটের কথা বললাম পকেটের সাথে বলছিল মুভ পকেট করতে পারি plus increasing animal productivity instead of animal number productivity with husbandry practice with biosecurity reshape proper business and simply defined out that we focus at cultural prioritizing cultural goodness and creating new prioritizing cultural goodness. The project about meet যেখানে যেটা বেশি কালচারে যেটা বেশি লাগে সেটা তারা আচ্ছা বলতে পারলেই এটা বলতে পারলেই হতো আসবে পয়েন্ট দেখুন তারপরে রাউন্ড টেবিলে পড়েছে স্যার আপনি কি এই কম্পিউটারে দেখবেন না আপনাকে ইমেইলে পাঠিয়ে দিন কোনো কাজ করতে চাই সকালে আমার স্যারে আমার সেটা সবাই সকালের থেকে কিছু দিতে পড়াশোনাছি একটা হচ্ছে মাইক্রো কোন পরিমাণ বিষয়টা বলছি কিন্তু বিষয় করছিল আপনি মন্তব্য করতে
Bacana, consumidor.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew Rahman, for chairing the session. I will be your co-chair and appreciate the organizers putting me in this role for more than a number of times. Sometimes I feel that there is a language barrier, but I think feel free to stop. I think in this session, we are beginning about a few minutes late. With the permission, can we start? And we have this is session 4, buffalo farming, the constraints and mitigation. Our reporters, as rightly mentioned by Professor Sanul Haq, is Professor Mahbubur Rahman Sahib, Associate Professor Dr. Momina, I don't see her right now, Dr. Tanveer, and Dr. Meherjan Ashrafi. We will try to give, if agree with the chair, the question answer should be right after the presentation, maybe 1 or 2. Otherwise, you know, there is a tendency we try to forget and sometime, and I would also urge as a co-chair to all the audience to please introduce yourself, your name, your affiliation, and try to ask a short question. It should not be, you know, comment or so those we can have during the tea break. So, and I would request the speakers to wind up their presentation in about 15 to 20 minutes. In the program, it's 25 minutes, but let's leave at least 5 to 10 minutes for the question and answer, which is more, you know, good for learning. We will try to disturb you that about the time when 5 minutes are. So maybe after 15 minutes, we will let you know. This session of buffalo farming has 4 outstanding speakers. I have the privilege to invite the first speaker, Mr. Vishwas P. Chitel, who is also the chair of the company, Chitel Dairies and Buffalo Foundation. Everyone perhaps knows him, need no introduction, based in Maharashtra, and he is a role model, I think, for all of the academicians and farmers. Is outstanding. Let's welcome Mr. Vishwas Sahib, please. He will be talking about constraints of commercial buffalo farming and ways to overcome them based upon their experiences of Maharashtra and India. Over to Vishwas Sahib.
Afternoon. I think I need a good feedback. Good afternoon. Salam alaikum. Namaskar.
Dada namaskar. Dada namaskar.
Had a good meal and people are still not ready for a we started the buffalo farming in a big way in 96. Year 1996. And we started with one of the best farm with Idwa, and where we had complete automation, and we have a lot of hurdles in getting things up, getting things ready. So
I will explain our journey and how we have overcome all these obstacles to become one of the best buffalo farms in India. And we have now more than 5 generations of buffalo with us. So next slide. So the reason of putting up a buffalo farm or a nucleus herd was to produce good genetics. So our farmers have access to good tech semen, good semen from the elite goods, and to upgrade local population of cows and buffaloes, so that we have better production. Then way back in '96, machine milking and automation in farming was very native, very nice, and we want to really upgrade systems to take care of buffalo. So we identified a number of issues in buffalo milking, and the first which you off, let down. So in a 5x2 vario tandem parlor, can buffalo walk on their own, get them milk themselves, and do not have let down problem? So that was the first difficulty. And second difficulty was in terms of production. So very short cycle of milk production, and we used to have very early when they conceived, they stopped giving milk. So these were the main constraints that we had, and I think yeah. So what we did was we went to market in Mehsana in Gujarat. Then we went to Haryana for Mura, and we selected the animals with the male calf or the female calf, and measured the milk quantity at the procurement itself. Major issue there was, brucellosis was very common. So screening the animals for brucellosis, buying these animals, and based on production traits or based on production criteria, easy let down, and animals which are not having atopsis, or I'm the only engineer here, so I'll beg your pardon for the English vocabulary of veterinary science. So for last 5 to 10 generations, we have been selecting these animals, and we have now complete herd grown on our stack, and which is machine milled for last 24 years. So there was a lot of culling pressure required so that there was a lot of culling pressure required so that we can have the best animals which are suitable for machine milking. And the whole idea of doing all these exercises was being in the shoes of the farmer, because we are one of the largest processors in that area, and we want to be in the shoes of the farmers, and we want to train the farmers. They have access to genetics. So if you go back historically, India is the home of buffalo, and livestock census of 2019 tells us that buffalo milk contribution is about 128 million US dollars, and in India today, the dairy industry has surpassed in terms of GDP more than rice and wheat. So what I feel is that it's very important sector for farmers, for their livelihood, But at the same time, buffalo is very, very important for them because it converts, bad food into a good food. And she is very efficient converter of fodder. Because we did a number of studies on buffaloes with fistullations, and we have found that we work with a lot of multinational companies on the efficacy, and we found that in terms of efficiency of converting good and bad, forage, buffalo is the best. So that is one of the reasons for us to focus on buffalo. So, next. One. So, what is the contribution of buffalo to Indian economy? So, I think what really happened nowadays is the cost of production of buffalo is very, very high. So, buffalo milk has become, a novelty. Now, in Indian rupees now, it is trading about 60 rupees to 65 rupees. On-gate prices are still about 50, 55. So it's very, very important constituents for product as well. And we have complete separate lines to process cow milk and buffalo milk. So we encourage farmers to have buffalo milk separately and cow milk separately. So we can make good products, and we have a value addition there as well. And I think it's very important in terms of meat exports also. So buffalo meat is about $3.47 billion industry in India. And in terms of, a lot of people talked about, yesterday we talked about salt tolerant cow or salt tolerant buffalo. But need of ours is because of the global climate change. We need buffaloes or cows with slick genes so that they thrive in hotter climate conditions. So buffalo is very important for farmers in our area and in India. So the constraints here are, buffalo is not, though it is a black gold, because I think Sir told about black gold, but nobody is trying to help black gold. They want, gold. So, so there is a lot of desperately or lot of funds needed for buffalo development. The calf mortality in buffalo is very high, and in most provinces, males are not reared because of cost involved. So having specialty feeds for male as well as female rearing program. And the major constraint was that the reproductive cycle of buffalo is compared to cow is higher. So it takes about 2.5 years to 3 years to get first calving in buffalo, which is much higher compared to the cow. So genomics development in buffalo is pretty slow. So we are trying with Indian governments to do specific studies on genome work in buffaloes, slick genes, and production genes involved. And we have done a lot of work in that area with Dr. Samat, and we have found out certain areas, SNPs, which are causing a lot of issues there. So what we have done is, buffalo needs tagging, buffalo needs progeny testing program, and all that was going into, it was part of agriculture university, so no funds were available for buffalo work in India. So we did a lot of lobbying with government, try to establish authority for tagging of the animals so that we have progeny record. And one of the novel programs we started after Brazil visit with Dr. Samad, our organization was to tag all these animals. So we tagged about 10,000 animals today, and all their lifetime records are maintained by our data center. And we have a call center, and we have an approach called grass to glass. So grass to glass approach, gives farmers right from fodder, genetics, nutrition, health, all these aspects, or life cycle management of all these animals is controlled by a grass to glass or cows to cloud program. And what we have understood is that being buffalo is having large gestation cycle and puberty comes late. So there was a direct need of sex skewed semen. So we started working with ABS Global and Venus, and we commercialized the private semen center about 15 years back, and we are producing somewhere around 5 million doses. And this is one of the lab sex skewed machines you can see here, and we are the first ones to produce sex embryos. So you will get buffalo sex embryos or cow's sex embryos. And in terms of rapid expansion of germplasm, the sexing is the tool. And for last 4 years, we are using sex semen on buffaloes and cows on an indigenous breed, and we have lakhs of pregnancies throughout India. And very recently, we have gone for OPU in buffaloes, and with OPU, you can get very high percentage of oocytes, and we have gone up to 48 oocytes in one collection, and we don't use any hormonal treatments, so cost is pretty low, as well as animal can be flushed again and again very rapidly, so without any detrimental effect. Even pregnant animal also can be aspirated. So that's the new technology which we have commercialized, and these are the oocytes which we collect straight away from the buffaloes, and these are the 6-day embryos developed from oocytes, and we already have a calf of the buffalo on the ground from these oocytes. Initially, we had 25% success rate in on this. With better management and better nutritional media modifications, because we are growing these oocytes to embryos in COT incubator. So there's the need of highly specialized media which will accelerate the growth. And all the oocytes which have been collected, which are in different stages, so they need to grow to 6-day level in the same time span. So this is the development which we have done, and the first sex Pura and Mehsana Jaffrababi semen in the globe was produced in our Brahma lab, and we are proud that the sexing really works in buffaloes. And we had a lot of difficulties because to monitor the purity of the semen, we have to develop specific PCR test. So we are using ddPCR to measure the purity of the semen. So we had a lot of hurdles in selecting SLPs or host genes which are responsible for buffalo male and female sex determination. So we are doing DDPCR, and these are some of the bulls. Then in terms of policy environment, we were the first ones with Dr. Samad for creating animal recording, and today we have about 10 to 15,000 animals with RFID barcode and combined all technologies. And with follow up with the government, after 10 years, today we have National Livestock Mission has created traceability, and there is an organization to do now tagging of the animals, maintaining the records of the animals. So take home message from the industry is that do first pilot, do baby steps, don't get involved in big projects without testing. Then it is very easy to convince governments to have proper policy. So this is the first farm in 96 where buffaloes are bred in loose housing. They are, and many people feel that buffaloes are dumb animals, but our finding is that they are more clever than the cows are. So they really exactly know, they are like dogs, and they're pretty good. We did some work with Uppsala on social behavior, and we found out that there is a politics also in buffalo herds. So these are the new findings and new behavioral studies which we do. And this farm is completely computerized. So the feeding, the breeding, dump removal, it's automatic, and we are running this farm for last 24 years. Then we started, taking this concept of what we developed in our own farm to our farmers. With the help of Dr. Samad and local governments, we try to have loose housing, and we try to create a local ecosystem of farmers where they understand. So what we have done is we created one local open house system in every village, so people can follow him. And we had poultry also alongside, so it becomes complete system where that all that disease management or ticks management can be taken care by poultry. So very less tick infestation, very less use of water, and very low labor. And we have found out that the repayment with the loose housing farm with the buffaloes or cows, farmer can easily repay whole cost of animals in 2 years. So it becomes very, very profitable to him, because we have learned lot about buffaloes with the computerized feeding. So with the computerized feeding, you feed the animals as per the animal wish. So whenever it goes to feeding station, she is recognized, and we can control the portion of feed which we can give. So there is very low acidosis in buffalo, and I feel that many times we humans try to do something which we feel right, but we never understand animal behavior and animal science well. So we have issues, and I think we have now more than 50 to 100 such loose farms in our state. We are handling about 1 million liters of milk every day. Then second question was about order. And many people feed sugarcane and farm residues to animals. So we started, this very novel concept of silage bags, because silage, creating a silage is very expensive to create. So with the silage bag, you can, from 250 kgs to 500 kgs, you can have different size of silage bag. And I think we have sold about 10,000 silage bags in our area. So that shows that, farmers are willing to adopt new technology, and very, small interventions can really make their life easy. So in terms of buffalo, it's a black gold, and it's a boon to farmers. And with the changing global climatic conditions, I feel that it is very important animal, because for cow you need sleek gene idiots, because HF cannot stand the high temperatures and housing. The housing requirements for the HFs and jerseys are, because they are from the temperate climate. They are not for the tropical climate. And we are open, so we have created a foundation. And in that foundation, we are trying to do a lot of work on buffalo research, rumination studies, and help farmers in a such way that they get the benefits of new technology. And we are here to help as a brothers in Bangladesh. Thank you for patience. I'm going to run a small video, so which will talk about.
India is home to about 57% of the world's buffalo and 16% of the world's cattle population. Although being one of the largest milk producers in the world, India's average milk productivity is very low as compared to other dairy-developed nations. This is due to multiple reasons, including imbalanced feeding to animals, rising cost of maintenance, and lack of education and awareness about genetics. To make the dairy business profitable, animal productivity needs to be increased by better feeding and management of the existing animals, and by improving genetic potential for milk production in future generations. With a vision to help farmers build, sustain, and flourish their dairy business, Chicory Dairy partnered with Genus PLC, the world's leading provider of bovine genetics and reproduction services. Known as Chicory Genus ABS Private Limited, this truly world-class facility, Brahma, was set up to study and improve the cattle genomically. This bull farm is home to 116 genetically superior jerseys and indigenous breeds like Sahiwal, Sindhi, and Gir bulls. Buffalo bulls of the Murra and Mehsana breeds are also reared here. The farm incorporates the best practices in bull handling, production, health, and safety. These high pedigree bulls are kept in utmost comfort and are monitored 24/7. Specially treated water is used to wash the bulls. The semen of these high pedigree bulls is collected and transferred to the lab through pneumatic tubes, making the process faster and contamination-free. Semen collection and incubation are all done under one roof, leaving no possibility of contamination. The result of this implementation has been a well-planned genetic improvement over a period of time. Based on the concept that the calves should be more productive than their mothers, Chicory Dairy's ultra-modern lab also works on sorting semen. The state-of-the-art computerized machines separate the male and female sperms with a high accuracy. Upon insemination, this sorted semen has a 95% and higher probability of giving birth to genetically superior female progenies. Research shows that these calves can produce a higher quantity of milk and have shown a high resistance to diseases as well. This was not possible without superior genes and the commitment shown by Chicken Dairy to uplift the lives of dairy farmers. The dairy believes in giving back to where you get from. And this revolutionary step is just a peep into the future.
Thank you.
You finish it along with the video in 25 minutes. I am sure this is must have a great awareness for everyone and a lot of education for myself. Although I am myself claim to be a reproduction student, we have allowed 5 minutes, maybe 3 questions. First here and then from Professor Aziz second and one more. Anybody interested? Yes, let's get yes and one at the back. Let's take.
Thank you.
Short, please.
Yeah, I'm short. Thank you, Dr. Vishak. Just I am one question. You know that indoor collection without any hormonal treatment. As far as I know, the mobile is that something that single experience, one solution.
Review is done with hormones or without hormones? Yes. I think he clearly mentioned. Yes, please.
It's done without the hormone, and we collect prominent, ovaries, go to prominent ovary and pick up whatever worms are there, and all worms are picked up, and because we will have different stages of maturity of worms there in the ovary. You pick up all the ovaries, and we have a special culture medium where they will become mature.
Okay, I can just add on to what Vishwas had said. That,
I'm not a veterinarian, so
yes,
please
typically, a person would be surprised that buffalo without any hormonal treatment can result into so many oocytes. Main reason I believe is the quality of donors they have and huge number, so they can select out of hundreds which is the best one. You get my point? Most likely that is the reason.
Because all oocytes will not convert into
right. Good question. Yes, Professor Aziz.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Mr. Aziz from Singapore. This is a nice presentation. So my key question is that you are managing the feeding system with computer, and what that nest is using.
Yeah.
So can you please little bit explain?
What happens is that we have RFID tags and there are feeding stations, and whenever animal goes to feeding station, so first of all in 96, because I am being a professional engineer, electronics and communication engineer from family side, and they entrusted on animal side to me. My first project was on animal. Other animals on their own go to the feeding station. So they really understand. They really go to the feeding station. They keep on going to feeding station as long as they get to feed. So they are identified by computers, and whatever you have programmed, kind of quantity of feed, so they will want to dispense the feed. So every time they do a trickle feeding, so they don't feed in a one go. So they have availability of that feed. Throughout 24 hours. And there is a possibility of even carry forward feed also. They can carry because they have cyclicity. In 48 hours, they can carry some feed also. And she is given to producer identify that he has not taken the normally, Concentrates are like sweet leaches. Nobody will give the sweet leaches. So if they are consuming less feed, that means they have issues.
Okay, I believe you understood, and I believe a lot of wastage is
about 10 to 15%
saved.
Or you get more with the same feed.
And let me get this question back. And the other I could add on to, because it's so interesting. In conventionally, it's used to be called as Callan gate feeding system. So if she's a heifer, she definitely doesn't need that much of PMR or silage. But if she is a high producer, so accordingly you could feed. Can we get microphone at PJ, please?
One thing I want to add, apart from that, we have IPF also. We have in-parlor feeding also. Because we want that animals to come in parlor easily. So we have IPF and IPF also. Outside parlor feeding and inside parlor.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I enjoyed this informative presentation. I have only one question. So we in Bangladesh, we wanted to share the advancement in India regarding the buffalo livestock. So some of our projects, government projects, and in our Bill Vita, the sister concern, I might say, like they imported lots of buffalo from India. But unfortunately, we found that the productivity drastically fell down. I mean, on an average, in India, when they purchased the animal, the buffalo, average productivity was 7 to 8 liters, even higher. But here we found when we transit the animal here, it's 2 to 3 liters of milk. So, upon your experience, what is the reason and how we should
Thank you.
What we do whenever we are in last 10 or 15 years, we are not buying any. And one of the reasons, whenever we go and buy animals, we don't buy we buy calf animals. We measure the milk at the farmer level, then only buy them. So, in terms of productivity measurement, you know that exactly how much he gives. And when you bring back to the farmer and give it to him, we try to have follow-up. So we are running a program because you touched upon women empowerment. We have trained about 10,000 couples, and the female is free, male has to pay. And we talk about nutrition, we talk about nutritional feeding, best practices, money management, how to feed animals. So these females take care of animals like their own feeding. And all that nascent money, weekly bazaars remain. And only liquid cash which is coming for the lady is from the buffalo. Very, very important animal for moving folks in town.
Yeah, I think if I can understand, the question was that suppose if we buy or import about 50 buffaloes from Maharashtra to Chittagong, if they were producing over there, on an average,
definitely something is wrong with you.
50 liters, it drops down to 7 liters. Is that the question? I think the short answer is the feeding and change of environment. It typically happens in Pakistan. We bring Holstein Friesian from southern states of the United States. Half of the production in Lahore or Kasur or the districts of Punjab. I'm not surprised. So it's the environment, individual animal behavior, and the feeding.
Because feeding plays very vital role.
Feeding is perhaps okay. Because it was so interesting, we are exceeding time, but let's have the last question. और मैं अपने my own questions I will keep it for the tea time.
Thank you, Professor Biswas. I just want to ask one question.
Absolutely.
You have so many animals in your farm. So, in farm management, are you using any IoT or AI technology in your farm?
We use a lot of trends, and one of the tools was activity meters, and you get the vessel activity, and whenever there is a spike in activity, you can detect the hit. But our findings is that in terms of sensitivity to movement, the Holstein cow or Jersey cow and buffalo cows behave totally different. So you cannot really calculate activity based on NHFs. So buffalo needs different activity meters, where sensitivity is different. And we have found out very simple ways to monitor heat. Is that whenever it is coming for milking, buffaloes will have udders, swollen, their eyes red, and these are very simple indicators which we have used. And we have programmed software which tells us that the probable date of heat. So our farm manager gets to-do list every day. And same concept is extended to our farmers which are part of our cows to cloud strategy. So they get 3 days notice, and they go and check whether that animal is on heat or not.
So do I understand, Vishwas Sahib, that at least in detecting heat or to speed up the reproduction, they, I'm sure you are aware of NEED. It's like an intent for any computer. So you are using those accelerometers, activity meters for all three, or time to okay. So they are not replicable. The collars or they somehow do not work. I would endorse what Vishwas is trying to say at our university farm. Okay, very good, very good. I think let's give him a big applause. It's a great learning, and I will keep my questions for the team. May I have the privilege to invite the next speaker, who is Sanjeev Chandranath from Bangladesh Livestock Research Institute. He will be talking about the quantitative evaluation of buffalo constraints in Bangladesh. Dr. Sanjeev, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So today I will talk about one of our study findings from our buffalo project, and it's on quantitative evaluation of buffalo constraints in Bangladesh. So here is my presentation outline. I'll talk about some background, objectives, materials, and methods, result discussion, conclusion recommendation, and feedback direction. So all of us already heard many things about buffalo population in Bangladesh. And buffaloes are mainly distributed in the coastal river basin, marshland, and border areas of the country. And Bangladesh has a population of 1.5 million buffaloes, which is 1.8% of total population of world buffaloes. And the contribution of livestock in GDP is about 1.8%, and the buffalo contributes only 4% of total meat production in Bangladesh. And there is a lack of 2.6 million metric ton of milk every year in our country. So buffalo could be a seasonal species which can contribute to meat production in future. And we already know that 4 distinct buffalo production system in our country, mainly household system, semi-Bathan, and semi-intensive system. And these are based on the availability of shelter and the grazing pattern or feeding pattern, and that's all. The key challenges of buffalo production in Bangladesh are there's resource care about buffalo population and their constraints and other factors. And also there's lack of grazing land and food nutrition supply, poor genetics, lack of AI and breeding bulls, high calf mortality rate, and low meat production. So we conducted this study to go more deep into these constraints to identify the major constraints in different farming system locations, to determine the farmers and livestock professionals' level of concern about these constraints, identify factors influencing the perception level of the farmers, and identify farmers' need to extend buffalo rearing in Bangladesh. Here, we targeted mainly buffalo concentrated areas, and we included 7 districts to conduct this study. And we conducted our survey in 170 farms, buffalo farms. And we also included 50 participants, like livestock professionals, like veterinary surgeons or academicians, NGO workers, and also buffalo researchers. And we conducted this study in 2 groups, like farmers and livestock professionals. And we collected data on housing, feeding, breeding, health and disease, and economic and marketing constraints. And for farmers, we conducted this in face-to-face interview. And for the livestock professionals, we conducted this study in online Google survey. I have the results of the discussion. First, we found that there is no difference observed between the perception level of farmers and livestock professionals. Like both the groups are concerned about this constraints. And in case of housing constraints, we found that most of the farmers agreed that the construction cost of shade is high, and there's lack of buffaloes, lack of space for the buffaloes, and there's also lack of available walling or mud area around there for the buffaloes. Into the feeding system, most of the farmers agree that they have lack of knowledge about UMS or silage preparation, and also lack of knowledge about balance station. And the price of concentrate is very high, and there is also lack of available grazing land, and it's mostly unavailable in the winter dry season. For breeding constraints, we identified that farmers mostly prefer to natural service over AI, and also in case of AI, there is poor consumption rate, and the semen is not available in all areas. And farmers sometimes complain that the quality of semen is not good, and farmers have lack of available good breeding pools. In case of health and disease constraints, as buffaloes are mostly reared in the Bathan or semi-Bathan system, so for them, veterinary facilities like treatment facilities is very remote, and they don't get timely veterinary services, and also because of that, calf mortality is high, and they don't have enough knowledge about vaccination or deworming. For marketing and economic constraints, the milk price is lower compared to the cow milk sometimes, and they don't get enough financial support from the government or NGO, and the interest rate of the loan is a little bit high for the farmers, and sometimes they complain that they don't have enough capital to run their business properly. From the regression model, we found that the 3 group of farmers, like Bathan farmers and the leader farmers and the owners of the farmers, are highly concerned about the constraints. And farmers who don't have the knowledge about UMS or modern feeding technologies, and also don't know about balance station, and don't have enough available drinking water for the buffaloes, are more concerned or are suffering more compared to the other groups. And most of the farmers don't have breeding pools for breeding, so they are concerned about it. In case of treatment of veterinary facilities, farmers don't get veterinarians on time during treatment or other problems, and due to this, the calf mortality is higher. And in case of marketing constraints, the significant difference was found for the not getting enough price of meal and high cost of transportation, basically in the Bathan or the Bathan system. And finally, we asked farmers to how can we or what they want from the government or NGOs to sustain buffalo farming in Bangladesh. And we found most of the farmers agreed that they need available grazing land in the islands or in the buffalo concentrated areas to expand this farming or into meat production. And also they need killa or free islands to save buffaloes from natural calamities. And also they need timely veterinary service, like if they have some satellite clinic in the remote area so that they can take the service easily. And they also need loan with low interest rate and enough vaccine and medicine supply in the buffalo farming area. And in case of Bathan or remote areas, they don't have enough drinking water supply, both for the buffaloes and the workers. So they need ponds or deep wells so that they can get this drinking water. And they don't have also good breeding pools, and they want a separate marketing channel or meat cooperatives for the buffalo farmers. And there are some problems by the forestry department that when new islands raises, the forestry department take those islands for tree plantation, so farmers cannot graze their buffaloes in those areas. So we can conclude that most of the farmers in Bathan system and those are literate are highly concerned about the farming system, buffalo farming, and the major constraints are higher construction cost of trade, lack of grazing land, lack of good quality breeding bull and AI, insufficient vaccine, high calf mortality rate, higher transportation cost, and insufficient financial support. And the demands are enough grazing land and killa and timely veterinary services. And here are some recommendations from our study that we can do capacity building training for the farmers on good management practices, provide quality bull and standard breeding system, and support farmers to build milk cooperatives and chilling centers or processing plants, and also increase fodder cultivation and provide grazing land in the islands, and also increase veterinary services in the remote places through satellite clinics, and also increase awareness about the beneficial effects of buffalo milk and meat. But more studies needed to go more deep into these issues and to find out some solutions to sustain this farming system, like longitudinal studies covering all buffalo concentrated areas and in different seasons, because the buffalo moves from one place to another place based on the seasons and availability of fodder, and identify those constraints. And also need to include different stakeholders to conduct focus group discussion and explore the possible solutions to sustain this farming system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. You presented well. In about 15 minutes, you finished. Thank you. We have time for 2 to 3 questions. basically he has, yes, lots of these again.
Thank you. Actually, maybe it's an NS work, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Have you ever, actually in your document, I found that the sub-mortality is 10% or more than 10% and the significant difference, right?
Yes.
Right. Can you ever see if this calf fit the custom or not?
No, sir, we didn't check it. We just check if the calf mortality is high, which group is more concerned. So we just compare this relation. It was not a part of my study whether the fit custom or not.
Don't be nervous. They will not eat you.
We have one more question.
Could you please let me know the major causes of calf mortality? Did you find any cause?
Yes, maybe some diseases like diarrhea, calf diarrhea, pneumonia, and most probably the poor nutrition, because most of the buffaloes in Bathans are catechic and they don't get enough milk. And also another cause may be the calf mortality is higher in the coastal and coastal areas and islands, where there may be a problem of salinity. So this may cause diarrhea. So calf mortality is higher in the island area.
What about the parasitic infection?
Yes, and this is also another most important cause, because for most of the farmers in the island, they don't give their animals regularly, or maybe in 2 to 3 years they don't have any government.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's a very good point. Vishwasa, I need your attention if I can intervene. Are there any vaccines available for calf mortality, or has someone attempted developing? I know it's basically E. coli, pathogenic E. coli, which is responsible for. Perhaps people are researching, and it's very difficult to develop a vaccine against a bacteria. Ideally for viruses. The other if I can add, colostrum feeding is the key to prevent these type of ailments or conditions. When I used to work at the farm, we could even freeze as such in 1 liter the colostrum, and if we see any calf 2 months, 3 months going down, we will thaw and try to restore very, very bad. Professor Samad wants to add. Short suggestion.
There is one more factor in colostrum which we need to consider short trypsin inhibitor. And we have found in our survey that in buffaloes which are underfed, the colostrum contains very low quantity. As a result, when it is fed to calf, much of IgG is destroyed by the time it eats. That is one reason we have found out, and to overcome that, you can add soybean. So soybean is very rich. That can be done. And feeding of colostrum, I think, is the most important. And one more point, that we have recently developed a technique of making powder out of colostrum by using low temperature or low high temperature technique of marketing. That way, you have a very long shelf life, and you can keep on feeding these powders with your craft.
Thank you, Doctor. Khalil also wants to ask a question or add a comment. Dr. Khalil, please.
I have no comments. I have no questions, just comments. I am now working also in calf dairy in Buffalo. Basically, when the buffalo born in our coastal region, basically July or August to December, in that time there is no grass, scarcity of feed, basically grass or any other feed. also hello land in this time. There is no vaccination schedule in calf, so basic thing colostrum is also one cause. Another cause also anthelmintic problem, parasitic disease. I have a trial that I fed calf starter. A trial. There is 40 calf. But another trial there 80 calf I below land. 40 calf no died, but another 80 already 6 are died due to colostrum or any other thing. So calf mortality is the main reason, maybe seasonal problem, nutritional problem, it is the main cause in our country.
Thank you, Doctor, for sharing your experiences. May I now request Dr. Batiur Rahman, who is the chair, along with me in the session, to please invite the next speaker.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Guru Singh Verma, USP, who will be talking on developing pathways for a transition to buffalo milk production in Bangladesh.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Singh Marma. I'm a fellow from Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. And I have been working on developing pathways for the sustainable buffalo milk production system in Subarnachal area for quite a long time. And during my research, I have come to understanding that the milk production system in Subarnachal area is very intricate. You can see that milk production system is very connected with different types of aspects. For example, feeding system, then rearing system, and disease management system. So if we want to just focus on the milk production system, we just literally can because we have to focus on every aspect of the buffalo milk production system, and also we have to ensure that our change or research should be updated by the buffalo farmers and other stakeholders. So that's why we need a new methodology to include the buffalo farmers and also the stakeholders as well as the researchers to develop the current meat production system. So for this vision, we have selected a reflective imperative design or in a short view for redesigning the current meat buffalo meat production system. This methodology is consists of three cycles of activities. The first one is focused on the analyzing the current milk production system, then analyzes what are the constraints and obstacles in it, and also the demands of the stakeholders. Then in the second cycle will focus on developing several types of solutions based on the knowledge we obtain from the first cycle. And in the third, we will select the best solution to implement in the field condition and anticipate a change in the current system. For this purpose, we have included 12 buffalo farmers from Subarnachal area, 6 milk processors, and 2 buffalo milk consumers to conduct our research. Before jumping to the solution, I would like to just say that because of the time constraint, we just only focus on several types of several types of elements of the current milk production system. So we can just only change the basic or the key elements from the system. We have developed border in the system analysis. For example, we want to change the buffalo or the feed stuff and focus on farmer, milk processors, etc. The system analysis is tell us how these different types of elements play a role in the current system and how they interact with each other. And based on the current milk production system analysis, we have selected several functions that needs to operate the milk production system. For example, there are provide nutrition, monitor buffalo, assess milk quality, store milk, keep records, etc. And based on the key functions, we have developed a morphological chart. You can see here, these are our key functions. And for the key functions, we have selected several types of technologies, ranging from the low tech and to the high tech solution. For example, if you can see here, for assessing the buffalo milk quality, buffalo farmer or milk processor can perform organoleptic test, water test, or they can use lactose scan or estimation, etc. The purpose of this morphological chart is so we can select different types of solution and make a combination based on where the buffalo milk production system is situated, because we have seen that different region buffalo milk production has different types of the function. Based for the Suvarnachal area, we have selected 4 types of solutions. We have named in 4 names. For if you can see there, the theme one is low cost. We have included all the solutions that are very low cost for the buffalo farmers or other stakeholders. Then the second solution concept was feasible. So this solution is consist of technologies that the buffalo farmer can acquire, and they are very feasible for them. And the third one is focused on high buffalo milk quality, and the fourth one is futuristic. Another point I want to add that the key one on low cost is focused on the current to redesign the current buffalo milk production system. For example, if we what we want to see in the near next 5 years, and for the team B, we are in our mind that this was for the buffalo milk production system in the next 7 years, if we can work on developing it. And the team C and team D is for the next 10 or 12 years if the buffalo milk production system is developed. These are the low cost solution, and we can see that there was very solution that we need very minimal cost. For example, record book, water test for water evaluation in milk, and hardness test for SSP, other health. And solution B also focused on feasible like to scan to assessing the buffalo milk quality, because we have found that Upazila office has now have lactose scale, so buffalo farmer can send their milk to offices to assess the milk quality. And there was also like glass fodder and smartphone to perform different types of functions in the buffalo milk production system. And this solution is focused on high milk quality. For example, farmer can use the different types of high-tech solution that will ensure high milk quality. And the futuristic is if a commercial farmer wants to develop the buffalo farm, they can use this type of solution. And then we want to know which solution might be best suitable for the Suvarnachal area. So we have performed an evaluation. So as you can see, the solution B and solution C has the highest score, because if you can see here, the solution B has high score in the animal nutrition, milk quality, safety, and environment aspect. which might be very important in the current situation. So we select a solution. We might be the final concept to transfer our current buffalo milk production system into a sustainable one. For example, if we want to provide grass fodder to the buffalo, farmer can use napier pasture grass or German grass, or they can use the smartphone to keep records and as well as disease diagnosis. And for the planning treatment, they can use the preventive treatment, for example, like vaccine and antibiotic before a disease can occur in the buffalo. And also, they can use lactation for assessing milk quality and to use the solar power milk cooler in the milk collection point, especially in the island, to store milk. And in conclusion, we can say that the buffalo milk production system of our country is very promising because our government and different types of NGOs are currently working on this sector. And now we are arranging an international buffalo workshop, so we can say that we can develop our buffalo system into a sustainable one. But before conclusion, I want to say that there might be a higher level of change in our system for improving the milk transportation system from the island to the inland, because most of the buffalo are reared in the island area. So we cannot change that, but we are hoping that a higher help from or assist from the higher level, it might be helpful in improving the buffalo milk production system of our country. And in conclusion, I like to pay my gratitude to all the research institutes that helped me in conducting this research, and also thanks to my Adulthood Bangladesh family for supporting me. And thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Questions, please. Or even comments or suggestions. Basically, it is the same issue, but using a new methodology or software, I understand, and coming up with the conclusion. If none, then yes, please.
How can we measurement the environmental issue? Because in your opinion, maybe you said that two issues are very successful. One of the environment. How can we measure the environmental issues that have not limited on this whole issue?
Thank you, sir, for the question. For measurement and environment issue, we have one requirement that the solution might just emission 20 gram of methane gas per milk production system, and we have assumed that if we look at different the whole solution concept, you might see that in the feasible one, we are using mainly focus on the animal health and their welfare. So we are assuming that if the animal health, up to the point of welfare, and the farm has enough management, that we can reduce the methane emission gas from the buffalo. And we have just included, we have consulted with our experts on this issue, and they have provided their scores, and we have averaged it, and we have found this. No, actually, we don't have any environment specialist, but we have my co-supervisor was from the Boston University in Research, and she was an expert in the biosystem design, and she helped in polishing our project and that design.
Give him a big applause. Please invite the last speaker.
Okay, now I'd like to invite Professor Mahmoud Ahmad, public farmer from Road. We will be talking on constraints of global warming in Bangladesh, farmers' experience. Professor Mahmoud Ahmad.
আরে ছিদ্র তো আর না, এটা ঢুকাবো না।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি একজন ফার্মার, লক্ষ্মীপুর ডিস্ট্রিক্টের একজন ফার্মার। আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠানে আমন্ত্রিত হয়ে আমি খুব নিজেকে ধন্য মনে করছি। এটাই হলো আমার সবচেয়ে বড় আশা। তবে একজন ফার্মার হিসাবে আমাদের যে কতগুলো সমস্যা, এখানে অনেক ডিজিজ নিয়ে, অনেক রোগ ব্যাধি নিয়ে এবং মিল ম্যাট নিয়ে আলোচনা হয়েছে, কিন্তু আমরা যে ফার্মার, আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় সমস্যা হলো গ্রিনল্যান্ড, চারণভূমির আমাদের অভাব। বাংলাদেশের কনস্টিটিউশনে চারণভূমি লিজ দেওয়ার আইন আছে, কিন্তু আমরা সেটা পাচ্ছি না। যেটা হলো নদী গর্ভে যে সমস্ত আইল্যান্ড, অর্থাৎ নতুন নিউ আইল্যান্ড, যে সমস্ত শহর ল্যান্ড জেগে উঠেছে, সেই সমস্ত শহর ল্যান্ডে আমরা মহিষের বাথান আছে, আমরা সেখানে মহিষ পালন করি, কিন্তু সেটা আমরা ওয়ান টাইমের মতো, আজকে 1 বছরের বেশি সময় আমরা একটা জায়গায় স্থায়ীভাবে বসবাস করা, মহিষ নিয়ে বাথান করা বা কিল্লা করা আমাদের পক্ষে সম্ভব হয় না। আজকে এখানে, কালকে ওখানে, পরশু ওখানে, এইভাবে আমরা মানে বিচরণ করে মহিষ খামারিরা মহিষ লালন পালন করে আসছে, যার কারণে বাংলাদেশের উপকূলীয় অঞ্চল যেমন সবচেয়ে বড় আবাসস্থল ছিল বাসাঞ্চল, দ্বিতীয় আবাসস্থল ছিল স্বর্ণদ্বীপ, আর বাকি সব আবাসস্থল গুলো যেমন নোয়াখালী, ফেনী, লক্ষ্মীপুর, ভোলা, পটুয়াখালী, বরগুনা, এই সমস্ত অঞ্চলে যে সমস্ত শহরগুলি হয়েছে, এই সমস্ত শহরগুলা আজকে শিল্পায়নের জন্য, যেমন পায়রা বন্দরের আশেপাশে যত শহর আছে, সমস্ত শহরগুলা শিল্পপতিদের কাছে লিজ দেওয়া হয়েছে, কিন্তু আমাদের ফার্মারদেরকে লিজ দেওয়া হয়নি, যার কারণে শুষ্ক মৌসুমে প্রচুর খাদ্যের অভাব দেখা যায়। এবং বাংলাদেশে যেখানেই শহর পড়ে সেখানেই নতুন করে চাষাবাদ শুরু করা হয়। তারা মল লক্ষ লক্ষ টাকা ব্যয় করেও আমরা 1 বছরের জন্য আমাদের একজন ফার্মারকে 50 লক্ষ টাকা পর্যন্ত ব্যয় করতে হয়। আমাদের মহিষের আবাসস্থল সীমিত হয়ে আসছে, এটা এখন নোয়াখালী, ভোলা এবং পটুয়াখালীর প্রিয়তমের মধ্যে সীমাবদ্ধ হয়েছে। আর বাকি পদ্মা, যমুনা এবং ব্রহ্মপুত্র নদে যে সমস্ত চর শুষ্ক মৌসুমে আছে, বাকি জামালপুর, দিনাজপুর, এই সমস্ত এলাকায়ও ছোট ছোট এরিয়াতেও ছোট ছোট ফার্ম আছে, কিন্তু উপকূলীয় অঞ্চলে সবচেয়ে বড় বড় ফার্ম আছে, সেই ফার্মে শুধু চারণভূমিরই সবচেয়ে বড় অভাব। আর আমাদের বাফেলো ডেভেলপ হচ্ছে না, তার কারণ হলো হাইব্রিড জাতের কোনো বাফেলো বাংলাদেশে নেই। যে নীলিরাবি, মুরা অথবা সুরাটি যেটি হোক, উন্নত জাতের কোনো বাফেলো বাংলাদেশে নাই, যার কারণে কৃষকরা বা একজন ফার্মার বা কোনো বিত্তশালী ব্যক্তি বাফেলো সেক্টরে আসতে রাজি হয়। আর যারা মান্দাতার আমল থেকে বাফেলো সেক্টরে আছে, তারা শুধু লোকসান দিয়েই যাচ্ছে, কিন্তু আসলে তাদেরকে ডেভেলপ করা হচ্ছে না, রাষ্ট্রীয়ভাবে কোনো সাহায্য, রাষ্ট্রীয়ভাবে কোনো সাপোর্ট তারা পাচ্ছে না, রাষ্ট্রীয়ভাবে কোনো সাপোর্ট পাচ্ছে না, কোনো ঋণ পাচ্ছে না, কোনো সহযোগিতা পাচ্ছে না। আর রোগ ব্যাধির ক্ষেত্রে বাংলাদেশের মানে স্টোন ডিজিজ যেগুলা এন্ড ভাইরাস এই সমস্ত জিনিস দেখা দিলে রিসার্চ সেক্টর গুলা বাংলাদেশের বিভাগীয় শহরে সেখানে সিমটম কালেকশন করে রিসার্চ সেন্টারে পৌঁছাইতে অন্তত 7 ডেজ অর 10 ডেজ এন্ড সিমটম কালেকশন করার জন্য লাইফ স্টক অফিসার মানে সল ল্যান্ডে যাইতে রাজি হয় না। তাহলে ওই ভাইরাস এবং দুরারোগ্য ব্যাধিতে মহিষের মৃত্যু ঘটাটা স্বাভাবিক, যার কারণে আমাদের মহিষ সম্পদ আস্তে আস্তে বিলুপ্ত হয়ে আসছে। এখানে পাকিস্তান এবং ভারত, নেপাল থেকে আমাদের স্যার আব্দুল সামাদ, ডক্টর আব্দুল সামাদ, ডক্টর নাসিম আহমেদ, হেলথ বাংলাদেশ দি হাইব্রিড নীলি রাবি and Mura cement and wool help me the Bangladesh on request, urgent request. প্রাকৃতিক দুর্যোগের সময় ফ্লাড, টর্নেডো, সাইক্লোন সময় মহিষের কোনো নিরাপদ আশ্রয়স্থল নাই। যেমন আমাদের জন উন্নয়ন সংস্থার ডাক্তার খলিল ভাই বলেছিলেন যে ভোলাতে অনেক কিল্লা নির্মাণ করা হয়েছে, একটা কিল্লা তো দেখলাম না কোনো সরে। কিল্লা দেখা যায় সেটা হলো ফিশ মার্কেট, একটা কিল্লা আছে সেটাতে ফিশ মার্কেট, কিন্তু সেখানে কোনো মহিষ নাই। আর সাগরিক উন্নয়ন সংস্থাও বলেছে যে কিল্লা নির্মাণ করার জন্য করেছে, কিন্তু কোথাও তো দেখি নাই স্বর্ণদ্বীপে অথবা অন্য সন্দ্বীপ বা চট্টগ্রামের কোন জায়গায় একটা কিল্লা নির্মাণ হয়েছে। এর আগে আমরা শুনেছি বদির কিল্লা নামে 700 কিল্লা বরাদ্দ হয়েছে, কিন্তু একটা কিল্লা আমরা কোথাও দেখিনি। আর যদি একটা কিল্লা হয়ে থাকে সেগুলা মাছ ব্যবসায়ীরা তাদের মাছের মার্কেট হিসেবে ব্যবহার করছে, কিন্তু সেখানে কোনো বাফেলো ফার্মার সেটার সুযোগ নিতে পারে নাই। যার কারণে এই প্রাকৃতিক দুর্যোগের সময় নিরাপদ আশ্রয়স্থলে মহিষকে রাখার জন্য কিল্লা নির্মাণ করা এবং সেখানে হাউস নির্মাণ করা, যাতে লাইফ স্টক এন্ড এআই টেকনিশিয়ান সেখানে অবস্থান করতে পারে। এই ধরনের যদি ব্যবস্থা না নেওয়া হয় তাহলে মহিষ সম্পদে উন্নতি বা ডেভেলপমেন্ট করা আমাদের পক্ষে কখনো সম্ভব হবে না। আর বাংলাদেশের যে মন্ত্রণালয়, এই মন্ত্রণালয়টা হইল ফিশ এন্ড পশু, ফিশ এন্ড হইল মন্ত্রণালয়। এখন ফিশ দেখবে না পশু দেখবে, কোনটা দেখবে এটা আমাদের একটা সমস্যা। আমরা সব কোনো কিছুর জন্য চাইতে হলে আমরা নিজের দিকে তাকিয়ে থাকতে হয়, লাইফ স্টকের দিকে তাকিয়ে থাকতে হয়। একদিকে ফিশারি আর একদিকে বাফেলো, এই দুটা জিনিসের জন্য যদি আলাদা আলাদা মিনিস্ট্রি হতো তাহলে আমাদের বাফেলোর ডেভেলপ করাটা আমাদের পক্ষে সম্ভব হতো। রোগ ব্যাধির ক্ষেত্রে সবচেয়ে বড় রোগ হলো অ্যানথ্রাক্স, তারপরে অ্যানথ্রাক্স যেটা হলো তরকা আর কি, এসএস, এফএমডি, তারপরে এই সমস্ত রোগ ব্যাধির ক্ষেত্রে দেখা যায় যে ভ্যাকসিনেশন যেটা করা হয় এবং দুরারোগ্য ব্যাধির জন্য জরুরি কোনো ব্যবস্থা এবং কোনো পরিবহন ব্যবস্থা নেই, যাতায়াত ব্যবস্থা নেই, একজন ভেটেরিনারি সার্জন চলে যেয়ে মহিষের চিকিৎসা দিতে রাজি হয় না। আমাদের যে সমস্ত রাখাল আছে তারা মূর্খ, তারা শুধু রোগের লক্ষণই বলতে পারে, কিন্তু ট্রিটমেন্ট দেওয়ার পক্ষে সম্ভব হচ্ছে না। যেমন মেস্টোটাইটিস নিয়ে আলোচনা করেছে, জেন্টামাইসিন ব্যবহার করা, আর আমার ওই খলিল ভাই বলেছে যে শুধু সেপ্টাঅক্সিনই ব্যবহার করা হয়, এটা কিন্তু বাস্তব সত্য কথা। আগে প্রাইমারি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক আর হায়ার অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক, এদের মধ্যে ডিফারেন্স আছে, কিন্তু ওই আমাদের দেশের কর্মচারীরা আগে হায়ার অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক মেরে বসে থাকে, যা দিয়ে রোগ প্রতিরোধ করা বা পরিচর্যা করা সম্ভব হয় না। এখানে সল্ট এরিয়া, যেমন লবণাক্ত পানি, সমুদ্র গর্ভে যে চরগুলা জেগে উঠেছে। এই সমস্ত চরে লবণাক্ত পানির পরিমাণ সবচেয়ে বেশি। যেমন নভেম্বর টু জুলাই মাস পর্যন্ত এখানে লবণাক্ত পানি থাকে। এই পানি খেয়ে মহিষের বিভিন্ন ধরনের রোগ ব্যাধি দেখা দেয়। শুধু বাংলাদেশ সরকারের থেকে সামান্য পরিমাণে কৃমিনাশক ওষুধই সরবরাহ পাওয়া যায় আর ভ্যাকসিনেশন, আর অন্য আদার্স কোনো সাপোর্ট আমরা পাই না। তো সল্ট এরিয়াতে একটা পরিকল্পনা আমাদেরকে নিতে হবে। আরেকটা পরিকল্পনা আমাদেরকে নিতে হবে উত্তরবঙ্গে, যেমন রাজশাহী, জামালপুর, দিনাজপুর, তারপরে ঈশ্বরদী, পাবনা, এই সমস্ত অঞ্চলের জন্য ভিন্ন পরিকল্পনা নিতে হবে। যেমন গতদিন আমাদের পটুয়াখালীর এক স্যারে বলছিল যে পুকুর কাটে, একটা পুকুর হলে সেখানে পুকুরে পানি দিতে পারবে, কিন্তু 1 মাস পানি খেয়ে তো পুকুর শুকিয়ে যাবে। মাটির নিচে থেকে শুকনো পানি উত্তোলন করে পুকুর ভরলে তারপরে সেই পানিতে মহিষ পান করে ওই 6 মাস পর্যন্ত মহিষে জীবন ধারণ করা মহিষের পক্ষে সম্ভব হবে। এই সমস্ত সমস্যাগুলা আমাদের বাংলাদেশ সরকার এবং বিদেশি যে মেহমানরা আসছে তারা যদি সলভ করে, তাহলে আমরা এই বাফালো সম্পদকে ডেভেলপ করে বাংলাদেশের প্রথম সারির অর্থনৈতিক জোনে পরিণত করতে পারবো।
Find out in 1-2 minutes, we would appreciate.
তবে আমি সবার কাছে অনুরোধ থাকবো যে আমাদের আসলে বাস্তবমুখী সমস্যার সমাধান করার উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করা, এটাই হলো আমাদের মূল লক্ষ্য। আমরা অনেকে এখানে অনেক কিছু আজকে 2 দিন আলোচনা করতে, আগামী দিনে অনেক কিছু আলোচনা হবে, কেউ মেইন কেউ শর্ট, কিন্তু আসলে আমাদের বড় সমস্যা হলো যত একটা মহিষ যদি 20 and 30 লিটার দুধ দেয়, তাহলে যে কোনো লোকই মহিষ সম্পদকে ডেভেলপ করার জন্য আগে আসে। কিন্তু এখন আমাদের কাছে যে মহিষ আছে এটা 2 লিটার 3 লিটার 4 লিটার। আর তাছাড়া বড় সমস্যা হলো খাদ্য সম্পদ। এই খাদ্য যেমন তার নমি গ্রিজল্যান্ড যেটা, এটা আমাদের নেই। এখন আমাদের যদি পার্মানেন্ট না করলে রাষ্ট্র বা বিভিন্ন সংস্থা বা বিদেশ কিভাবে আমাদেরকে সহযোগিতা দেবে? আমরা তো এক জায়গায় স্থায়ীভাবে থাকি। আমাদেরকে পার্মানেন্ট করতে হবে, তারপরে আমাদেরকে জাত উন্নয়নের জন্য, দুর্যোগ মোকাবিলা করার জন্য, তারপরে বাজারজাত করার জন্য, পরিবহনের জন্য, চিকিৎসা সুবিধার জন্য, ওষুধপত্র সরবরাহের জন্য সকল কিছুর ব্যবস্থা। এখন আজকে আমি এখানে আছি, কালকে যে আমাকে সেখানে পায় না, আমি নাই, তাহলে সেখানে এআই কর্মকর্তা, সরকার, সবাই ফিরে আসে। তো আমি সবার কাছে ক্ষমা চেয়ে নিই যে ভুল হলে আমাকে ক্ষমা করবেন। তবে আমি চাই যে মহিষ সম্পদ বাফেলো ডেভেলপ হোক, এটাই আমি এই আশা থেকে আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
If you allow me, I would request the moderators to please make sure that what our very outstanding farmer Mahbub Rahman Sahab has made his concerns and some of the recommendations, please, they need to be elaborately mentioned, not only in this session, but also in overall recommendations of the workshop. Thank you. May I now invite the rapporteur's report, and then I would request my chair, Professor Dr. Matiur Rahman Sahib, to please say his concluding remarks.
Thank you, sir. This afternoon, we will listen another 4 important presentations from 4 important speakers. Our first presentation was about the use of technology from Mr. Vishwas Kaligari. He explained, actually, I think he was one of the pioneers in utilizing the technology, modern technology in terms of buffalo farming, and he was very successful in this, using those without use of hormones, moving to fertilization, embryo transfer technology, and also animal recording system using the ear tag. I would like to elaborate about the ovum become without the feasibility of this technology without use of the hormone, because with this technology you can pick up the ovum, either it is mature or immature, and then you can mature the ovum in the laboratory with the chemicals, then you can produce a full embryo. So it's quite possible without use of any hormone. Then he also mentioned the importance of a loose housing system for buffalo rearing. But for future recommendation, he suggested that there should be balanced breeding and also improvement of genetic merit in the generation to keep the buffalo farming sustainable. Then I'll go to the research presentation by Shojit Chandranath. He mentioned actually in his research paper, he identified several constraints for buffalo rearing in Bangladesh. He also mentioned that there is a huge research gap for buffalo rearing in Bangladesh. Some of the constraints are construction costs, land scarcity, lack of GI service, veterinary service, lack of vaccine, lack of pure water, market facilities lack of, and there is another problem from the forestry department. He also suggested the recommendation how to improve, how to face this problem, solve the problem. If you are interested, please talk with him personally. Then the next presentation was from Unshin Marma. It was also a research paper. In this research paper, he mentioned one new innovative technology, how to involve all the stakeholders to improve the milk chain in Bangladesh. In this technology, he had to use the morphological charts like picture, solution generation, or evaluation of the solution, and then design. But to implement this technology, he recommended that it needs government support and also as well as international collaboration. So please talk with Unushi so that he will Then our final presentation was from Mahabubur Rahman. He's a farmer. He mentioned several constraints he was facing in buffalo farming, and he also wanted to draw the government attention regarding this. The constraint he pointed out that there is no permanent land for buffalo farming, which need to be addressed from the government and in all levels. And there is industrialization. That's why they have to fight with the industrialists to get the land for buffalo farming. And there should be something comes from the government to help them. There is lack of hybrid buffalo breed like Nilgiri or Sura, which could be easily adapted in Bangladesh. There is lack of this that it should be imported. There is a lack of veterinary service to the remote area where the buffalo are there. So there should be facilities so that the veterinary surgeon and AI service, AI technician will encourage to go in the remote area. And the natural calamity, there is no shelter for the animals and also for the head of course. So it needs to be addressed. There is in Bangladesh, the livestock and fisheries ministry are together. So it's very difficult. If there is any national crisis, it's very difficult. It's very time consuming to get the solution. So it needs to be separated. There are lots of disease outbreak in buffalo, but there is they can get only the vaccination and deworming only for cancer every week. So other disease conditions, they should also get support for the other disease. There is a lack of transportation system, and the treatment is only based on the cowboy who wear in the buffalo area, so where the buffalo is there. So government should ensure that there should be at least one veterinary service. He also mentioned about the salinity. And there should be different result-specific or problem-specific solutions from the government to address all those solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khatun, for your nice presentation on the report here. I'd like to thank for presenter in this session. At first, Mr. Vishwas Cheteli, he presented a very nice paper on streams of commercial buffalo farming and ways to overcome their experience in India. That was a very nice paper, and we have learned many things from the presentation. I'd like to thank him once again. Then Dr. Sanjeev Chandra Nath from DLRI, he presented developing pathways for a transition to buffalo milk production in Bangladesh. Sanjeev Chandra, that was quantitative evaluation of buffalo constraints in Bangladesh. And that was a research paper. And Ulushing Marma, he presented his paper developing pathways for a transition to buffalo meat production in Bangladesh. And the last one, the practical experience of a buffalo farmer, constraints of buffalo farming in Bangladesh. What I understand from his presentation, the main constraints is land for buffalo grazing. There is no land for buffalo grazing, and that is the number one constraints. And from this workshop, we will have to recommendation. We will have to make a recommendation to the government, to the land ministry, that the chore land when raised and the chore land when developed, buffalo raising areas, chore land should be leased to the buffalo farmers. If they can get the land for significant time, then they can raise their buffalo for grazing. And that should be come from the workshop. A big recommendation to the government, to the land ministry. Otherwise, there is no way to get the land for buffalo raising. Thank you all. We will go for tea break. Thank you all again. Big applause for the presenter and participants.
Thank you so much, chairs and participants for the session. So we have a few announcements. We'll have the two parallel sessions after tea break. So one of the sessions will be held, the second floor, room number 8 for roundtable discussions. So I'm just reading out the member of roundtable discussion. It's Major Dr. Pranav Kanti Shah, Taslima Firdousi, Mohammad Iqbal Hussain, Shubho Singh, Raihan Habib, Ghulam Maula, Subit Singh, Mohammad Mizanur Rahman, Nur Dami, Dr. Gautam Abdul Samad sir, and then Najimuddin Chaudhary sir, Mohammad Samsud Islam will be joining us, and for another foreign delegate, Professor Fabrizio Bellini. So I will be requesting to move to that room after tea break. So other participants will see here. We will have a special lectures given by our foreign guests. One of them will be given by Professor Najib Nasim sir, and another by Mr. Rahman. Thank you.
This one.
Dos mil disciplinas y dos mil por arma que pasó.
I'll be there.
No,
Okay.
okay.
You can that is that. You can delete that file as it's unedited. Otherwise, it will go out. Which from sickle? Yeah. Second, it's unedited. Okay, now. Also, this person, this one, no. I'll tell to show us in the. Need not share it. Oh, yes, I have edited that. Okay. Because it's that chemicals. So I have to edit it. Okay, but it's only for closed session. Okay, no problem.
দাদা দাদা চার্জার কোথায় আপনার? আপনার ল্যাপটপের চার্জার? তারপর দেখ কোথায় দাদা? আচ্ছা শুভদার ব্যাক কোনটা জানো?
এটা দাদা এই যে ল্যাপটপের সাথে লাগানো ল্যাপটপ চার্জার দিয়ে তুমি দিবে আমরা এখন শিখা যাবো না, আমরা তো এখানে থাকবো হচ্ছে আমাকে দাদা একটু কনফার্ম করেন যে নাসিম স্যার কি ওনার প্রেজেন্টেশন দিচ্ছে এখানে এটা?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, তো আমি
45 মিনিটস এর, তাহলে কি 30 মিনিটস কি আর 50 মিনিটস
দেখি দাও।
কিছু ভাগ করো না।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ রাউন্ডেড ডিসিশন কনক্লুশন। আচ্ছা এটা তো চলতেছে।
দেখি এই প্রেজেন্টেশনটা কোথায়?
এই যে এটা প্রথম দেখ দিয়ে রাখছি।
সেলো রিপ্রোডাকশন
না না না, এই যে 1 ঢাকা বাংলাদেশ ডক্টর নাসিম, আর এটা হচ্ছে পিপিটি বাফেলো রিপ্রোডাকশন। হ্যাঁ, ফিল্ড এক্সপেরিয়েন্স। মাথা ব্যথা করতেছে আমার। যাক টেনশন
না ভালো হয়েছে এখন। ওকে দ্য সেকেন্ড ওয়ান ইজ তাইলে এখানে তো কোশ্চেন আনসার থাকবে, অবভিয়াসলি থাকা উচিত।
হ্যাঁ থাকবে।
তার মানে হচ্ছে আমার মনে হচ্ছে 30 মিনিটস হচ্ছে প্রেজেন্টেশন, 50 মিনিটস কোশ্চেন আনসার।
কিন্তু এটা 35 আর 10
এখানে কোশ্চেন আনসার বেশি হবে
অথবা 35 আর 10 হবে।
এই এখানে একটা প্রেজেন্টেশন আছে। হ্যাঁ শিডিউল এজ নিয়ে
এখানে কে থাকবে ইয়া সাগর?
এখানে আমি
প্রেজেন্টেশন কার্ড কোনটা বলতো?
প্রেজেন্টেশন হচ্ছে
অ্যানাউন্স করে দাও।
অ্যানাউন্স কি করবে? এখন হচ্ছে আপনার হচ্ছে একটা আছে হচ্ছে শিবারামান স্যারের একটা আর হচ্ছে নাসরিন স্যারের একটা।
হ্যাঁ ভাই,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the tea break. We'll now start the session 5, and this session contains 2 presentations. So I'd like to request Professor Dr. Nasim Ahmed from Pakistan to present his work on buffalo reproduction from field experience to application of modern technologies into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siraj, for the introduction. May I request our colleagues to settle down and so we could share. It's not a very scientific, it's a very open type of presentation. It has a couple of videos, and one of the video is from the university where I am working. So I would like, if that can we go to the first slide? If you click at the bottom, there might be. So let's watch this video together.
20 years of human, a journey of evolution and progress. The first of its kind in Asia, US began its journey as the Lahore Veterinary School in 1882. The school later gained the status of a college in 1901. The raison d'etre of this institution represents the very DNA of the agri-based society of this region, and this philosophy of catering to the people's needs has proved to be a constant catalyst for the institution's march forward over the past 14 decades. It was in 2002 that the College of Veterinary and Animal Sciences was formally given the university status, giving birth to humans has been known. UAS offers a number of specializations and degrees. The university comprises of 23 departments, 4 institutes, and 2 constituent colleges, along with 7 affiliated institutes. The varsity has its main campus in Lahore. Ranked as the best university of Pakistan in agriculture and veterinary category, UAS also stands amongst the country's top 10 universities by the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. It is rated amongst the top 300 to 350 universities of Asia by QS World University ranking, and its students have won a number of accolades, both at national and international level. In the last 20 years, UAS has undergone an illustrious journey. The UAS family is a team of dedicated professionals who have contributed to the Institute's march forward. UAS Business School and other initiatives have been introduced at the varsity that not only increased the overall number of students, but also expanded its reach and scope. The University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences believes in grooming and overall intellectual and physical development of its students, enabling them to express themselves in literature, arts, sports, and culture. Being a pioneer in livestock research and innovation, through UVAS 24/7 Extension Services, UVAS provides technical assistance in animal health, farm management, and reproductive management for improving livelihood of the farming community. UVAS has also been instrumental in the dairy sector development of Pakistan. The meat shop near UVA's main campus in Lahore is providing healthy and hygienic meat both to the varsity staff and the general public. With the emergence of the coronavirus pandemic, UVAS was the first educational institute of Pakistan to adopt online classes and ensured conducting real-time exams. It also established a biosafety level 3 lab which tested around 0.7 million samples for the virus. UVAS now has an in-service training facility of advanced veterinary education and professional development for professionals.
We would like our graduates to be further polished, particularly in terms of skill set. We would like to go for the international accreditation for our flagship programs. We also would like to strengthen our industry academia linkage. We already have it, but we would further like it to be strengthened.
As the world moves forward and new needs and challenges are faced, UVAS will keep grooming human resources, equipped with the latest knowledge and skills, while provoking potentials and producing professionals.
Well, if you like it, we could applaud, I think, for that. Thank you. We truly believe the tagline of our institution is to provoke potentials and produce professionals, able professionals. We try our best. I just last week of January finished my tenure as a vice chancellor, and these were some of the achievements highlighted. May I now go to the next slide, please? Yeah. I also wanted, before I go into the reproduction part of my presentation, that more recently, Dr. Muhammad Afzal of Sivasu, perhaps some of you already know him. He now works at a small animal clinic in Dhaka, and he attended our boot camp, a new idea we coined and we completed very successfully. I think now I was just sharing with our worthy ex-vice chancellor, Matiur Rahman Sahib, that now the old type of curriculum is perhaps gone with the wind. We need students to have skills to be able to solve or help or enhance businesses related to the livestock farming. Theoretical knowledge alone is not going to help. Unfortunately, it's very easy to say, but very difficult to implement. But we took a baby step. We developed in 6 months' time a 20 days short course of clinical department. When I say clinical, back home in Lahore, we have therapeuticology. Clinical medicine is totally separate. Clinical surgery is separate, and then we have small animals. So there are 4 clinical departments. They together developed this 21 days course, boot camp we called for veterinary professionals, and students were not allowed, only the postgraduate, and we put a quite a high fee, 40,000 rupees. And this was the first initiative, and this young professional vet or a faculty from Dhaka or Chattogram showed interest, and I assisted him for the visa, and he was there and enjoyed. And this was most interestingly 80-20, 20% theory, 80% hands-on training. And also the preparation and networking for the NAVLE. NAVLE, I understand some of you North American veterinary licensing. Right now, our final year DVM class, some of the fresh vets are here. About 20% of them are passing those exams. There are a total of 4. They are passing 3 exams. Only clinical, you have to have a B in the United States. So they are part of clearing the BCSC, and also the first is English registration. And so I'm sure in some of the institutions in India and Bangladesh. So we have huge human resource. And I think if we have to be competitive, so I'm throwing this idea to your vet program in Memansingh and Chattogram and Sylhet perhaps, and I was told there is one also in private sector, that should be the target. So if our kids can do, why not yours? Perhaps yours are much better. So this boot camp, I'm so grateful that Dr. Afzal came over and attended this very successfully. Can we move on to the next? These 2 young students, this picture most interestingly is taken this morning around 10 or 11 o'clock. And this is the art of technology that this picture I'm showing to this audience in Dhaka in a presentation. Musaddiq on the left side and Salihin is on the right side are our very bright first year DVM students from this great country, Bangladesh. I'm not sure one is from Dinajpur and the other one from where, but the point I'm trying to showcase is that UVAS Lahore offers 100% full tuition waiver, full residential waiver. So this is a great attraction. We have foreign students from 9 different countries, from Nepal, from Afghanistan, from Sri Lanka, and some of the African countries, Mauritius, and you would see the flag of Canada at the back. Some of the Pakistani, Canadian families, their kids who were born there, it's very, very expensive and difficult to get their kids into the vet school. So they come over here and, so this is the way, and I would encourage each one sitting here to spread up, voice that if someone interested, you can extend my contact, and I would be more than happy to help kids like Musaddiq and Salihin who have made their way and doing excellent in academics Can we move to the next? I think the next slide, don't want to, dear colleague, please let me know if I am taking a lot of time. So, can we move to the next? Mr. Mega. Yes, thank you. I think it's like a case study or my experience, my 30 years of, journey. Early on in 80s, when I graduated, I got involved as a postgraduate student in the work on infertility in buffalo bulls. Vishwas Sahib is handling. Can you believe, Vishwas Sahib? 50% of the bulls standing at the SPU were not donating semen. This was a government SPU. And we investigated along with the government department. This was University and Agriculture Research Council of Pakistan supported. The impact is that we describe 3 types of infertility, and due to inbreeding at the government farms, there was a great degree of inbreeding. So that was the main cause of type 1 infertility. Type 2, there were some infections, and type 3, they achieved puberty late. So a lot of work has been published during 80s in very prestigious journal like Vet Record from UK. Moving ahead, then I got a job at Islamabad, which is the capital city. We have National Agriculture Research Center, and at that time in mid 80s, there was interest in embryo transfer. That one cow, it was kind of a strange for us that can give 30 or 40 calves in a year. So that attracted, and also, we spent some time in it, flushing and conventional way, media prep, and then cryopreservation. And during this time, 4 or 5 years of work, we were able to have first cryopreserved buffalo calf born and few cow calves born through multiple ovulation embryo transfer, which is I call the conventional embryo transfer at the farmer's field. But somehow that program was did not, doing things in a government setup is very, very difficult. So it stopped. And then I was involved with another project on puberty in buffalo bulls. With my own hands as a young scientist, researcher, worker, I have handled number of buffalo calves. We reared them from birth till 3 years of age. We looked at the hormones, behavior, their puberty, and everything. Published in very outstanding journals like Theriogenology and Animal Reproduction Science. The impact was that we certainly now knew that the puberty age and optimal feeding management conditions are around 22 months. So if we have to select, these criteria, we have to be taken care of. And then I went abroad for West Virginia University, USA, where perhaps one of a very strong program in early 90s on dairy cows. We were doing ultrasonography. That was a new thing at that time. And only 3 or 4 vets programs, animal science programs had it. And we used, I still remember, if someone is here familiar with the machines, Pi data was the first machine that I learned. And in short, that during my 4.5-year stay in Morgantown, West Virginia, every day on an average, 30 to 40, 50 beef or dairy cows or sheep I used to scan. So that, and primarily for research purposes. Now that prompted me when I came back that we should have this, and a lot of people, not to brag myself, give credit that you are the father in Pakistan for reproductive ultrasonography. And I was sharing with some of the students the other day that during 90s, no, I'm sorry, when I came back, this was 2000, 2005, we started ultrasonography in Lahore, training. People would laugh at us. The technicians would make mocking remarks. It's not going to work. And we could do it with rectal palpation much better. And it's too expensive. So the point I'm trying to make is that during 2005, the indicator, the commercial, one of the main leading vendor for reproductive, for ultrasound machines, were selling about 1, 2, 3 machines in a year, 12 months. But what happens? I checked this last, for the last year statistics, 300 machines are sold by this company. So where they are going? And some of the students have made their YouTube and everything in small animals, in small ruminants, mares, forget about dairy cows or even buffaloes. So highly become popular, and we were talking with Vishwas Sahib, quality also matters, and the price also varies. So Japanese machines are the best quality, followed by the Chinese. It's the low budget, but the quality is also a little bit compromised, but they have tremendously improved. And this became the point I'm trying to make, that the reproductive ultrasonography message for, again, our colleagues in all the vet schools in reproduction department is that it's an excellent tool to provide a precise service to the farmer or end user. So I would highly encourage and would love, we organize, by the way, every year, very high level, 40 hours, 5 days workshop. And we get participants from Saudi Arabia, Gulf countries, and some from Pakistan. We would announce, and we would love to have, young vets, clinical vets, teachers who are interested to learn. We now, I had one of my students, Mubashir, who did his PhD on color Dopplers. I don't want to go details, but in simple language, the conventional ultrasound tells us the structure, follicle or CL, but does not tell us the physiology. For physiology, the blood flow, that is the indicator, and that you could do it with the Doppler. And we did that successfully. We have 2 Dopplers already. In my own department, where I'm working as a professor emeritus, we have about 8 machines, and all of them are working, and still we are run short. One student wants for a research, the other one wants for an extension work, and we are managing, so we are always short. So this is the story of ultrasonography and our clinics. For clinics, basically 90% it is used for pregnancy diagnosis. And by default, any sheep, goat, or cow buffalo comes, we scan it first. And it's great learning. I would highly recommend people. Dr. Momina, I have been informed, is in reproduction. Am I right? At BAU. So please, Bhagas, I will be more than glad to help. And from ultrasonography, again, we started working with the farmers, with the small producers, the mid-sized buffalo farmers, and every Saturday, one or two students and I would be at some farm, and we did from 92. In fact, my work at USA, my PhD was also on development of a hormone device, which is called as, can someone guess? Cedar. It's a Pfizer product, controlled internal drug releasing device. It's basically a progesterone, and you could synchronize those. So our PhD and other 6 institutions work together, and now that product, Vishwasab Cedar, I don't know if you know, has been copied in Brazil, in Italy. I tried to do it in Pakistan, but our pharmaceutical industry did not help me. It's very costly, but very, very effective. In Urdu, we call it Amrit Dhara. Buffaloes during summertime, it's an artificial sear. I can talk and talk and talk, but I think time limits me. So we did a lot of studies on synchronization in buffaloes. Primarily, I am a buffalo lover, and try to work on native and then Sahiwal. And then we wanted to, we coined another term, resynchronization. If we have a farm, we have about 50 or 100 cows or buffaloes separately or integrated. We will not leave that cow or a buffalo which is given birth, few months ago, unless she becomes pregnant. So again, prostaglandins, GnRH, cedar, using these 3 hormones in different combinations. Let me also mention that timing of ovulation again in buffalo was not well known. We were copying AM and PM rule of Holstein. We did very hectic studies. The ovulation takes place about 12 hours later than the Holstein in buffalo. So now we started calling this AM or PM rule. I hope you understand what I am talking. So again, the impact of this work, now it has become, synchronization is become like a routine thing in our small herd or but in commercial, you cannot live without ultrasound and prostaglandins. So you have to do it, otherwise it will become uneconomic. So we are I feel very delighted and glad and satisfied that our work has been, applied and used by our farming community. Then everybody, was doing modern reproductive. We knew nothing. What is ovum pickup? And this was in 2005 to 15. I traveled to University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, which I call as a Makkah of animal reproduction. There are some giants, and Dr. Jaswant Singh is one such outstanding fellow. He's a great friend, a great collaborator. I stayed there for 1 month, learned. He even helped me develop that he used to call bazooka, the entire the apparatus from the engineering department of Saskatoon University. I got that back in Pakistan, and that's still working. Later on, we added, I will try to show one of the video on this. So ovum pickup we are doing regularly at our university. Now private Al-Hewan and Ambigen, another initiative, they worked with us. And also after this, we established OPU alone. What are you going to do with the mature eggs? So we developed an IVF lab. Luckily, one of my junior colleagues, he was trained in Beijing. He did work on cloning using mouse model. So he had sufficient knowledge and hands-on experience. So this is up and running. And we already have produced 4 Sahiwal calves and more recently 1 Holstein. Buffalo is the next target. However, the main constraint university has, my department, is that we do not have enough recipients. People are reluctant to provide their good animals. Vishwasa, I don't know, when you transfer embryos, do you instruct that the animal has to be free of infection and good condition and perhaps ideally heifer? Is that right? So, so this success story is going, but I would have really wished more number of staff. And I will show you some of the slides that our collaborators in the industry, MB have produced more than 100 calves on ground. But they were looking at the market. I was sharing, it's all beef, no dairy, with in vitro embryo produced. I don't know whether if you are following it or not, but we could talk later if someone is interested. So this lab is, again, I think I would like to organize 1 week or 2 week course on universities ideally should be doing it on the OPU and IVF. If they can, usually the IVF labs are not for training purposes because of biosecurity and all that, but we'll try to do that. During 2010 to 24, we got opportunity to work with commercial dairies, and again in our university animal reproduction department or theogenology, we have 24/7 extension service, we call it. We charge for the petrol, for the doctor fee, for the medicine, and also a little bit. So we have itemized bill, no free. You cannot sustain that initiative. So, and that prompted us to go to work at some of the very, very high level commercial dairies where there are Holsteins. Those farms look like you are in Wisconsin or New York. And we do, now most of the farms have their own machines we call screening. And I think I will be taking a lot of time. Let's move on and please let me know. Do I need to finish here? Stop here and take questions? Okay. So let's keep going and perhaps for easier for. We did, yeah, I think these are those fixed time AI. Also, 15 years we thought it's not possible in Buffalo. Now we got about 40, 50, 60% preg rate with fixed time AI. So although these are little conventional things, but now these are in practice. So if you look at the from sync to resync, estrus, AI at detected estrus and AI at time there, fixed time AI. Can we go to the next? And resynchronization. If the cow or buffalo did not conceive or lost the embryo. By the way, embryonic losses we also studied very eloquently in buffalo. And you would be surprised that they are to the tune of about 30% in some of our data. 30% of the buffaloes which become pregnant on day 30, they lose their embryo. We call embryonic or fetal loss. A lot of papers have been published in very outstanding journals. If someone is interested or advised, can we go to the next? Yeah, these are some of the old pictures when I was young, and we go to the farms, and yes, the mayor at the Remount de Pomona. Next, please keep going. I think these are the training pictures, and these are the ultrasound training pictures. And can you go to the next? These are ovum pickup establishment in cow as well as in buffaloes. Mudassar in green, clothes is our lecturer in university in Rawalpindi. Next. Let's watch this video and then I will finish.
Livestock sector is contributing more than 60% to the agricultural GDP of Pakistan. Major livestock products are milk and meat. Among livestock, the share of buffalo in the country's total milk production is almost 61%. The Ravi breed of buffalo is considered as the world's best buffalo in terms of high-fat milk content. Despite these merits, buffaloes have delayed age of puberty, poor estrus expression, low fertility with artificial insemination, postpartum and estrus, low ovarian reserve, and seasonality of breeding. All of these issues result in long calving intervals. Conventional and modern reproductive biotechnologies have revolutionized dairy industry in cows. The use of modern reproductive biotechnologies like Day-3, IBWB, and OPU is limited in buffalo. Ovum picker technology, in alliance with in vitro embryo production, is the most pronounced assisted reproductive technology which can help in getting rapid genetic gain in our native breeds. Our aim is to develop a suitable protocol for ultrasound-guided ovum pickup for buffaloes that will help in improving the genetic process. University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore, with the able help of ATC and RPU funded project, has established for the first time the ultrasound-guided OPU technique in Neeli Ravi buffalo in Pakistan. OPU assembly consists of an ultrasound machine with transvaginal probe designed specially for follicular aspiration or egg retreatment, a vacuum pump that creates a consistent negative pressure for aspiration of follicular fluid in collection work. A special OPU needle made for bovines is used for aspiration of follicles. At the time of OPU, buffalo is re-sticked in a shoe and epidural anesthesia is administered to avoid screening. Rectum is evacuated and one of the ovary is fixed in place for rest. Perineal area is cleaned thoroughly. An OPU probe is inserted per vagina till the external os of the cell. Ovaries visualized on ultrasound screen for the observation of follicular population. There is a dotted line on ultrasound machine, which is the point of insertion of OPU needle. The hyperechoic structure entering the ovary from above is the OPU needle. Needle punctures in the center of follicle, and the follicular fluid is aspirated in the collection coil through the line. Aspirated follicular fluid is sent to embryology lab immediately for thorough searching of oocytes, and then processed and for further maturation, fertilization, and culture for 7 days. The culture dish is examined after 7 days to view the blastocyst formation.
Yeah, I think that is enough. This is also available on YouTube. And should I stop here? Okay, so I better stop here. And I'm so thankful once again to Professor Nizam. This presentation, in fact, is like a fill in the blank. There was some vacancy available, and he asked me to contribute. So I prepared this presentation just last 48 hours or so. But I'm very thankful to be here in Dhaka. This is my second trip. 12 years ago, I was in Chattogram, although landed in Dhaka. But I'm so glad, so much energy I see, and I'm so happy to meet progressive farmers like Mahbub Rahman Sahib and our outstanding industry leaders from India, Maharashtra, Vishwas Sahab, and taking so much information, knowledge, and getting energized even at this stage. Hopefully, this can translate into aligning in our programs back home. Thank you. I'm here for any suggestions, questions, comments, clarification. Yes, please. Can someone provide a microphone? Oh, he is my friend Khalilur Rahman. See, now I know the names even.
Thank you, sir. This is a nice presentation. In our Bangladesh, some of the scientists are doing these types of weight. But in your presentation, have you export any weight from Lahore to any other country? How? Another question: how many price? If you export any country, good. And any options, this ovum can be transferred to subcontinent country. Okay, they can be activated.
Excellent, excellent. And that is very good question, and that's what I was suggesting our worthy farmer. I wish Nili Ravi, which we claim has the highest amongst all breeds, the dairy potential. And if we could have a donor, an embryo outside from the very high yielding, and that's the beauty. And we could bring it over here and transfer in some of the, synchronized buffaloes in Chittagong, and maybe 3 out of 9 they will result into birth. So that's the philosophy and the question. Short answer is that our university is not directly, we have produced very few numbers. 4 Sahiwal, 1 Holstein, and we are desperately we have buffalo embryos. We can have fresh, we can have frozen. But we are running, we transferred into some of the buffaloes, they did not become fresh. And we knew because they were scrub animals. The farmers or producers initially, they are reluctant. The confidence is not that great. You know what I'm saying? So that is the issue with the our. However, the private setup, Al-Heman Sahib and MB Jain is based. It's a town. It's a city. Sahiwal, there is a breed, and Sahiwal is the name of a city in Pakistan, in Punjab. This company is based there. Umar, in fact, the owner is my class fellow, Farooq sir, and his son Umar. They are into in vitro embryo production, and they have had about 100, more than 100 calves on ground. They make it pregnant and sell it. But they are using beast model, no dairy. So this is industry, what the demand is. And the third, you said export. There is more recent company, if you can show that picture next, I think the Royal group in China. Next. Next slide. Yeah, this is this is all we have covered. Next. This was the coverage about next. And we have to do DNA testing, by the way. This is the more recent, somewhere in February, this staff was born. And the name of the student is Abdullah, and Dr. Milad is the guy who transferred. Abdullah did the OPU. Next. Yes, this is the picture, the answer to Dr. Khalid. So far, this Royal Cell Biotechnology is working in Lahore. They have IBF laboratory setup, and Vikas is our former student right in the middle. He got his PhD from Guangxi, and these young students, and this company has exclusively working. China is interested in buffaloes. They have produced about 800 buffalo embryos and exported from Pakistan into mainland China. And out of those, about 218, I learned day before yesterday in an online meeting, the calves have been born. So it's not ideal that Nili Ravi calves have born in China, but not so far in Pakistan yet. They are also working with some of the farmers. And these were all. So I am not sure each country has their own regulations. Semen can be imported. Export, you have to get permissions and all that. Embryos import is generally not allowed, but you have to take permission from your federal government. And usually it is the health department. So I am not authority on import and export, but I think the other method, which I should not be publicly saying, is hand carry method. That you could bring it as a gift or something, and you could do that. So I don't know if I have answered your question. Any other question? So thank you very much, and
thank you, sir.
We can talk later, I think.
If any private organization in our country have take chance to collaborate with you or this type of company to produce.
We can talk at the dinner or after. We would be glad to have.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Professor Dr. Nasir Ahmed, sir. We'd love to hear more from you, but the time is limited. So we are moving to our next presentation. I'd like to request Dr. Subramanian Sivaraman, sir, for his presentation on indication of common drugs and fluid therapy in large animal practice.
Good evening to everyone. Already it's too late, and I'm not going to take a very big area. Actually, the large animal medicine practice is 73 ocean. And just I want to share the drugs, indications of common drugs and fluid therapy in buffaloes. I think there are two parts. The organizers, please tell me the time. When it's time up, please raise your hand so that I can start. Yeah. It's a very vast one. And in our common clinical practice, we are having so many drugs we are using for our clinical practice. Those who are doing routine clinical practice, you can understand it very well, because all these drugs are available in our common markets, and we are not
45
using it
minutes
properly.
to
So
30
we
plus
know
15.
all these drugs, when to use that,
30 minutes
how
are
to use.
question and answer.
This is the basic for a veterinarian to learn the drugs and their effectiveness, their contraindications, so that it can be used very effectively. There are so many drugs, more than 100 drugs are available as a common drug, unpatented drug. We can talk about 4 hours or 5 hours about all these things. I have selected very limited things that are commonly used in our practice, and you can have if you are having a doubt, you can common thing is the calcium. Common drugs indications is the largest practice includes cattle and buffalo. There is no difference between cattle and buffalo and everything. Calcium will be using this calcium very frequently in our practice, and will be using it especially in motility disorders and hypocalcemia. So whenever you are giving a calcium, you have to give intravenously, means you have to think twice before giving intravenously. If it is a recommended animal, it is very safe and you can breathe. Whenever you are giving a calcium in a standing animal, you have to think twice and review whether you can go for a calcium therapy intravenously or not. Otherwise, you will lose the case if you are giving calcium intravenously unnecessarily. For example, first stage of milk fever, oral calcium is more than sufficient. Second stage and third stage, intravenous calcium and the subcutaneous calcium is ideal. And like that, orally means for follow, when there is animal is after calling, you are to increase the calcium level for prevention, and after the treatment also, you can go for the oral supplementation of calcium. So whenever you are going for a calcium therapy, treat it accordingly and evaluate the case and treat it accordingly. And regarding the conditions and the speed, you should not give the calcium at a high speed level. You have to give it drop and drop only. Even if you increase the speed, there will be untoward reaction and cardiac arrhythmia will develop, and you have to take care. So always give it in a drop and drop. So if you are a learner and if you are not able to diagnose a case of hypercalcemia, you want to give some calcium, how to give it safely, you can mix it with normal saline. You can mix it, take a 500 ml of normal saline and mix a 200 ml or 250 ml of calcium, then give it slowly. You can avoid cardiac arrhythmia and other conditions. And if you tell, whenever you are treating a milk fever case in a buffalo or a cattle, most of us will be giving a multiple alternate solutions or a dextrose 20% solution or other magnesium solutions, like that is no need. In hypocalcemia, there is only one thing you can give: calcium borogluconate. That is simple thing, that is more than sufficient. Half dose IV, half dose subcutaneous. That will give you a wonderful result. You need not go for dextrose 20%. It is not at all warranted in case of milk fever. So the intravenous calcium is a dose of 2.2 grams per 100 ml. And in calcium subcutaneous injections, you can give 50 to 125 ml, around 75 ml. I mean, 100 ml can be given as a subcutaneous in one side. And the dose should be, whenever you are giving a bottle of calcium, it should be warmed. First, you have to warm it. Then, why we are warming? To bring it to the normal body temperature. In case of milk fever alone. In other cases, sometimes no need to warming up. And you can do it as a interval of, I mean, for a period of 15 minutes. Don't give it at a area of 5 minutes or 10 minutes later. It should be given 10 to 15 minutes so that it will be effective for the absorption and other things.
The oral preparations, many preparations are available in the commercial market for the calcium chloride and the calcium propionate. And the calcium propionate is the advantage is that after thawing, it is available as a powder form. Calcium propionate, it will use as a supplement of calcium and also propionic acid, so that it will be used in both hypocalcemia and also ketosis level, negative energy balance. So it's very effective. It is available in the market as a powder form, or otherwise commercial preparations are available in the calcium propionate. And the practitioners you would have used, this is the most important one, the phosphorus. We are using frequently in our practice. Phosphorus you are using. So how many are using phosphorus in your practice? Phosphorus injection. Anyone you are using phosphorus injection? It's a very wonderful drug. It's the ideal one. It's the ideal drug which is commonly used in case of downer cow syndrome. Whenever the animal is down, whether it's a buffalo or cattle, it requires phosphorus and potassium. So you should know, as a veterinarian, you should know which phosphorus you have to use. So in buffalo, you used to get this type of hemoglobin, coffee-colored urine. So coffee-colored urine in a buffalo means you have to think about two things. One thing is the babesiosis. Another thing is the post-purulent hemoglobinuria. I mean, post-purulent hemoglobinuria means it's due to hypophosphatemia, phosphorus deficiency. It is in some areas, the animal will have a feeding habit, everything will be normal, but it will be passing coffee-colored urine. But you will be thinking as it is a babesiosis, and you will be treating that case with perennial or a diamycin, it won't respond to your treatment. So in such a case, you have to go for a phosphorus. So phosphorus is very, very essential for reproduction. For reproduction, downer cow syndrome, phosphorus deficiency, post-purulent hemoglobinuria, all these things. So in the market, it is available in the two forms. So one thing is organic phosphorus, another thing is the inorganic phosphorus. When you see the commercial preparations in the market, you will be seeing like glutaphosphone, toldiphos. Injections are available now. Toldiphos, glutaphosphone. All these are organic phosphorus. They are not at all essential for the ruminants. Only we need is the inorganic phosphorus for the ruminants. So what is the inorganic phosphorus? Means sodium acid phosphate. Otherwise, dihydrogen sodium orthophosphate. Monobasic or dibasic. These are all available from the chemical shop, so that you can use it effectively. So the organic are the commercial preparations as 30 ml or 50 ml, 100 ml vials. That is only needed as an energy activator, metabolic activator, not as a supplement of phosphorus. That you have to keep it in mind, not as a supplement of phosphorus. For phosphorus supplementation, you have to go for inorganic phosphorus. This is the inorganic phosphorus. Sodium dihydrogen orthophosphate. The dose is 100 gram daily orally. You can mix it in drinking water and give it. It is very effective. So when you are giving IV, you can mix it with the 60 ml NS, normal saline or distilled water which you are giving IV. It will reach the peak level and it will come down within few hours. So rather than giving IV, ideal route of administration of phosphorus is the oral administration of sodium orthophosphate. It is very effective. Within 2 to 3 days, the coffee-colored urine will become to normal. That much. And also it will be very effective in case of treating downer cow syndrome, downer cows. When an animal or buffalo is down, you can supplement this one. Next is potassium chloride. So now we understand what is the difference between organic and inorganic phosphorus. Next is the potassium chloride. It is nowadays widely used in case of treating downer cows, hypokalemia cases. So are you using a corticosteroid named isoflurane? Do you have this in your practice? Isoflurane. It is safe in pregnancy. So there are some drugs. Corticosteroids we will be using dexamethasone. I will show that. Betamethasone, triamcinolone, all these things are corticosteroids. In that, isoflurane is a component. It's a corticosteroid. It's a potent mineralocorticoid. It is safe in pregnancy. But because of its safe in pregnancy, it is indiscriminately used by practitioners. And what they will do, indiscriminate more than 2 or 3 days, if you are using isoflurane, the animal will go down because of hypokalemia. Hypokalemia means the potassium level will be low, and the animal will go for lateral recurrency or cellular recurrency. And you are giving calcium, it won't respond. Phosphorus also, it won't respond. Only the thing, you have to supplement potassium. Then only the animal will recover. The same thing, whenever the animal is going for hypokalemia, neck muscle weakness will be there. See, the neck muscle weakness will be there. S-shaped neck will be there, similar to hypocalcemia, and the animal won't get up. And this type of cases, you will use it The veterinarian may be giving calcium repeatedly, the animal won't respond. Whenever the animal is not respond to any calcium therapy, next thing you have to immediately switch over to the potassium chloride. So potassium is highly risked than calcium when you are giving IV. So it is available as a ampule. Cannibal ampule is available that you have to give only after seeing the serum potassium level. Without seeing the serum potassium level, you cannot go for IV. But it is safe for giving oral preparation. Potassium chloride can be given 100 grams orally for morning and evening for 2 days, followed by single. So excellent recovery will be there. So the animal will slowly come from the hypokalemia case. So the normal potassium level is 5 milliequivalent. If it is going below 3.5, it is a moderate hypokalemia, and if it is below 2.5, it is severe hypokalemia. It's very common in the practice, very common. Potassium hypokalemia is very common in our practice. So this is a ampule. The dose is 0.5 milliequivalent per kg body. And only the thing you should know that you should not mix this potassium chloride as it is. If you are giving this potassium chloride as it is in the syringe, the animal will die immediately. So you have to mix it with the normal saline, and then you have to give IV. So how to mix it with the normal saline? Because all these things we may not be studying in our textbook. Only by experience we have to come from the others. For example, you are calculating, your calculation is coming around 120 ml of potassium chloride needed means in 1 NS, 500 ml of NS or 1 liter of NS, you can mix it 30 to 40 ml of potassium chloride and give it slowly, very slowly. So in 1 NS, not more than 30 to 40. So you are giving 120 ml means you have to give 3 sachets of NS and you have to mix it 40. Yeah. Like that only. You should never give direct IV. The animal will collapse immediately. So that because of this disadvantage, we are giving oral supplementation of potassium chloride. Nowadays, in India, there are so many commercial preparations like sodium acid phosphate with potassium chloride, very effective for taking the downer dose. Excellent results are being noted. The potassium chloride powder, 500 grams, and you can use it 120 grams orally, morning and evening. Excellent results will be getting for treating the hypokalemia cases in case of down dose. After the treatment, animal recovered and they are then you would have heard about ammonium chloride. This is also a common drug which is available in the market. It is used for prevention of milk fever. So when they are found, you are getting frequently milk fever cases, means you can prevent milk fever occurrence by giving ammonium chloride or magnesium sulfate 100 grams orally for 21 days before carb, 3 weeks, so that we can prevent the occurrence of milk fever. Okay, it's an excellent one. And also it can be used, ammonium chloride is used in the treatment of urolithiasis in case of a buffalo cow, male buffalo. No? In that you can prevent the urolithiasis, and also in the treatment of urolithiasis. 10 grams orally daily in case of a buffalo cow and sheep and goat as a urinary acidifier. Ammonium chloride is the best one. Then ammonium carbonate is used as an expectorant. 10 to 20 grams orally can be used as an expectorant. And everyone use the boric acid. So boric acid is commonly used in case of application of FM deletions, and as a 2% solution as a tolerium, IV water. And copper sulfate, this is also having a very good effect in case of enzotic ataxia and in case of sheep and goat or esophageal group dysfunction in cows, either buffalo cow or white cow and all. So the farmers, they will be reporting when the animal is having grazing, suddenly it's getting regurgitation. Rumen content comes through the nostril or oral cavity. That is due to imperfect closure of the esophagus. So you can go for 5% solution of copper sulfate. You can give 60 ml orally for correcting this type of esophageal or reticular group dysfunction. And in case of dermatitis, this type of dermatitis, pyoderma and all, you can use 5% of copper. You can use it with effective fungicidal and also bacteriostatic action. Copper sulfate. It can be also used in case of dermatophylosis. So when you are rearing animal in a damp area, the animal will be having dermatophylosis. Lesions will be there in the foot lesions. So for that, you can use a 2% solution of copper sulfate, and it will be used in case of treating interdigital eczema and also dermatophylosis. It's another one just for your awareness and included. You might have seen the sheep and goat jumping like this in the young one. It's due to copper deficiency. Same thing in calves also. Whenever there is a hindquarter paralysis and all, you can supplement the copper. It's called as swayback or enzymatic attacks. So you heard about the Krita preparation, Krita and Kyolin, commonly used in case of non-specific case of diarrhea cases. Orally, they used to give 100 gram orally. It's very effective in case of non-specific diarrhea cases. Kyolin, Krita and Kyolin, you can mix it each other and you can give it as an antidiarrhea. It's a status antigen and it is absorption of toxins and antidiarrhea. 50 gram orally, DAD can be given. You would have heard about the magnesium oxide. All these things are available in our market. You can use it effectively at a low cost for the farming sector. So magnesium oxide is an excellent rumen buffer. It can be excellent rumen antacid. It is used in low milk fat syndrome. For example, you are getting a milk, 10 liters of milk, but the milk fat percentage is very less. It's called a low milk fat syndrome. So you have to supplement more roughages, reduce the concentrate. I mean, split up the concentrate, increase the roughage. And you can supplement magnesium oxide 1 gram or 0.5 gram per kg body weight so that the milk fat percentage will be increased. And it is also treated in case of abomasal ulcers and is also used as a purgative in higher dose. This magnesium sulfate is very commonly used in the farming sector. You are using the day-to-day practice magnesium sulfate. When it is used as a 500 gram orally with 250 gram sodium chloride, it acts as a purgative. Magnesium chloride with the sodium chloride is an excellent purgative in ruminants. When you are using as 100 gram to 150 gram per day for 21 days, it is an excellent material for preventing the hypocalcemia. As I already told, chloride and sulfate in any form can be used in the last 3 weeks of pregnancy will prevent milk fever. So it is economical, very cheap. You can daily feed 150 gram of magnesium sulfate to the cows in the last three weeks of pregnancy so that you can prevent milk fever. So I will tell you tomorrow how to identify whether your treatment is correct or not by seeing the urine periods. Very simple. And as a muscle relaxant, 10% solution can be given as a muscle relaxant. So in which case you will be giving as a muscle relaxant? Tetanus case. In case of tetanus, you will be giving as a 10%, 10 gram in 100. You can give it as a supplement. This is either buffalo or cattle. Whenever the animal is having a nervous signs, the differential diagnosis will be having ketosis or hypomagnesic tetany. So in such a cases of hypomagnesic tetany also, you can go for treating with the magnesium sulfate. So treating a hypomagnesic tetany, you can give 25% of sodium, I mean magnesium sulfate, 100 to 400 ml, you can give per animal, or subcutaneously. So 25% means you can go for IV. If you are giving 50% means you can go for subcutaneous. You should not go for saturated solution. Saturated solution means the animal will die. So percentage should be important. 25%. Or even you can give 20% magnesium sulfate, 200 to 300 ml in case of cattle and buffalo. IV very excellent result. Immediately the animal will recover. Once you treated, unlike milk fever, don't be in a hurry to make up the animal get up in case of hypomagnesic tetany. It will take their own time and it will get up. Otherwise, the animal will get excited and again it will go for conversions. So once you treat it, the symptoms will subside. Slowly the animal will get up. So need not hurry up to make up the animal stand. Or if you are unable to give IV in such a cases, you can give enema. That's excellent thing. 15 gram of magnesium sulfate in 100 ml of warm water. You can mix it and give it as an enema. Immediate absorption of magnesium will be there through the rectum. The animal will recover immediately. These are all the things we can use effectively in case of hypomagnesic tetany. So 60 ml in 200 ml warm water and you can give per rectum. And also magnesium sulfate, you can powder it and mix it with the glycerin, and also you can apply over the any swelling, mastitis, any abscess swelling. To reduce the swelling and all, you can apply with the glycerin. It reduces the swelling. And also in case of treating the abscess also, you can use it as a seton. Seton is the gauze. You have to mix the magnesium sulfate with the glycerin and you have to mix it with the gauze and you have to put it inside the abscess. It will completely absorb the abscess. Next day it will become normal, clear. So magnesium chloride, So three things I have told: ammonium chloride, magnesium chloride, magnesium sulfate. These three things are effectively used in case of preventing milk fever. Whichever is available from your place, which is very cheap, effective, you can use it. I think magnesium sulfate is very cheap cost. Can you use this? Sodium chloride, our common salt, is normally used as an oral dehydration solution. So I will tell you, you will be mixing potassium chloride with the sodium bicarbonate, sodium chloride, or magnesium sulfate with the sodium chloride combination as a ORS solution. Sodium bicarbonate, you are commonly using in our practice. The ruminant practice, sodium bicarbonate commonly you are using. For example, treating acidosis, you are using 7.5% of sodium bicarbonate intravenous. So you need not give it as it is directly. You mix it with normal saline so that the untoward reactions of sodium bicarbonate like rapid uptake, and you can safely administer these drugs in case of ruminal acidosis. And orally, you can use it as an antacid, sodium bicarbonate powder, or you can use it as a buffer for the rumen buffer. And for washing the FMD solution, the FMD lesions, 1% sodium bicarbonate can be used for washing the FMD lesions. And in case of FMD, the animal will be having continuous salivation with it. So that will be bicarbonate also with it. So you can supplement sodium bicarbonate 50 grams in drinking water. You would have heard about the sodium salicylate powder. It is also available in the market. It is a best antipyretic, analgesic, and is very effective in case of ephemeral fever case, EF cases, ephemeral fever. 3 days sickness, no, it's very effective. 50 to 100 grams per animal orally is very effective. Sodium salicylate. And sodium iodide, it is available as an injectable form. 60 milligrams per kg body weight, intravenously mix it with normal saline and give IV. It is used in case of hard indurated adder, fibrous bladder, and in case of actinomycosis and all, you will be using sodium iodide. If this sodium iodide injection is not available, you can go for potassium iodide. Sodium carbonate is a disinfectant, can be used as a disinfectant for cattle sheds. 2% sodium iodide. In case of cleaning, whenever the animal is affected with FMD, you can go for it. So the dressing powder formula, iodoform with the boric acid and zinc oxide combination, you can prepare it cheap of your own form and you can use it for a dressing powder for animals having wound and all. Zinc oxide, boric acid, and iodoform. Formaldehyde or formalin, you would have heard about these things. Formalin, 10% formalin is a hemostat. So whenever you are getting a heme galaxy or rose milk, you will be treating with the routine treatment and all. Hemostats, you will be giving adrenochrome, monosemic carbazine, or tranexamic acid, calcium. Line of treatment are there. Even after this administration of these things, failure will be there. In such a cases, you can give 10% formalin orally. I mean, 10 ml of formalin in 1 liter of water. You can drench it orally. Within 24 to 48 hours, the heme galaxy will get corrected immediately. And also, it can be used as a food path and also as a preservative in cases of meteorological cases. Have anyone used this one? Sodium thiazide? Anyone? It's a very wonderful drug. I mean, commonly used in the veterinary practice in case of HCCM intoxication, hydrocyanic acid intoxication. I'm sure that wherever the area is having a, I mean, tapioca leaves or sugarcane crop or any other seeds or these which are rich in glyphosate or maize, sorghum, immature sorghum, all these things contain cyanogenic glyphosate, HCCM intoxication. So the farmers, they will say when the animal go and graze their field, immediately it will develop nervous signs, bloat, pupillary dilatation. The mucous membrane will be brick red in color. So that indicates cyanogenic intoxication. So when you put IV, the color of the blood will be brick red in color. So you can identify very easily. So the treatment option is sodium thiosulfate. It is not marketed by any pharmaceutical company. Only you have to get it from the shop. It will be available as a 500 gram packet. It's also called as hypo. Previously in photo studios, they used to have this thing. Now we can get it from the chemical shop. The dose is 660 milligram per kg, 660 milligram per kg body weight. How to use it? You take approximately 250 grams of sodium thiosulfate, mix it with the normal saline, and take it in a syringe and give IV. That's all. Immediately, within few seconds, excellent result in case of HCCM intoxication. If you are not giving this medicine, the animal will die immediately because of hydrocyanic acid intoxication. Very common in the field. Externally, it can be used as an antifungal and antiseptic and dermatitis in case of that. You know this one, methylene blue. Nowadays, we have been using in case of LSD. Actually, previously, we will be using for nitrate intoxication. Nitrate intoxication, how where it occurs when well water, borewell water, or sewage water contamination in the fodder. The fodder contains more nitrate. The animal, when consumes that fodder, immediately start developing the respiratory signs. Mucous membrane will be chocolate brown in color. Animal will be having respiratory distress, diarrhea. This is indicative of nitrate toxicity. So the treatment is 1% methylene blue, 1 to 2 milligram per kg body weight intravenously, or you can directly give IV or mixing with MS. The secret behind the thing, you have to do as a 1% solution. That is 1 gram in 100 ml. 1 to 2 milligram per kg body weight. You calculate it and give direct IV. Immediately the animal will recover. And another option of treatment is in LSD. They are giving 0.1% of. You can give 300 ml orally for treatment. And vinegar. You know this vinegar? Acetic acid. It is available where it is available. It will be available from the grocery shop. We are using for cooking purpose. No? The 1 liter bottle it is available. It is indicated in case of urea intoxication. Urea. So whenever in the farming sector, you are using urea here. You will be using urea as a fertilizer. Sometimes you may be keeping that urea and you will be ready for mixing and put it for the farm. Sometimes the animal will unknowingly they will come and drink it. What will happen? Immediately the animal will develop severe tympany. Severe tympany means throat will be there. Salivation will be there. Frothy salivation which is billowing, same like of rabies. Rabies symptoms will be there. And you will be searching for medicines here and there. The animal will die immediately of acute urea intoxication. What will happen? The urea will be converted into ammonia in the rumen. Ammonia is rapidly absorbed and it will develop bloat and the animal will die. So we have to give it immediately as a first aid. What we have to do? We have to drench vinegar 3 to 5 liters immediately. You have to tell the farmer, you please drench 5 liters of vinegar. Then you go and treat the case. Then only you can save the animal. Otherwise, you cannot save this type of cases. So it is very indicated in case of urea intoxication. And in low milk fat syndrome also orally you can and ruminal alkalosis. Whenever the animal had more amount of protein and it developed ruminal alkalosis, in that also for treatment of ruminal alkalosis, this vinegar is used in rate of 1 liter per. You heard about this one, DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide. It's an excellent one. It's a very commonly used in case of equine practice. Horses, they will be using as an anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. It's an excellent, have a multi-purpose action. DMSO, very commonly used in case of horses, equine. It's an anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, analgesia, diuresis, and also it acts as free radicals, reduces confusion, inflammatory swelling. So many indications are there for DMSO. So when you are applying externally, it will be very effective for case of LSD cases. You would have seen the LSD, the wound, ruptured wound, no? Like a nodule, ruptured nodule. In that, take 60 ml of DMSO, add 40 ml of povidone, mix it and apply over the lesions. Within 1 or 2 weeks, excellent result. All the wounds will be healed. Excellent. So very good results will be there. Like that, whenever there is a confusion or swelling, you can apply DMSO. It reduces the pain in case of musculoskeletal injury and nervous injury and all. It can be used as a topical agent. So this type of either in buffalo or cattle, whenever the animal is showing signs of nervous signs, self-limiting, licking behavior, or licking the inanimate objects, all these things are signs of ketosis. So I have seen many veterinarians, they used to give 2 liters of dextrose solution. There is no need at all. 2 liters and all. The dextrose, when you are giving as a hypertonic dextrose, 25% or 50%, the maximum limit is 500 ml to 1 liter. That's all. 500 ml to 1 liter. Don't go for 2 liters or 3 liters of T20, T25. Why I am telling now, when you give more dextrose, phosphorus depletion will be there, the animal will go for hypophosphatemia, the animal will go down condition. we won't get an excellent result. So for treating a ketosis, 500 ml of D20 is enough, followed by propylene glycol or glycerin orally, 220 grams 380 for 3 to 5 days you can give. That will show an excellent result for ketosis. Already I told calcium propionate and sodium propionate, ammonium lactate. These are all commonly used as a glucogenic precursors in case of ketosis. For example, when you are having a very big farm, you cannot go for a commercial preparations because of cost factor. So you can get this type of calcium propionate powder and all, and propylene glycol as a gluconeogenic thing, and you can have it for a follow-up for the treatment of ketosis. And liquid paraffin, it is internally, when you are administered orally, it acts as a purgative. So you can give 1 to 2 liters for cattle and orally. And in case of prostate growth also, you will be giving liquid paraffin, 500 ml orally, you used to give liquid paraffin. And actually as a lubricant and base in the emollient. This is potassium iodide. This is as already told, if you are not getting sodium iodide injection, you can go for potassium iodide. It is available as a 100 gram packet. The dose is 10 gram for 10 days. 10 gram for 10 days. For the treatment of actinomycosis. How will you identify it is a case of actinomycosis? A hard swelling in the submandibular region, very hard in nature, slowly progressing in nature. It is a clear case of actinomycosis. Sudden swelling means you have to think about snake bite. Okay. Sudden swelling in the submandibular region, you have to think about excess or snake bite. This is a slow progression. And in some cases of utter fibrosis also, you can use this potassium iodide. So in utter fibrosis, many preparations they combine so potassium iodide as a 1 gram to 2 gram in their preparation to reduce the swelling. Activated charcoal. You would have seen these things. So commonly used as an antidote. I mean orally as a antidote. 1 gram per kg body weight. In case of any intoxication cases, as a poisoning cases, you can mix it. And nowadays, commercial preparation, liquid preparations are also available. Powder is also available. Sodium polyacrylate is one of the very good purgative. Nowadays, you can use a simple thing, 10 gram with water, and you can push it with the infusion pump orally. It acts as a purgative. So Whitefield ointment, we can prepare it on our own, like benzoic acid, salicylic acid, and the paraffin base. And you can go for effective as antifungal, excellent antifungal results in case of large impact. So what just enlighten about some of the antibiotics we are commonly used in case of clinical practice. So using oxytetracycline, very commonly buffalo, cattle, large practice. So there are 2 forms of OTC, oxytetracycline. One thing is a long acting, another thing is a short acting. I mean normal one. So long acting, you can use it. It is very effective in case of getting anaplasma or this one leptospirosis is very effective. So my general advice is that whenever the animal is having a temperature like 104 or 105, your first selection of antibiotic should be of oxytetracycline. Please don't go for the other antibiotic like ceftriaxone, cephalosporin sodium or whatever cephalosporins or anything. Only the antibiotic selection should be OTC, oxytetracycline. So that you won't miss the case of hemoptysis disease like anaplasma or disease. Unless otherwise there is no improvement, you can go for the changeover of antibiotic in the second day or third day, according to the clinical case. Basically, if the animal is having a temperature, it is a mandatory to select the antibiotic for oxytetracycline, and also never give direct IV. Direct, if you are giving oxytetracycline IV, the animal will go for hypotension, shock, and then sometimes it may collapse. You have to mix it with normal saline and give it. Don't mix OTC with the calcium. Finger lactate. So it's like a calcium chelator. So you should not mix it with the D20 or you should not mix it with the ringer lactate. You have to mix it only with normal saline and you give IV. Then the other things is long acting, you can give intramuscular 24 to 48, I mean 48 to 72 hours interval, you can repeat it in case of anaplasma or in case of leptospirosis, very effective. And they use commonly streptopenicillin, it's an excellent drug. Penicillin. So many penicillins are available, like penicillin, it's a long-acting penicillin. Anything available you can use. So combination of penicillin, streptomycin with the penicillin, very effective in case of respiratory tract infection, in case of metritis, in case of foreign body syndrome, reticulitis, abscess, anything you can use, very effective. And the enteroplazmin is a broad spectrum antibiotic. You can use it commonly in case of respiratory tract infection, mastitis, skin and soft tissues, very effective broad spectrum. Gentamicin is a narrow spectrum. You can use it only in case of gram-negative infections. When you are having any mastitis, broad spectrum with narrow spectrum, in such cases only you are going for use of gentamicin. Otherwise, the use of gentamicin is very much limited in cases. And is sulfa-trimethoprim is available here? Sulfa-trimethoprim commercially. Two preparations are available in the market. One thing is the intramuscular preparation. Another thing is the intravenous preparation. Intravenous preparations are very effective in case of hemorrhagic septicemia and also in cases of bacterial enteritis like Clostridium, Salmonella. Very effective. Sulfa-trimethoprim combination. 15 to 30 milligrams per kg body weight. You can mix it with normal sun, give IV. Within 2 days, that will become normal. And amoxicillin processing should be using in the respiratory tract infection. Ceftiofur sodium. We have ceftiofur. It's very effective in case of respiratory tract, severe respiratory tract infection. 1.1 to 2.2 milligrams per kg body weight. You can use it very effectively. For adult animals, 500 milligrams is sufficient. Very effective. And tylosin, you would have heard about tylosin. It is very effective against mycoplasma. 10 milligrams per kg body weight. Mycoplasma mastitis, very effective. Then coming to the NSAIDs, you will be using meloxicam, flunixin, phenylbutazone, ketoprofen, tolfenamic acid. These are the NSAIDs, non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs available in the market. Don't combine steroid with NSAID. That is our protocol. Don't combine steroid with NSAID. And another thing, don't combine more than one NSAID. I have seen somewhere, whenever you are, and also don't exceed the dose also. So, if you are seeing a huge swelling of the udder with mastitis, psychologically you will be getting the thing, taking a 20 ml syringe full of meloxicam or 20 ml syringe full of flunixin and give IV or IM, whatever it is, for 3 to 5 days. Then at last animal will pass dark caricolored thesis like this. Dark caricolored thesis. This is a case of abomasal ulcer. So first you are treating for mastitis and we are inducing abomasal ulcer and we will ignore it means it will develop perforated abomasal ulcers. It leads to peritonitis, animal collapse. So dark caricolored thesis is the indicative of abomasal ulcers in case of large intestine, whether it's a cattle or no. So don't go for excess dose of NSAID. Don't combine two NSAID. Don't combine steroid and NSAID. And also, and don't continue for more than 3 to 4 days. If you are continuing for more than 3 days, if it is a needed case, you combine with the anti-ulcer drugs which is available in the market, pantoprazole, ranitidine. That you can give IV. IV preparations are available that you can use. See, this is a dark caricolored thesis, and you can use pantoprazole 80 to 120 milligram IV. Within 2 to 3 days, you can treat it well. This condition, excellent results will be that. Or you can use ranitidine, orally magnesium oxide or magnesium carbonate, 0.5 to 1 gram per kg body weight. Or otherwise, you can go for a oral drenching of aluminum hydroxide or magnesium hydroxide. That is antacid preparation, which is meant for human purpose. That also you can use it. Then vitamin preparations, no need of elaborating. Only the thing I would like to establish the vitamin B1, thiamine. So thiamine is very, very essential in case of buffalo cough. I mean the white cattle, sheep and goat. Thiamine deficiency will lead to polioencephalomalacia, neurological signs. The animal will develop convulsions, go for lateral recurrency, movement of the eyeball, nystagmus will be there. So they are the signs of polioencephalomalacia. So you will have to treat it with thiamine, 40 milligram per kg body weight. Excellent result. Within 24 hours, the animal will become normal. Like that, the same thing. Whenever you are giving a B complex injection, you have to give intramuscular only. Don't give it direct IV. Direct giving of B complex will give to anaphylaxis. So you should not mix it directly. The B complex delivery is IV. You have to mix it with the normal saline and give it if needed. And any B complex with the liver extract, you should not go for IV preparation. You have to give only intramuscular. Any liver extract B complex means only strictly it should be given intramuscular, not by IV. And another thing, vitamin E selenium. It's an excellent antioxidant. you'll be using in case of mastitis also. Vitamin E with the selenium, you have to take care. And vitamin A in case of hypophosphatemia. I mean hypovitaminosis. And see, this is a case of day-old cough. Either it's a buffalo cough or white cattle cough. Unable to stand, day-old, but unable to stand. It is rotating the head at 360-degree angle. And it is a case of hypovitaminosis A. Hypovitaminosis A. So what you have to do is, you have to give vitamin A injection alone. 440 units per kg body weight. 440 units per kg body weight. Intramuscular, that's enough. Within 3 to 5 days, excellent result. Excellent result. Then you will become normal. In buffalo cough, when you have to deworm the buffalo cough, any idea? What is the ideal age of deworming a buffalo cough? Actually, it is a day old. When you are practicing a buffalo cough rearing, you have to deworm at a day old, so that the colostrum into via transmission of the parasitic infection will be prevented, because it will be having lot of toxocraviculum. So the best thing is that you can deworm it is piperacin adipate, piperacin liquid or piperacin adipate powder, 150 milligram per kg body weight. You can give it. For example, if you are not deworming at a day old or 1 week, they will bring it as a down. I mean lateral recurrency. They will bring it by 1 month. And the animal will be in the lateral recurrency, subnormal temperature. So how to approach? You give fluid therapy, ringer lactate, 500 ml IV, and will become normal. Then you give and deworming drug. So what are all the deworming drugs you can use? Piperacin adipate, pyrantel pomade, fenbendazole, albendazole. All these things you can use effectively in case of treating toxocraviculum in case of cough. For example, you are not treated in the day 1. You are treating at the 3rd week or 4th week. Sometimes the intestines will be packed with this toxocraviculum. It will be difficult for defecation. So what you have to do after deworming, after 4 hours, you have to give 30 grams of magnesium sulfate orally. So the next day, completely it will evacuate the burns as a purgatory. So first deworm the cough. After 4 hours, you give magnesium sulfate 30 grams orally. Entire worm node will be depurated out. Sometimes you may be getting cases like this, and erythematous lesions. It's a vitamin C responsive syndrome, and you will be using vitamin C in such a type of. And this is all hemostat. You are commonly used in case of large in practice like pothraphase, adenochrome monocytic corpuscin, tranexamic acid. Nowadays, commonly it is available everywhere. Tranexamic acid. And vitamin K1 is a natural vitamin K, and vanadium sodium is a synthetic vitamin. So difference of that. So sometimes you will be using post-phosphate bleeding, prolapse cases. You will be using this hemostat. Epistaxis, you will be using this hemostat. Heme galaxia, you will be using these preparations. And regarding the diuretics, whenever the indications of diuretics is only in case of whenever you are taking a case of physiological atresia. Somebody morning discussed no physiological atresia, or treating a case of pneumonia or aspiration pneumonia only, you will be using this type of Lasix, furosemide in case of these conditions. And for physiological atresia, you would have been using this acetazolamide. Have you heard about this? Acetazolamide. It's a human drug, human tablet available here also, and it is an excellent diuretics in case of physiological atresia. You can give it as a 1.5 gram to 2 grams orally. Within 2 to 3 days, the physiological atresia of the udder will become normal. The name is acetazolamide. And the steroids commonly used in the large intestine practice, the dexamethasone, prednisolone, methylprednisolone, isoflurane. So dexamethasone, I think everyone knows we are using. Prednisolone also will be using regularly. And methylprednisolone is very costly, and it is used only in case of any fracture, spinal concussion like that. So it will be available as a 2 forms: methylprednisolone acetate, methylprednisolone succinate. Succinate is for IV, acetate is for intra-aortic. So 2 preparations are available in the market. Isoflurane, I think, will be available in future. Just to keep aware of this isoflurane, don't use it indiscriminately. That will lead to hypokalemia. Hypokalemia means low level of potassium. Time will go for downer. So you have to take care. So people are indiscriminately using in case of mastitis, swelling, arthritis, because it is only advantage, it is safe in pregnancy. That's all. Don't use it in this way. So these are the drugs you have to keep it in the kids there. So this is a case of oral respiration. It's a case of aspiration pneumonia. Okay, aspiration. Whenever you are drenching a gel, so whenever you are drenching a gel, you have to take care. Don't. My advice, in my practice, no, you won't suggest for gel preparation. Gel preparation means it has to be administered the side of the cheeks, not directly from the oral cavity. So when you administer directly from the oral cavity, it gets aspirated. The animal will get for aspiration pneumonia, and it is very difficult for. In such a cases, you can go for nebulization. This type of nebulizers are available in the market, so you can use this human nebulization. You can use this type of drugs like budesonide, salbutamol, ceftiofur. You can pour it in the nebulizer and you can use it as a nebulizer. It's very effective. Nowadays, we are done in LSD outbreak cases. Lot of LSD outbreak, during LSD outbreak, lot of pneumonia cases due to LSD, we are saved because of using this nebulizer. It's only 1,500 to 2,000 rupees of free. It's available from the any medical shop and the human nebulization, no? The same thing you can use. Then you would have seen this adrenaline. Adrenaline, you would have heard about this thing during your college days. 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 like that. It's very needed in case of anaphylaxis. For example, you are giving an injection to your cow, oxytetracycline or vitamin E injection intramuscularly, suddenly it develops anaphylaxis, allergic condition, allergic throughout the body, swelling of the eyelids, respiratory distress, diarrhea, the animal go for recumbency. So you have to go for immediate attention means you have to go for adrenaline. 1 ml, I mean 1 ml is available as an ampule. So 1 ml adrenaline mix it with 9 ml of normal saline, that is 1 in 10,000, so that you can give it 0.1 ml per kg body weight, IV or supportive. You are not getting IV, you give supportive, no problem. So that you can save the animal immediately from case of anaphylaxis. The next thing go for fluid therapy, anti-histamines, and bronchodilators. I use the NSL system. Anyone? NSL system during COVID time. So physicians they would have prescribed NSL system tablet for our use as a mucolytic. During the COVID period, you would have seen the antibiotic they would have prescribed. Same thing, NSL system is very effective in case of respiratory tract infection, in case of aspiration pneumonia, in case of mucolytic, mucus secretion, in case of LSD cases, pneumonia cases, very effective. Also, it is treated used in case of paracetamol toxicity in small animals. Paracetamol toxicity. It is available as ampules for human use, that you can use it for veterinary purpose. So next, shall we continue? So next, I will finish it with the twist because actually now I at least some of the drugs no, it is just a 10% of our common practice. That's all. Regarding the fluid therapy, just we will finish it within 10 minutes. I will try to complete because it's a very big topic. Fluid therapy is a very big topic. So if you go on reading in a textbook for a fluid therapy, at last you will come out with a confusion only. Because we don't know which fluid is there we have to do and how that is and all. That's why I will enlighten how to do that field practice of a fluid therapy. In our body, 60% is the water, remaining 40% is the tissue. Among the water, 40% is the intracellular, meaning inside the cell. 20% is the extracellular. That's for understanding activity. In that ACF, extracellular, 20%, I mean 5% is the plasma and 15% is the interstitial fluid. So where we are going to manipulate means we are going to give in the plasma. Whatever you are giving the fluids, it will go to the plasma. I mean the vein. It will go to interstitial fluid. Then it goes to the intracellular fluid. The compartment moves like that. So once you understand this thing, it will be very easy for doing the fluid therapy. So we classify dehydration like 8%, 10%, 12%, like mild, moderate, severe. All cases will be having 8% dehydration. Even now I am having dehydration. See that I'm having dry mouth and all. No, it's having dehydration. I need water. Like that, all animals are having dehydration of 8%. When the animal is having moderate dehydration, it is termed as a 10%. And if it is a severe case, it is 12%. So 8, 10, 12, three basic things which are according to this skin testing test or other things. In laboratory result means it will show as an increased PCD content. Like a PCD will be increased. That indicates dehydration. PCD decreased means indicates anemia. So simple logic. There are different type of fluids available in the market. How to select this type of fluids? Whatever we are using there, these are all the fluids. Colloidal fluids. How many of you are using the colloidal fluids? I will tell you hereafter we will use it commonly. Crystallized fluids, DNS, NS, ringer lactate, D20, D50, all these are crystallized fluids. Colloidal fluids are nothing but plasma volume expanded. I will show the example. Plasma volume expanded. The other fluids is amino acids. Then already I have told the first thing how to use calcium, phosphorus. So now we are going to see about colloidal, crystalloid, and amino acids. Colloidal fluids, these are the examples of colloidal fluids. They are easily available from the market, human medicine, human markets. Everywhere you can get it. It's a dextran, beta-starch, hydroxyethyl starch. All these things are available, commercially available colloidal fluids. Otherwise, natural colloids are whole blood. This is a whole blood. So when we are giving colloidal fluids, whenever the animal is anemia, you are treating a hemoprotozoan disease like anaplasma, babesiosis, malaria. The mucous membrane is blanched. You are waiting for blood transfusion. So in the meantime, if you want to enhance the circulation, you can use these colloidal fluids. Okay. For example, in parvovirus you are using same thing. In anemia cases, to enhance the plasma volume expander, you can use this colloidal fluids 10 ml per kg body. And after that, you can go for arranging the blood transfusion. This is the plasma volume expander, MSL, or beta-starch, hydroxyethyl starch. These are all available in the market. You can use it as a colloidal fluids. You keep it in mind, colloidal fluids are not indicated for dehydration. For example, animal is dehydrated, means you have to go for crystalloid fluids. Colloidal is for only expanding the plasma volume expander. That's all. For that only, whenever you are having a colloidal fluids, you have to correct the dehydration after supplementing with some crystalloid fluids. So these are all the examples of crystalloid fluids, NS, DNS, D20, or dextrose 20%, everything. So this is the rapid infusion set. The rapid IV set. For example, in your cattle, you are going to give a fluid therapy. You want to give 5 to 10 liters of ringer lactate. So normal conventional IV means it will take a long time. So this type of IV set means it is indicated for large animal practice. You can give it within 5 minutes, 1 liter in 1 minute. 5 liters in 5 minutes. It's a rapid IV infusion set. So what are all the fluids you can use? No, except calcium. You should not use calcium, potassium, dextrose, sodium bicarbonate. It should not be meant with this type of IV set. For that, we have to go for our routine, normal human IV set. That's all. This IV set is only indicated for normal saline and ringer lactate. Normal saline and ringer lactate, not other for any other fluids. Okay. So we are giving it very commonly in our institution and our practice also. If you want to give 5 liters of fluid, you can deliver within 5 minutes. So this is a calculation for fluid therapy. As a field veterinarian, you need not bother about the calculation and all. The thumb rule is 10 to 20 ml per kg body. Thumb rule is 10 to 20 ml per kg body weight for any conditions. For example, fluid therapy in case of septicemia, we can give fluid flunixin followed by normal saline or ringer lactate with electrolyte solution. Only these things are the fluid therapy needed in case of septicemia. Fluid therapy in case of ileus cases. Ileus means what is the name of ileus? It is not passing the tongue. So the owners or farmers, they will say the animal is not passing the tongue since 1 or 2 days. So in such cases, you can go for purgative with magnesium sulfate with sodium chloride, or you can use azithromycin 1 to 8 milligram per kg body, mix it with the NS and give IV. Fluid therapy with ringer lactate, and orally potassium chloride in all GA tract affections. Oral potassium chloride is highly recommended. See, in fluid therapy in case of GA disorders, ringer lactate, oral potassium. I told you, all GA disorders, supplement potassium so that you can prevent animal from dying out. In abomasal disorders, poor stomach disorders, intestinal disorders, you can go for fluid therapy with the regular lactate and the oral supplementation of potassium chloride. Fluid therapy in case of ketosis, 500 ml of D20 or D50 is sufficient, more than sufficient, and no need of excess administration of dextrose. The animal lead to hypophosphatemia and followed by oral propylene glycol is advised. And fluid therapy in case of blood protozoan disease like anaplasma, babesiosis, and theileria, there is no need of giving fluid therapy in case of anemia cases. For example, the mucous membrane is blanched, don't go for fluid therapy. The animal will die immediately. So instead of that, we have to go for oral administration of fluid. And the blood transfusion is an ideal one. Fluid therapy in case of aspiration pneumonia, there is no need of fluid therapy in case of aspiration. Animal will succumb to fluid therapy. So you have to be take care of. Fluid therapy in case of shock condition, 7.2% of hypertonic saline solution can be given as a rapid IV followed by oral administration of fluids. Immediately the animal will recover to the normal from the shock condition. Fluid therapy in case of ruminal acidosis, sodium bicarbonate mix it with normal saline and give IV. Sodium bicarbonate 1 to 2 ml per kg body weight. Dose is 1 to 2 ml per kg body weight. Mix it with normal saline, give IV. For correcting degradation, give fluid therapy as a finger lactate. That is sufficient. To avoid fluid therapy in case of anemia, aspiration pneumonia, any respiratory tract infections, and any cases which are having oral breathing, avoid fluid therapy. This is available here, histamine, amino acids. Sometimes you may be getting a cow or a buffalo with a submandibular edema. Is due to hypoproteinemia, fasciolasis, or amphistomes. And you will be treating for amphistomes, but the animal will become hypoproteinemia. In such cases, you can go for amino acid infusions are available in the market for human purpose. The same thing you can use it 2 to 5 ml per kg body weight intravenously. You can use it so that that will become normal. This is the oral dehydration therapy. You can mix some electrolyte solutions, whatever available electrolyte solutions. And you can mix it with water and you can drench it with a drenching pump. It's very economical so that you can reduce the parenteral IV infusion of pump. Very economical. So like this, we used to give purgative or the electrolyte solutions as a oral rehydrating therapy so that you can reduce the IV administration of the fluids. Formula for ORS in cough, like sodium chloride, potassium chloride, sodium bicarbonate with the dextrose. You can mix it with 1 liter of water and you can drench it with the tube. It's very effective. And ORS in downer cows, downer cow or buffaloes, potassium chloride 120 grams, sodium acid phosphate 100 grams, water 10 liters. You can mix it and drench it. And ORS for impaction cases, magnesium sulfate with sodium chloride. I can add a liquid paraffin and you can drench it. The electrolyte solutions. Thank you. Just the vast area, just given some introduction, you can know what are all the things going on in the practice. These are all what I have presented. These are all being done in the field practice, so that you can do it very easily in our day-to-day practice. Thank you. Any doubts or any questions you can. So once you started your practice in this type of streaming, within 1 or 2 years you can have a different type of practice in your. You can well and you can go for a perfect diagnosis and treatment. Success rate will be more in field conditions.
Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. I'd like to know that you are using the colloid solution. Colloidal solution. In which situation?
Yeah,
you can use
in case of anemia conditions. to expand the plasma volume. For example, in anemia case, you are waiting for a blood transfusion, but you are not getting a donor or any arrangement and all. You want to stabilize the case, so you can go for plasma volume expander, so that it will expand the plasma volume. Meantime, you can arrange the blood transfusion and all these things. In small animals, they will be using in case of hypovolemic cases, like parvovirus and all. Like that, in large animals, they will be using in anemia.
In aspirin, there is a viral infection.
Yeah. Parvoviral infections, for example, ascites, yeah, ascites and all. Any hypovolemic shock, you can go for.
Okay, thank you. Actually, in the past information, so many times. Actually, last time I got several cases. Maybe all are the Downers syndrome, because occasionally there are lie downs and not better. But sometimes during the pregnancy, at least 7 months or 8 months, they are lie downs. The difference in here, these techniques are is there any cardinal sign, or is there any simple test that I can confirm it is the because during the delivery, some owners can deliver own self. Sometimes some AI officials they can help. At the same time, right now in our country, the AI policies are so app is so big, it is not possible to deliver in the mother. So there are so many problems in there.
Yes, a downer cow, no? Downer cow is previously, downer cow means they used to say downer cow syndrome is just an entity, it's a small thing. So you can correct it with some few things. It's not like that. It depends on the etiology. And now it's very advanced and classified in various etiology. The treatment is according to the etiology. So I can assure that exclusive training session for downer cow, 1 day session, if it is there, definitely everyone can understand that much huge volume is there. So first you have to see whether it is alert donor or non-alert classification. So alert means it depends upon the musculoskeletal involvement, nervous injury and all. That is generally different point. Non-alert donor means that related to calcium, phosphorus, potassium, peritonitis, all these things. So you have to collect all these things, then treat it accordingly. Then only you can get a success. We can say whether it will succeed or not. At least we can tell the prognosis in that case.
So how can we easily differentiate with the alkalosis or acidosis? Easy way.
Yeah. Just to collect the rumen by stomach tube and with the pH level. So it will show the acidic pH in case of acidosis. In alkalosis, the pH will be high. That's all. And moreover, the next thing is the acidosis is a common one. More than 90% things are acidosis. Very rare are few cases will be alkalosis one. And you palpate the rumen, you can able to appreciate the fluid splashing sound with the diarrhea. You think about acidosis and see the pH between acidic.
I go across several tests. My case I found
Yeah. You are coming as acidosis. Yes, because as I told, mostly you will be getting 98% acidosis case only. Only very few percentage only will be getting alkalosis. So you treat it for ruminal acidosis. Sodium bicarbonate is the normal.
My question is that in case of hydrophilic, if blue is not available, is there any alternative treatment?
Actually, there is no alternative for antidote. Single thing is a methylene blue. Either you have to give it, or otherwise you have to treat it symptomatic treatment, fluid therapy. And also, in case of cyanide intoxication, cyanide intoxication or zinc, if you are not getting sodium, you should not give the anti-bloat agent. Only you have to give an antidote. So don't give antacid. It will aggravate the condition. So like that, in case of nitrate, the antidote is methylene blue. If it is not available, you have to go for fluid therapy.
Thank you, sir.
For example, in case of vinegar, urea toxicity, you will be coming across a case of urea toxicity. The animal will develop bloat. So you will, what you say, you cannot reach the spot immediately. No? So what you use to advise, you give antacids orally. When you give antacids, it will aggravate the condition. Already the rumen is having alkalosis with ammonia, bloated with ammonia. When you give more anti-bloat agents, again the condition will aggravate. So specific treatment.
Very simple. Like it is an alkalosis or because when I take the pH paper, the pH is normal. I don't but there is no any line movement photos.
Yes.
What is the problem? Is the problem is pH or
If there is no protozoal offense, it could be a case of ruminal acidosis. Ruminal acidosis.
But pH is normal.
Yeah, pH is normal means you can term it as in simple digestion cases also protozoa will be absent. Simple digestion cases also.
But no one
That means it's a subacute ruminal acidosis. SARA, we used to call it SARA.
So much for nice delivery, and I think enjoyed and learned a lot from you. Thank you. So the participants, sorry for that. I mean, so we are late. We are moving towards the end of the session. Before that, we will have a small ending ceremony. So in that ceremony, so we'll have a recommendation. Recommendation will be presented by Professor Mahbub Rahman. And I also inviting Mena, Professor Aziz to come forward to the stage and take the seats here, and also Professor Mijan. So, Mahbub, if you are ready, then
Thank you, sir. This is the last presentation of today. So this is what this is the workshop summary and recommendations that was last 3 days presented. Professor Mahbub Rahman. Overview of International Buffalo Workshop 2024. Total number of presentations were 19 in 5 sessions. First session was climate change in buffalo production. Session 2 was buffalo production in the other countries like India, Pakistan, and Nepal. And buffalo udder health and milk chain in Bangladesh. Session 4 was food safety and employment in buffalo farming. And session 5 about buffalo farming constraints and mitigation. There was a problem-based learning. Two session was there, including 4 groups, and there was a roundtable discussions and 2 lectures finished. A total number of 112 participants were participated in multi-sectoral representations from public, Department of Livestock Services, universities, professionals from home and abroad, and Bangladesh Livestock Research Institute, and private sectors, NGOs, some international delegates from food and agriculture organizations, farmers, our core participants, journalists were present there. Were present. So, challenges of buffalo production, they raise. First challenges was reduction of grazing land, feed and fodder shortage due to the conversion of grazing land into crop cultivation, high value vegetable production, and use the land for dual purposes, grass and crop, and use fertilizer and herbicide for crop production, which decrease the soil fertility. In another promising area, increasing salt production industries in the coastal regions, which alarming for grazing land. And another point is climate change and climate change, which greenhouse gas emission, our ruminant production, and in addition, extreme weather, which promotes cyclone, lightning, increased sea level, flood also. Another area is increased salinity and in the coastal regions, and then which aggravate the shortage of drinking water, which will suffer from diarrhea, and in final impact on reproductive health due to the climate change. Diseases also is the one challenges, important challenges for buffalo production, parasitic infestations, hemorrhagic septicemia, anthrax, brucellosis, LSD, FMD, mastitis case, also ketosis. So a few solutions they recommended. First is increasing food to increase the food efficiency, and straw picking should increase, and TMR and UMB, UTSB is for which utilize the feed efficiency to accommodate climate resilient product production also, and silage preparation to mitigate the shortage of grass, and rotational grazing also recommended. In addition, manure and waste management to reduce greenhouse gas emission, climate smart livestock production, crossing the exotic breeds to preventing breeding. This is one area to improve. How develop a data bank for animal genetic resources, and in addition, genetic improvement is a very important area to improve, improving indigenous breeds and high yielding salt resilient buffalo breeds production. Use of advanced technology for software assisted ear tagging of buffalo, and farmer friendly app development to identify the animals where they are living and any problem they are facing, extra synchronizations, and in vitro fertilization, multiple variable transfer, selective breeding, and improve genetic potential of the animal. And in another area, cement from proven bull, which we should consider this from certified sires. Government initiatives is mandatory to improve these challenges. National policy should be developed for tree development, antimicrobial uses, incentive to the farmers who rear minimum greenhouse gas emission, and these activities performed in collaboration with government organizations and non-government organizations and public sectors. And advocacy should promote buffalo rearing constrained by DLS personnel with Ministry of Personnel. And in other areas, lease the grazing land to buffalo farmers, and that now urbanization and the people of That means industrialization, people give the priority. And another solution is shifting rearing system from extensive to intensive or semi-intensive system, increasing lab facilities, and another is to provide comfort and freedom of the buffaloes, loose housing system, which to promote their production, and whole family expansion approach, including including for women employment, public awareness campaign to encourage young generation to buffalo rearing, and effective veterinary services should be provided, more veterinary access, and veterinary and doctors should go to the remote coastal areas. And in addition, deworming vaccination campaign should be performed regularly to the buffalo prone areas. And to management the disease, several management or suggested microencapsulated glucose or glycerol supply directly to the intestine in case of necrosis, and or in case of wound healing, chemi-on bandage spray, which can be applied. In case of mastitis management, in this frequency of milking 3 to 4 times per day during mastitis. This is one of the promising management areas. And avoiding intramammary infusions, which in case of intramammary infusions, the teeth canal are injured, and microbials can be entered into the other. And teeth sealer is polymeric film can be applied in the teeth canal, and to maintain dry floor. Floor should be provided for the farmers and buffalo production. Value chain development for the milk, meat, and their products. Microbiome analysis in buffalo milk, yogurt, and teeth to identify the pathogen which is responsible for the production of different diseases, and producing competent graduates by the universities to mitigate the shortage of our shortcomings. In addition, training facilities for the cowboys, farmers, middlemen, vaccinators, milkers, and AI technicians by the Department of Livestock Services and NGOs with the help of NGOs. Now, some farmers are maybe training they get, but we should continue the process with the other cowboys, especially middlemen, vaccinators, and milkers to get the safe milk and meat products. Increase animal productivity instead of number. So numbers of buffalo is declining day by day, but the productivity also declining. So good healthy practices should apply, and good hygiene and biosecurity, ensure proper business environment, prioritizing cultural dominance. That means milk and meat pocket areas such as coastal areas and Chittagong, the buffalo meat, they love Chittagong people. Rearing buffaloes next to dairy farming, and to use residual utilization, important issue to prevent the indiscriminate use of antibiotics, and this to prevent this indiscriminate use of antibiotics, government legislation on microbial disease and availability should be monitored. Thank you all for your kind questions.
So thank you so much, Mumina and Professor G. Would you like anything to the presentation?
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity today. It was an excellent workshop from where I learned a lot of things from the international and national speakers. And I think the way the workshop has been organized, it was very understandable for everyone to take their home messages. Additionally, I think Professor Mahbub has already mentioned the constraints and solutions very well. In addition, I want to draw the attention for 2 points that could be that could be new. Actually, it's about machine making. So, in case of machine making, tree stimulation is very important. So, farmers, we should know that if you milk a buffalo or cow without tree stimulation, the milk production could be 2% less. So, keep in mind that tree stimulation is very important in case of machine milking. And also the use of oxytocin. One of the farmers participants mentioned that maybe 60% cases the oxytocin is used for buffalo milking. So you should also know that there is a adverse effect of using oxytocin if you use too much and also too much dosage, because at one point the oxytocin doesn't work. There is a refractory development. So you should be careful about that. Otherwise, I think all the things are very clear and it was very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good evening. This is a wonderful workshop in Bangladesh, undertaken by the International Buffalo Workshop Committee, and many people, distinguished professors and farmers attended in this workshop. This is excellent one. On behalf of our university, Sibashu will take some necessary steps to take some for new research on this field. This is our asset, I think. I congratulate all the organizers who work for many days and many months. And thank you all for attending this workshop. Assalamu
So much, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll produce the workshop report, and then we'll keep in touch to circulate the workshop report. Now is the final, the speakers to give Assalamu
alaikum. Thank you very much. I think at the beginning of the workshop, I spoke, and now I come back again. So you can assume that it is going to finish, but it is not, because we have one more day, and Professor Alexander Proposal is coming to say that because we have one more day tomorrow. It will be some sort of training based, so we will announce about that. So my friend Professor Shivaraman is here. So I'd like to apologize to him because I am going to in Bangla, to speak in Bangla. That is okay. Because all the people in the farmers and our people, so I rather speak in Bangla. Yes, maybe you will understand and learn some Bangla from me. Okay. So thank you very much. I think it was we are passing 3 busy days here, and সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ যে আপনারা অনেক কষ্ট করে আসছেন এখানে আসলে, কারণ বাংলাদেশের বিভিন্ন পার্ট থেকে আসছেন এখানে। এটা ইজি না, বিশেষ করে আমি খামারিদেরকে বিশেষভাবে ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই, কারণ বাফেলো পালন করা, এই ডেইরি ফার্মের সাথে কাজ করা, এটা অনেক কষ্টের কাজ আসলে। এটা তার বাফেলো খাবার, তার অ্যানিমাল গুলোকে এখানে মানে মহিষগুলোকে রেখে আসে একদিন পথে, আর একদিন যাওয়ার জন্য আর একদিন লাগবে, আর 3 দিন, অনেক কষ্ট আছে। আপনারা তো কষ্ট করে আসছেন, এই জন্য আমরা অনেক কৃতজ্ঞ। আপনাদের প্র্যাকটিক্যাল যে জ্ঞান সেটা দিয়ে আমাদেরকে সমৃদ্ধ করেছেন, এই জন্য আমরা বিশেষভাবে কৃতজ্ঞ। এবং আমরা মনে করি যে আপনাদের এই জ্ঞান, আপনাদের খামারি মানে খামার যত কাজে এটা ব্যবহৃত হবে, আপনারা উপকৃত হবেন এবং আপনারা যেগুলো আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করছেন এগুলো আমরাও উপকৃত হবে, আমাদের কাজে লাগবে এবং এটা আমাদের উপরে পলিসি মেকার যারা আছে আপনারা যেগুলো বলছেন সেগুলো আমাদের দিয়ে দিতে পারি, সেটা ভালো হবে। তো এগেইন আমি আপনাদের ধন্যবাদ জানাই যে আপনারা অনেক কষ্ট করে এখানে আসছে এই করেছেন এবং কালকে আরেকটু কালকে থাকবেন, তারপরে আপনারা এখান থেকে যাবেন। এবং তারপরে আমি একটু যাদের নামটা বিশেষভাবে বলতে চাই তারা একটা আমি রেপুটেটিভ যারা ছিল এখানে, প্রফেসর মাহবুর রহমান, তারপরে প্রফেসর মোমেনা খাতুন এবং তানভীর রহমান এবং ছিল আশরাফিল কিছুর সাথে ছিল, তাদেরকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। তার কন্টিনিউয়াস ওই টেবিলটাতে বসেছিল এবং বিভিন্ন ইনফরমেশন কানেকশন করছে এবং এটা ফাইনালি প্রফেসর মাহবুব রহমান এটা সে এখানে কনফারেন্সেশন এখানে প্রেজেন্ট করছে, এই জন্য পুরো টিমকে ধন্যবাদ। আরো ধন্যবাদ জানাই আমাদের স্পিকার যারা বাংলাদেশের বিভিন্ন প্রান্ত থেকে আসছে, তারা বিভিন্ন অনেক কষ্ট করে তারা তাদের প্রেজেন্টেশন তৈরি করছে এবং এখানে তাদের সেই প্রেজেন্টেশন থেকে এখানে প্রেজেন্ট করছে এবং সেখান থেকে আমরা নতুন ভাবে অনেক জ্ঞান লাভ করেছি, এটাতে উপকৃত হয়েছি এবং এর জন্য তারা ভালো সময় দিয়েছেন, হয়তো তার অনেক কাজ ছিল তারপরে এখানে তারা আসছেন, এই জন্য তাদেরকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। আর আমি যাদের নাম বিশেষ করে আমাদের রোকন স্যার এখানে আসছেন, হি ইজ ভেরি বিজি পারসন এবং তার সাথে আশরাফের কিন্তু ঠিক ছিল এবং তারা কক্সবাজার থেকে 2-4 দিনের প্রোগ্রাম করে আবার ওখান থেকে এখানে আসছে এবং কন্টিনিউয়াস আমরা প্রায় 10 দিন পুরো ফ্যামিলি আউটসাইড অফ ফ্যামিলি, ইট ইজ নট ইজি পুরো অফিস এখানে রেখে। তা আমি রোকন স্যারকে বিশেষ করে ধন্যবাদ জানাতে চাই যে সে আমাদেরকে এখানে হি ইজ এ ভেরি এক্সপেরিয়েন্স পারসন টু ডু দিস কাইন্ড অফ ওয়ার্ক, সে আমাদের সাথে ছিল এবং আমাদের অনেকে লিঙ্ক দিচ্ছে আর কি, এই জন্য স্যারের প্রতি আমাদের বিশেষ করে কৃতজ্ঞ এবং আশরাফকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই কারণ আমি দেখছি স্যার বিভিন্নভাবে আশরাফি অসুস্থ থাকা সত্ত্বেও তাকে বিভিন্নভাবে হেল্প করছে, আমরা যেটা যখন বলছি তখন সে কাজ করে দিয়েছে আসলে, এই জন্য তাকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। আর আমি বিশেষভাবে ধন্যবাদ জানাতে চাই আমাদের আডার হেলথ টিম যারা ছিল এখানে, তারা বেশ অনেকদিন ধরে কাজ করছে এখানে, বিশেষ করে দুজন ছিল কৃষিকা সেন অপি, তারপরে রুমি ছিল, সাগর, অনু, এরা সবাই কাজ করতে কয়েক মাস ধরে কাজ করছে এখানে এবং আমি বিশেষ করে তারপরে এখান থেকে দূর থেকে যারা কাজ করছে আমাকে আমাদের কাজ করছে। আমি বিশেষ করে এখানে শুভ সিংহনা উল্লেখ করবো আর কি, কারণ দেখা যাচ্ছে যে আমরা কোনো কাজে বাধ্য সাধন শুভকে ডাকা যে শুভ এটা হচ্ছে না, তখন সে একটা সলিউশন তৈরি করে, এই জন্য শুভকে বিশেষভাবে ধন্যবাদ দেওয়া হচ্ছে। যখন আমি যদি গভীরতা যদি বলি শুভ এটা হচ্ছে না, তখন সে তৎক্ষণাৎ সে দেখা যাচ্ছে একটা সলিউশন নিয়ে হাজির হয় আর কি যে কোনো কাজে। আরো বিশেষ করে এখানে আমাদের ওয়ার্কশপ এখানে করার জন্য গৌতম আমাকে বিভিন্ন হেল্প করছে থেকে, সে বলছে যে লিডার ভাই কখনো কোনো সমস্যা আমাকে বলেন, আমার কি আমি যেভাবে থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ ফর এভরিবডি আমাদেরকে হেল্প করার জন্য। এবং আমি আশা করি যে আমরা যে কয়েকদিন যে একসাথে সময় কাটাচ্ছি, মনে করি যে আগামী 10-20 বছরে আমরা কোনো একটা চেঞ্জ দেখতে পাবো হয়তো আমাদের দেশে, বিশেষ করে এই মহিষ পালনের ক্ষেত্রে। হয়তো যদি আমরা এই মহিষ পালনের মাধ্যমে যদি আমরা আমাদের দেশের ইকোনমিতে আমরা যদি কন্ট্রিবিউট করতে পারি অনেক ভালো, বিশেষ করে এর যদি মাধ্যমে যদি নতুন এমপ্লয়মেন্ট তৈরি হয়, যদি বাফেলো মিট সেরিটি তৈরি হয়, বাফেলো মিটের আলাদা মানে সেক্টর যদি তৈরি হয়, বাফেলো মিটের জন্য মাংসের জন্য নতুন সেক্টর তৈরি হয়, তাহলে এটা আমাদের জন্য বড় একটা পাওয়া হবে এবং আমার আশা করি হয়তো 10 বছর 20 বছরে চেঞ্জ হবে। কারণ আমি আজকে এখানে দেখতেছিলাম আমাদের একজন খামার এখানে ছিলেন, চিরাং থেকে আজকে চলে গেছে ইকবাল ভাই, উনি আমাকে দেখাচ্ছিলেন আর কি যে বাংলাদেশে উনি দেখালেন বাংলাদেশ কয়েকটি খামারে তারা ইন্ডিয়া থেকে বিশেষ করে মুররা বাফেল আনার জন্য অলরেডি তারা কন্ট্যাক্ট করছে, হয়তো এই মাধ্যমে বাফেল চলে আসবে, যদি আসে তাহলে এরা বড় উপকার হবে আর কি। এটা আস্তে আস্তে একটা সিস্টেম তৈরি হবে। ইভেন আমি দেখছি যে আমাদের ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আমার যে ফার্ম তৈরি হয়েছে ওখানে কিন্তু আমরা কয়েকটা বাফেল কিনে ফেলছি, আমরা কিন্তু বলি আমি বাড়িকে মাত্র দোষারোপ করতে পারি যে আমরা মহিষে কাজ করি, কিন্তু তোমার খামারে কয়েকটা মহিষ কিনতে পারো। তো দেখা যাচ্ছে 2টা মুররা বাফেল এসে ওখান থেকে
হয়তো বর্ডারে কিনে ওখানে কেনার পর তারপর বলতে স্যার আমি দুটো 4টা বাফেলো নিয়ে 4টা 5টা বাফেলো নিয়ে চলে আসছে। এইরকম সামার স্যারের কাছে বলছে যে আমরা যদি আসলে বিশেষ করে ইউনিভার্সিটি যেগুলো আছে ভেটেরিনারি ইনস্টিটিউট যেগুলো আছে বিভিন্ন ইনস্টিটিউট আছে তারা যদি তাদের প্রত্যেকটা ইউনিভার্সিটি যদি একটা বাফেলো ইউনিট থাকে আমাদের এই ইউনিট আছে তাহলে হবে কি এটা একটা ডিসিমিনেশন হবে, সবাই এনকারেজ হবে আর কি। কারণ আমরা বাফেলো দেখি কখনো অভ্যস্ত না, কিন্তু হয়তো দেখি নাই, যারা আমাদের অনেক সিনিয়র আমাদের ছিল তারা দেখছে, কিন্তু আমরা দেখি না। কিন্তু এই ধরনের এনকারেজ করার জন্য এগুলো করা উচিত। যাই হোক, আমি আর বেশি কথা বলবো না। আমি আশা করি যে আমাদের জন্য একটা ভালো সময় অপেক্ষা করছে আর কি বাফেলোর ক্ষেত্রে, যেহেতু সবাই একটা এমফেসিস দিয়েছে। আমাদের ওপর স্যার এখানে ছিল, স্যারকে এখন বেশি হ্যাপি দেখি আসলে। তার মনে কিছুটা হোপ দেখে এখন যে সবাই এখানে ইন্টারেস্টেড, গভর্নমেন্ট এখানে অনেক ইনভেস্ট করছে, তো এটা একটু চেঞ্জ হবে। এবং আমরা আশা করি আমরা এই বাফেলোর ক্ষেত্রে আরো কাজকর্ম করার জন্য এবং অ্যাপ্লাই কিছু রিসার্চ করার জন্য ফান্ড পাবো, যেটা দেশের এবং দেশের বাইরে থেকে এটা পাবো। এটা এখানে ফার্মগুলোতে আমরা এই সেক্টরে উন্নতির জন্য কাজ করতে পারবো। আমি সবাইকে আবার ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আমাদের সাথে কোনো কাজে আমি সবথেকে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ এখানে লিখতে ভুলে গেছি আর কি, আমাদের ইউরোপিয়ান কলিগ ছিলেন বেশ কয়েক কান্ট্রি, বিশেষ করে সুইডেন, তারপরে ইতালি এবং নেদারল্যান্ড, এই কালচারটা জড়িত। তারা আমাদেরকে সর্বতভাবে হেল্প করছে। বিশেষ করে আমি ইউরোপিয়ান ফ্রম the Sweden State Veterinarian এবং Associate Professor of the Swedish University of Medical Sciences. She is also nice lady. তাকে কখনো কিছু প্রপোজ করলে she usually says no. সে কখনো নো বলবে না। Everything is yes. মানে সবকিছু থেকে ওকে, you do it, no problem. তো এই ধরনের টিমকে আমরা সুন্দর, এই জন্য আসলে সুন্দরভাবে কাজ করতে পারছি। তা আমি আমাদের ইউরোপিয়ান কলিগ যারা ছিল, বিশেষ করে ইউনিভার্সিটি জড়িত ছিল, চারটা অর্গানাইজেশন, ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই। স্পেশালি আরো ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই যেটা আমি মিস করতেছিলাম, মিস করবো না। তো আমার ফ্রেন্ড কাউসারকে মনে আপনি ধরতে জন্য আর কি, কারণ এই প্রজেক্টে আমাদের একটা ডিগ্রি কিছু ডিফিকাল্টি ছিল। তো আমি এখানে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশনের জন্য আছি, বিশেষ করে আমাদের রিসার্চ করার জন্য, আমাদের পিএইচডি স্টুডেন্ট এখানে অ্যাডমিশন নেওয়ার জন্য। তো আমি কয়েকজন যখন প্রপোজ, কারণ আমাদের এই বছর আমার সিভাসিসে অ্যাডমিশন দিতে পারি না, তখন আমি কিছু টেস্ট করলাম। টেস্ট করার পরে আমি এখানে আমাদের এক্স ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর সিলেট এগ্রিকালচার ইউনিভার্সিটি প্রফেসর মতিউর রহমান হাওলাদার স্যার আছেন এখানে, উনি ফ্রন্ট বসে আছেন। স্যারকে একটা ইমেল করলাম। আমি প্রথম কথা বলছি আমার ফ্রেন্ড প্রফেসর কাউসার হোসেন এখানে বসে আছে সিলেট এগ্রিকালচার, স্যারকে বললাম এই অবস্থা। তো বললো তুমি স্যারকে ইয়ে করো, স্যারকে একটা ইমেল করো আপনি। স্যারকে একটা ইমেল করলাম। আর আমি ইমেল করছিলাম বাংলাদেশ এগ্রিকালচারের তৎকালীন ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর প্রফেসর লুৎফুল হাসান স্যার। তাই ইমেল করার পরে লুৎফুল হাসান স্যার আমাকে বলছে স্যার আমাদের ডিফিকাল্টি হচ্ছে, আমরা এই আমাদের পিএইচডি ভর্তি হবে, তাই কোলাবোরেশন হবে, এর সাথে আমরা কোলাবোরেশন করবেন কিনা ইউরোপিয়ান এই আমাদের এই কনসোর্টিয়ামের সাথে। প্রফেসর হাওলাদার রহমান স্যার আমাকে তার রেসপন্স পেয়েছি পরের দিন সকালে, আমি রাতে মেসেজ দিচ্ছি, কিন্তু লুৎফুল হাসান স্যার আমাকে মেসেজ ব্যাক করতে উইদিন 5 মিনিট, ইয়েস 22। তো থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার। আমি অনেক কিছু তখন প্রথম আমি চেষ্টা করেছি যে বাংলাদেশ এগ্রিকালচার ইউনিভার্সিটির সাথে, কিন্তু আমি যখন অবসর তখন এখানে ব্রোকেজ আছে অনেক বড় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়, সেগুলো করাতে ইজি না। তখন আমি আস্তে আস্তে ওটা ইয়ে করে ব্যাক করছি, তখন হয়তো সেটা স্যার এবং স্যারকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। আসলে আমাদের এই ডিফিকাল্ট টাইমগুলোতে স্যার এবং আমার ফ্রেন্ড যে আমাদের হেল্প করছে অ্যাডমিশনের জন্য, নাহলে হয়তো আমাদের এটা হয়তো আর আমরা পিএইচডি স্টুডেন্ট এখানে অ্যাডমিশন নিতে পারতাম না, নিতে সম্ভব ছিল না। এবং আমরা যেভাবে চেয়েছি, আমি জানি সিলেট এগ্রিকালচার ইউনিভার্সিটি একজন পিএইচডি সুপারভাইজারের জন্য 5 জন সুপার বিশেষে 5 জন সুপারভাইজার রাখার কোনো পরিসর নাই, কিন্তু স্যার কিন্তু অ্যালাউ করতে আমাদেরকে, তাহলে পিএইচডি হিসেবে 5 জন সুপারভাইজার থাকতে এটা করার জন্য আর কি। তা আমরা সাকসেসফুলভাবে করতে পারছি। আমাদের পিএইচডি যে স্কিল ছিল অলরেডি ডিগ্রি থেকে সেগুলোকে আসলে দুটো ডিগ্রি পেয়েছে, একটা ইউনিভার্সিটি ডিগ্রি পেয়েছে এবং একটা কম্বাইন্ড ডিগ্রি পেয়েছে। মানে তার কাজটা এত সুন্দর ছিল আসলে। শুভর কথা আমরা বলি যে ও আসলে সবকিছু মন দিয়ে করে, এবং ওর থেকে অন্যান্য আমি সবাইকে বলি যে তোমরা ওর কাছে শিখো। আসলে এত ইফিসিয়েন্টলি করে এবং ওর প্রতি তার সুপারভাইজার এত বেশি সন্তুষ্ট ছিল যে এটা আমাদের প্ল্যানে ছিল না যে সে একজন ইউরোপ থেকে একটা ডিগ্রি পাবে। সে যখন থিসিস করছে, তো আমার ইতালিয়ান সুপারভাইজার ছিল, সে বলছে আমরা ইউরোপ থেকে একটা ইউরোপিয়ান ডিগ্রি দিব আর কি।
তাকে একটা ইউরোপিয়ান ডিগ্রি দিছে অনলি ইট ইজ যে ইউনিভার্সিটি মিলানো নাম আরেকটা সার্টিফিকেট তাকে দিছে যে কম্বাইনলি সিলেট এগ্রিকালচার ইউনিভার্সিটি আর হলো ইউনিভার্সিটি মিলানোর সাথে কম্বাইনলি তো তবে তার ডিগ্রি দুইটা এটা হলো সে কষ্ট করছে অনেক কষ্ট করছে এই জন্য তার সুপরিণাম পেয়েছে আর কি তো আমি এখানে শেষ করবো থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ আমাকে সময় দেওয়ার জন্য এবং আমার কথা শোনার জন্য আপনার মনে করি আপনাদের সাথে আমাদের কমিউনিকেশন থাকবে এবং আমাদের আডাহারিতে কিছু অ্যাক্টিভিটি আছে এবং এর কাজ দ্বারা আপনার যদি কখনো কোনো সমস্যা ফেস করেন আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে আমাদের টিমের পক্ষ থেকে আপনারা ভালো থাকবেন কেউ কেউ চলে যাবেন কিন্তু কালকে আমি চাই না আপনারা সবাই থাকেন কালকে দিনটা শেষ করেন থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ আসসালামু আলাইকুম কিছু বলার নেই আমাদের কালকের অ্যানাউন্সমেন্ট হলো যে দুইটা ইভেন্ট আছে একটা হলো ওয়ান হেলথের উপরে একটা ভালো অ্যাট্রাকটিভ সেশন আছে আর হলো হ্যান্ডসন ট্রেনিং হবে সেটা আপনারা থাকবেন আর হলো যে আমাদের ডিনার গালা ডিনার তাই তো we'll have a special meal যেটা I said this morning that we have buffalo meat and then buffalo milk and milk this sort of thing. So enjoy your times and enjoy the dinner. The dinner will be served at 7:30. So from my side, thank you so much. We have two young students here, not the postgraduate students. They also have supported us for the program. So we would like to acknowledge their support and I would like to say thank you for that. So I think we are all tired. So we got a photo, the inaugural session. So if we don't feel bothered, then can I take a picture? So you come up here and maybe you can take a final photo. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. আমি কালকে নাম বলতে ভুলে গেছি আমার আরেকটা টিম ছিল যারা অ্যাঙ্করিং করতে এখানে ছিল সাবরিনা এখানে আসে একটু বাইরে গেছে আরো দুজন এখানে ছিল যে তারা পটুয়াখালী সায়েন্স এন্ড টেকনোলজি ইউনিভার্সিটির মাস্টার ছিল তারাও আমাদের সাথে হেল্প করছিল আমি আরো ভুলে গেছি এখানে একজনের নাম ভুলে গেছি হলো আমাদের জালাল আস্তাকি সে আমাদের অফিসার আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট তার নাম ভুলে গেছি সরি জালাল আর একজনকে ভুলে গেছি হলো রাসেল সাদ্দাম হোসেন রাসেল সে হলো আমাদের ওয়েবসাইট ডেভেলপমেন্ট থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ
আসেন সবাই আসেন না কারণ খাবার দিতে 7:30 খাবার দিতে কিন্তু
Thank you very much. No.